Chapter 1, A Chance Encounter. Lu Min, have you really decided to break up with me? Zhang Hao looked across the room at a woman in a dress who looked quite pretty. I've already made up my mind, so don't say anything more. Lu Min said as she packed her things without looking back. We're both adults, so let's not act like children. In the end, it's because I'm poor, isn't it? Zhang Hao suddenly laughed. We've been together since university, and it's been 5 years now. Before, I always thought that if you could improve yourself, we would have a bright future together. But now I'm disappointed. So let's part on good terms. Lu Min stuffed the last item into the suitcase, zipped it up, and left without looking back. Damn it! Zhang Hao slammed his fist against the wall. The pain in his hand made his body tremble slightly. 5 years. Exactly 5 years. He thought that along the way, he had not been bad to Lu Min. Sometimes he was even so good that his friends thought it was too much. The ridiculous thing is that in the end, the woman he had taken such good care of actually left him for money. He had not been without opportunities to make a lot of money. He just had to give it up because he wanted to spend more time with Lu Min. And there were more than one such opportunity. At that time, because he was so busy, Lu Min also complained about him a lot. However, now, it seems that everything is up to Lu Min. It is Lu Min who asks for money, and it is Lu Min who says he is not going to be there for him. In Lu Min's worldview, you can have both. Rumble rumble. The previously blue sky suddenly became covered in dark clouds. Soon after, it started pouring. It seemed that even the heavens felt sorry for Zhang Hao, who had been dumped. Boss, a few bottles of wine. Zhang Hao walked into a convenience store with an umbrella. After ordering some beer, he sat alone at the entrance and gulped it down. After all, it had been 5 years, and there was some kind of attachment. At one point, he even thought he could end up with Lu Min. Unfortunately, things didn't work out. Why is it suddenly raining so heavily? A woman in her 30s wearing a white dress is standing about 3 meters away. Her eyebrows are slightly furrowed. She looks at the heavy rain and then at the Bentley parked nearby, but she can't bring herself to take a step. Summer rain usually comes quickly and goes just as quickly, right? Here's your umbrella, beautiful lady. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. Ah. For me? The woman turned her head and saw a pair of dark eyes. She was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had seen such pure and flawless eyes. And the face was quite handsome and clean. Take it. Zhang Hao threw the umbrella to the woman and turned and walked into the rain. He let the rain wash over his body. What a strange person. The woman wanted to call out to Zhang Hao, but he was already far away. Staring at the slender back, she watched for 3 seconds before opening her umbrella and walking towards the Bentley. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow, I love tiger oil. The cow said to the bull, aren't you ashamed? The bull said, no, I'm not ashamed. I love tiger oil. In the early morning, an anxious ringtone broke the original peace. Shit. My head hurts. Zhang Hao grabbed the phone in a daze. After a swipe, he connected and asked, what's wrong, Winter Melon? Damn it, Mouse, don't you know what time it is? We're supposed to sign the contract today. A growl came from the phone. Oh, it's 9 o'clock? Zhang Hao glanced at the time and suddenly sat up. Feeling sore all over and unable to lift his arms, he tapped his head with his hand and said, Melon, I think I have a fever. I'll give you 20 minutes to get to the company. This contract is very important today. Even if you're not sick, you'd better get your ass over here. Zhao Dong hung up the phone after saying that. Damn it. Zhang Hao cursed under his breath and then with great difficulty got dressed and washed up. Afterwards, he hurried out of the building and rode a small electric bicycle to the company. Zhao Dong was his brother, the kind of person who was still very close. The order Zhao Dong had given on the phone just now meant that their supervisor son would most likely be furious. Sure enough, when he arrived at the company, there was not only Zhao Dong standing at the door. Supervisor son's shiny bald head was particularly conspicuous. When he saw Zhang Hao's tardy arrival, he glared at him and angrily said, Zhang, do you even know when I told you to come yesterday? Supervisor son, I'm sorry, I caught a bit of rain yesterday and had a fever. Zhang Hao quickly parked the car and hung his head. He vaguely remembered last night that he had a drink at the canteen and then another drink at a barbecue stall. He was soaked the whole time and didn't care. After that, he staggered home, took a shower and forgot everything. Did I let you get caught in the rain? Now get your ass in the car and I'll deal with you later. You're late signing a contract? Manager's son cursed and got into a Volkswagen. Get in the car. Zhao Dong gave Zhang Hao a wink. Damn it. Zhang Hao was very unhappy. Manager's son had been yelled at a lot in the past. But since he was under the same roof as the others, he had to bow his head. He could only get in the car obediently. Fortunately, the contract was signed quite smoothly. Otherwise, he would have been scolded by manager's son today. What's that? Manager's son, I think Zhang Hao is in a bit of a bad way. Why don't we take him to the hospital first? In the back seat of the car, Zhao Dong looked at Zhang Hao and then at manager's son. Something's wrong with him. He seems fine to me. He'll definitely survive for a while. Manager's son scoffed, adding, besides, we're going to the Red Sea. We won't have time to take him to the hospital. If we don't have time, we'll let Zhang Hao get off here. I'll go with you to the Red Sea. Zhao Dong was a little worried. At first glance, he noticed that Zhang Hao had already lost his mind. What a nuisance. Manager's son glanced at Zhang Hao, helplessly stepped on the brake, and pulled over to the side of the road. Mouse, are you okay? Zhao Dong asked, frowning, after pulling Zhang Hao out of the car. I'm fine. You guys just go ahead. Zhang Hao waved his hand with a smile. Call me if something happens. Don't be stubborn. Zhao Dong patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder before getting into the Volkswagen. Feeling a little uneasy, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Min's number. Hello? Lu Min, Zhang Hao has a high fever. What does it have to do with me if he has a fever? We broke up yesterday. Chapter 2, as long as he comes, it's fine. Lu Min, you've gone too far. All these years, I've given my heart and soul to you, and in the end you're leaving me for money. Who went out in the snow and wind in the middle of the night to buy you medicine when you were sick? Who stayed by your side day and night when you broke your leg that year? I'll go 10 miles to buy you whatever you want to eat, no matter what time it is or what the weather is like. There are countless similar things. No matter what, as long as it's related to you, it's the top priority for me. I have given up so many of my interests and connections for you. I have given you my heart. But now. In a hospital ward, Zhang Hao is venting his dissatisfaction. When they first broke up, he didn't say anything. Now he is upset. He is not arguing about the gains and losses in the relationship, but he cannot accept Lu Min's reason for breaking up. Is he that infatuated? A woman in a business suit by the bedside smiles slightly. Lin, we have to leave. We agreed with Asuka yesterday that we would go there at 11:30 today to discuss the details of the cooperation. It's already 11:20 now, and we definitely won't be there in 10 minutes. A secretary in a business suit next to her reminded her. Let's cancel the lunch appointment. What? Lin Su, the boss, is afraid that this will cause Asuka's dissatisfaction. After all, it's almost time. If they are dissatisfied, they can find someone else. Lin Su snorted. I know. The secretary glanced at the young man in the hospital bed and left the room with a bitter smile. This was the first time she had seen Lin Su pay so much attention to a man, personally guarding the bed, and not even cooperating with her. However, she felt that the man in the bed didn't seem to have anything special except for his good looks. Where am I? Why am I here? At a certain moment, Zhang Hao subconsciously propped himself up when he opened his eyes. He vaguely remembered getting off the car and trying to hail a taxi to the hospital, but after a few steps, he felt a dizzying spin. And then there was nothing. He couldn't remember. You're awake? Lin Su stuck her head out and smiled. Who are you? Zhang Hao subconsciously took a step back. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on the stunning face in front of him. Yes, stunning. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman in his life. What can I say? She was just so beautiful that there was nothing wrong with her. It was as if heaven had created such a being to exemplify perfection. This had left him dumbfounded. My name is Lin Su. I saw you pass out on the side of the road earlier and brought you to the hospital. Don't you remember me? Lin Su asked with a smile. I don't think I've seen you before. Last night in the snack bar you gave me an umbrella. Oh, yes. It seems like that did happen. Zhang Hao scratched his head. He did remember the incident in the snack bar. But he didn't pay much attention to it at the time, and the lighting was a bit dim. He didn't realize that the woman was so beautiful. We have a lot in common. We've already met twice, from yesterday to today. Lin Su smiled. Ah. That one. Zhang Hao smiled and said, Sister, thank you for your trouble at the hospital. No trouble. Lin Su shook her head and asked, I just heard you talking in your sleep. Did you just break up with your girlfriend? Well, I did yesterday. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly. You're single, and I'm single too. Lin Su blinked and asked, What do you think of me? Are you kidding me, sister? Zhang Hao widened his eyes. He did not deny that he was handsome and had a good reputation with women before. He was even voted the campus heartthrob in college. However, even if he was handsome, he felt that he was not worthy of the woman in front of him. Even if the woman was a few years older than him. I'm not joking with you. Lin Su said, If you agree, we'll go get the certificate this afternoon. Get a certificate? Zhang Hao was shocked by Lin Su's words. Yes. I'm too old to be in a relationship, so I choose to get married first and fall in love later. I've just learned about the suffering of love. As long as you have ideas, you will definitely not be wronged. I will do my best to love and take care of you. Lin Su smiled. Great. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon. Zhang Hao was a little puzzled. But for some reason, he agreed without knowing why. See you at 2 p.m. then. Lin Su's eyes lit up, and she left the ward with a sentence. After glancing at the secretary at the door, she smiled and said, Let's go home and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon. What are you doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Getting married, of course. What? When did you and Lu Min break up, rat? At a food stall at noon. Xiaodong took a sip of beer and said, Isn't this a bit too fast for you? She found a rich guy quickly. Zhang Hao shrugged. Hey, you guys. Xiaodong sighed, not knowing how to comfort Zhang Hao. No wonder Zhang Hao inexplicably caught a shower last night and then developed a high fever. 5 years of relationship is not so easy to let go. He also knows that Zhang Hao really likes Lu Min, at least he used to. It's just that as life continues, some people may change. Let's not mention the past. We always have to move forward in life. Since it is destined that someone is just a passerby in life, let's just treat her as a passerby. Here's to us. Zhang Hao picked up the bottle and clinked it with Xiaodong. As long as you can let go. Xiaodong laughed. By the way, how's it going over the Red Sea? Zhang Hao asked. Let's talk about it this afternoon. Sure, let's go together. Damn it. If we can talk it down over the Red Sea, we'll be safe this month. Otherwise, Sun the Baldy will have a fit again. In the afternoon, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Su stood at the door in a red cheongsam. She looked left and right, waiting for Zhang Hao to appear. Even though it had been an hour. Not you, Lin Zong. Why do you suddenly want to marry that Zhang Hao? And that bastard is actually late. Your time is very precious. How dare that guy? The secretary stood aside, confused. She had been following Lin Su for more than 1 day and 2 days. At work, the two were superior and subordinate, but in life, they were also considered friends. She knew Lin Su very well. In the past, Lin Su had never crossed the line no matter what kind of man she faced. Among them were many very good ones. Today, Lin Su suddenly got married. Not only did the man turn up an hour late, but he still hasn't shown up yet. We've already been put off for the afternoon, so let's just wait a little longer. He did so much for his ex-girlfriend, what's a little more waiting? As long as he comes, it'll be fine. Lin Su smiled slightly, but there was no trace of impatience. There was always a light in her eyes. Chapter 3, Honey, remember to be good. Lin Su, I can't quite figure it out. You just met that Zhang Hao, why do you suddenly want to get married? I'm not saying that guy is not good enough for you. Compared to the people who have courted you before, he also has no advantages at all. The secretary asked in puzzlement. Actually, I can't really say. It's just that when I first met him, I had a feeling in my heart that he was the kind of person I like. And the feeling his eyes gave me was very pure, and it made me want to get close to him. If I have to give a reason, it's probably intuition. Lin Su replied with a smile. You're willing to bet your whole life on intuition? The secretary was defeated by Lin Su. In her impression, Lin Su was an absolutely rational woman. But now it has nothing to do with rationality. However, Lin Su's smile today is indeed a lot more than before. It seems that she is really quite happy. Fuck, these guys are tough. On the other side, Zhao Dong came out of the Red Sea cursing. What did they say this morning? Zhang Hao asked. What else can they say? It's just like that, isn't it? Zhao Dong said, I thought there would be progress in the afternoon, but it's still the same. They may still be contacting other people. Is this abnormal? Zhang Hao laughed. Let's go back to the company first. Zhao Dong sighed. Oh, fuck. I forgot something very important. But she should have left by now. It's almost 4 o'clock. Zhang Hao suddenly jumped up when he remembered something. What important thing? Zhao Dong was puzzled. They had broken up, so what important thing did Zhang Hao have? In the past, important things were always related to Lu Min. I made an appointment with a girl to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon to get a certificate. She might have already left. But it was my fault, so I still have to go. Zhang Hao looked around, rushed to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and got in. This was the first time he had stood up a girl. He would never have dared to do that before. Shit. Marriage certificate? Zhao Dong looked at the taxi that had driven off and couldn't believe what had happened. Didn't they just break up yesterday? Who was he getting a marriage certificate with today? Lin Su was still waiting at the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In a red cheongsam, she was like a bright spot of color, attracting the attention of many people. Even women couldn't help but stare when they walked past. She sighed, this woman is really pretty. There was a sad guy who was already about to come with his girlfriend to get married. Just because he looked at Lin Su a few times too often, his girlfriend turned around and left. Lin Zone, it's already 4:30. The secretary rubbed her legs and reminded her. You can go back first. Lin Su smiled. I'd better stay with you. The secretary pouted. Shit. I really forgot. Before long, a figure holding a bunch of roses came running over in a hurry. He was sweating and out of breath. He's here. Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Although Zhang Hao was late, she saw Zhang Hao's panting appearance and for some reason didn't feel upset. Even she didn't know when her temper had become so good. She should have gone back already, right? Zhang Hao let out a sigh of relief and began to look for Lin Su's figure. His eyes darted to the doorway, where he suddenly froze upon seeing Lin Su in a red dress. His first impression of Lin Su was that she was beautiful, really beautiful. Her black hair was tied up in a bun, slightly embellished with a red hair clip, revealing a fair and flawless face with a slightly soft oval shape. Her eyes were bright like stars, her nose straight and firm, and her small lips curved up slightly in a gentle and natural way. The red cheongsam wraps the body with a perfect hourglass figure. Stepping in a pair of high heels also makes her look graceful. After being amazed, he was a little confused. It was already past 4 o'clock, and Lin Su was still waiting here. Why don't you come over? The secretary couldn't help but urge. Lin Su, I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Zhang Hao quickly went up and apologized. It's okay, let's go in. Lin Su smiled and didn't say anything. This is for you. Zhang Hao chased after him and handed over the rose in his hand. Well, thank you. Lin Su took the flower and put it to her nose to smell it, very happy. She hugged it with both hands as if she had won a treasure. Are you sure? After a series of procedures, the staff ignored Zhang Hao and looked at Lin Su and asked, once I press the steel seal, you will be a legal couple. Are you sure? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao and asked. We're here already, what's not sure about it? Zhang Hao laughed dryly. We're all set. Lin Su then looked at the staff member. Congratulations. The staff member smiled and decisively pressed the seal. She then handed Zhang Hao and Lin Su 2 small red notebooks. Holy shit. The secretary next to her slapped her forehead. They're really getting married. Lin Su is really getting married. I wonder how many people are going to have a broken heart. After they left the civil affairs office, she said to Lin Su, it's almost 5 o'clock. You have to attend the dinner tonight. You can't put it off any longer. You're so annoying. Lin Su looked at the secretary discontentedly. You can say I'm annoying, but there's no way you can't go tonight. The secretary said with a stiff upper lip. You go ahead and get on with your work. Zhang Hao laughed. Okay. I was thinking of hanging out this afternoon. But you came so late. Lin Su laughed. I'm sorry. I really forgot before. After all, we just met. Zhang Hao gave himself a big slap in the face. It's a sin to make such a beautiful woman wait for more than 2 hours. What are you doing? I didn't say anything. Lin Su grabbed Zhang Hao's hand. Air. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. Lin Su's hand was soft and tender, and cool to the touch. This sister really has extraordinary skin, as good as a newborn baby's. I have something to do later, so I'll go first. We can meet up later. Lin Su winked at Zhang Hao. Okay. Zhang Hao nodded. He watched as Lin Su got into a Bentley, and his legs almost gave way as he nearly fell to the ground. It took him a while to suppress the emotions in his heart. His cheap daughter-in-law actually drives a Bentley? How fucking rich is she? Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone rang. Honey, I love you. Remember to be good. Lin Su sent a message. Air. Zhang Hao looked at the message on the screen and suddenly froze. His mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Stupidly, he smiled for a long time before he replied, Got it, honey. Chapter 4, There's my husband. Holy shit. You got married? You didn't even tell me? Was that too fast? And this girl is so pretty. You're so lucky. Why can't I meet someone like that? Zhao Dong at a food stall looked at Zhang Hao's wedding certificate with envy. Even the girl in the photo on the certificate gave him a bubbly feeling. This is also quite strange to me. I don't know if it's good or bad to get married for no reason. I don't even know her. Zhang Hao's mood was a little complicated. At first, when he saw Lin Su and realized that she was already married, he was very excited that he had found a treasure. But now that he had calmed down, he looked up and saw that it was for life. He also wondered what their future together would be like. You found such a beautiful wife, what are you worried about? Lu Min is not even worthy of holding someone's shoes compared to this girl. Zhao Dong smacked his lips. Lu Min. Zhang Hao suddenly sighed. Holy shit. You're not still thinking about that woman, are you? Zhao Dong's mouth twitched. No. I'm a married man now. Let's drink to celebrate. I've been single for 1 day and I've successfully got myself a girlfriend again. Zhang Hao grabbed the bottle. Cheers. Zhao Dong clinked glasses with Zhang Hao. After winking at Zhang Hao, he asked, By the way, you just got married, didn't you invite her out? She seems to have something important to do. It's better not to disturb her unless it's absolutely necessary. Maybe, perhaps, she's not from the same world as us. Zhang Hao scratches his head. What, is she an alien? She's rich, in our opinion, super rich. Holy shit, you found a rich woman? Zhao Dong swallows and asks, Have you asked how much she probably has? No, but she drives a Bentley, so she must not be poor. Zhang Hao shakes his head. Bentley? Zhang Dong's eyes widened. After a long while, he grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and said, Brother Hao, whether I can drive a Bentley in the future depends on you. Is it already 11 o'clock? In the living room of a villa. Lin Su was very annoyed as she dragged her tired body and sat on the sofa. She took out her phone and wanted to send a video to Zhang Hao. But she was afraid that Zhang Hao had already gone to sleep. After all, it was already 11 o'clock. Miss, I have put the water ready for you. After you finish bathing, please get some rest. The maid came over and smiled. Thanks. Lin Su sighed, got up and walked upstairs. After a comfortable shower, she changed into a white nightdress and lay on the bed, but she couldn't sleep. I can't sleep. On the other side, Zhang Hao tossed and turned, but he couldn't sleep either. Although he didn't know Lin Su well, now that he was married, she was all he could think about. Her beautiful face was deeply imprinted in his mind and would not go away. He wanted to send a message, but he was afraid of disturbing Lin Su. After tossing and turning for a while, he ultimately decided not to send a message. Should he wake up at this time? Lin Su woke up at around 7 o'clock the next morning. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was sit up and pick up her phone. After a moment of hesitation, she found Zhang Hao and sent him a video. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow, "I love you." The ringtone of the phone broke the silence in the room. Zhang Hao picked up the phone in a daze and immediately jumped up like a grasshopper. Access channel, good morning. Did I wake you up? A smiling face appeared on the phone, looking a little lazy. Ah. No. Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes and was confused. Lin Su on the screen was wearing no makeup but was still beautiful. In particular, the look of confusion as if she hadn't woken up was incredibly real and cute. I wanted to send you a video last night but I was afraid it would wake you up. Were you busy until late last night? Yes. I didn't get home until 11. That was quite tiring. Actually, it's okay. I'm used to it. Are you off today? I don't know. From what Suya said, it sounds like you have to go on a business trip. I probably won't be able to make an appointment today. It's fine, you go ahead with your work. Zhang Hao was a little disappointed. He had wanted to meet Lin Su. Now Lin Su was his wife and looked like a fairy. He would be a liar if he said he didn't have any thoughts about her. But Lin Su didn't have time. Let's see what happens. If anything changes, I'll contact you. Well, you go ahead with your work. Just don't work too hard. Are you really concerned about me? Lin Su asked with a smile. Zhang Hao was a little embarrassed for a moment. Although he and Lin Su had gotten married, they were not very familiar with each other. As a result, there was not much to talk about. Hubby, I'm going to wash up first. I need to be at the office by 8 o'clock today. Lin Su laughed and hung up the video call. Hey, this is really. Zhang Hao sighed as he looked at the phone interface. It's really a bit of a pain to have a gold mountain right in front of you but not be able to get it in any way. Good morning, President Lin. President Lin. The lobby on the first floor of the Asia Pacific Group headquarters. Lin Su was wearing a black business suit and walking quickly in high heels. Her expressionless face gives the impression of being a little cold. Behind her are a dozen or so people. Without exception, they are all bowing their heads and not daring to make a sound. President Lin, here is the information you requested. Secretary Suya caught up to Lin Su with a file bag. Is it detailed enough? Lin Su asked, taking the bag. It's okay. There is nothing special about his life. It's pretty ordinary. Suya laughed. Let me take a look first. Lin Su took out the information inside after opening the file bag. On the top left corner of the first page were the 2 words Zhang Hao written prominently, next to which was a photo. Manager Lin, you need to go to Shushi this afternoon. Suya reminded again. Do I have to go? You know I just. Lin Su frowned and was reluctant. Manager Lin, I'm not saying this because you've been a bit of a mess the past couple of days. Thousands of people in the company are counting on you. As for that kid, he can't run away. Suya said with deep meaning. Okay, I know. You arrange it. Lin Su sighed. She had just gotten married and she didn't want to talk about the honeymoon. She just wanted to go on a date with her husband. Why was it so difficult? Her schedule had indeed been quite full during this period of time. Right away. Suya saw that Lin Su was not acting rashly and let out a sigh of relief. By the way, arrange another project. Lin Su suddenly pointed to the company where Zhang Hao worked in the information and said, you do the actual work. Lin's company is a bit too small. Suya frowned. I know, but my husband is there. Lin Su said this and then walked into the elevator with her foot raised. Chapter 5, Let Your Wife Transfer Money. Wife, are you already on your way to Shashi? A company around 10 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Hao was sitting at his workstation, chatting with Lin Su on his phone in a rather depressed mood. His wife had indeed gone on a business trip. She's on the bus. Sorry, honey. This business trip will take at least 3 to 4 days. Lin Su sent a bowing emoticon. It's okay. Work comes first after all. Besides, we're already married, so there's plenty of time. Zhang Hao replied. But while chatting, he sounded carefree, but only he knew the depression in his heart. Deep down, he really missed her. Kiss. Lin Su sent another emoticon. Kiss kiss. Zhang Hao sent back a kiss. When he remembered something, he asked again, "Honey, when you get back, can I kiss you?" He. You want to kiss me? Lin Su sent a shy emoticon. Of course I want to. We'll talk about it when I get back. Right now, I can't even kiss you. Okay. Zhang Hao suddenly got excited. His mind couldn't help but conjure up Lin Su's rosy lips. Zhang Hao, have you settled things over there in the Red Sea? You seem pretty confident. You're in a work environment and yet you're still in the mood to flirt around with your phone. Are you fucking idle? Director Sun walked up behind Zhang Hao at some point and his eyes bulged like a copper bell. Fuck. Zhang Hao quickly put away his phone. Go to the Red Sea again later. Be sure to close the deal. Director Sun had a dark face. We'll go right now. Zhang Hao gave Zhao Dong a wink after his mouth twitched. Together they slunk out of the company. Fuck. What's that bald bastard Sun so arrogant about? Zhao Dong couldn't help but complain when they got outside. Who let him be the boss? Zhang Hao shrugged and said, You ride the bike and we'll go to the Red Sea. Sooner or later I'll have to fix that idiot. Zhao Dong cursed. After getting on the moped, he waited for Zhang Hao to get on, then twisted the electric door and headed straight for the Red Sea. Honey, I just got yelled at by my boss. Zhang Hao sat on the back seat and continued chatting with Lin Su. Ah. What did he yell at you for? Lin Su sent an angry emoticon. It wasn't really yelling. It was just saying that I was chatting with you while I was at work. Zhang Hao replied. Do you want me to help you fix him? Huh? No? Humph. I'll remember that. I'll be back later. Lin Su sent a knife with blood dripping from it. It looked quite creepy. Cough cough. Honey, stop it. Zhang Hao quickly sent a hugging emoji. At the same time, he felt strange in his heart. Why did a big man like him need a woman to protect him? However, he felt that with Lin Su's strength, she should be able to take care of Sun Baldy without any problem. After all, she drove a Bentley. Oh, shit. Suddenly, Zhao Dong, who was riding a bicycle, swore. The next second, the small electric car slammed into a two-tone Maybach. Shit. Zhang Hao felt himself fly up in the air. Then with a thud, he landed on the roof of the Maybach. Shit. Something's happened. Zhao Dong looked down and winced. He had actually crashed into a Maybach. The grille and bumper were smashed to pieces. How much will it cost to fix it? Winter Melon, what the fuck kind of car are you driving? Zhang Hao got up and cursed. I just glanced at the beautiful woman by the roadside, and I didn't know that I would hit her. Zhao Dong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Holy shit, you actually hit a Maybach? Zhang Hao got out of the car and was dumbfounded. What should we do? Zhao Dong looked at Zhang Hao and asked, Why don't we just run away? I don't have that much money to pay for the Maybach. There are surveillance cameras here, so you can't run away. Zhang Hao's brow furrowed. After a moment of hesitation, he looked inside the car and found a number. Helplessly, he dialed and asked, Hello? Is the Maybach with the number 555 yours? Why am I not parked in a parking space? A female voice came from the phone. I just accidentally hit your car. Could you come over here for a moment? Asshole, how did you drive? No. You wait there. This car belongs to our company. I'll wait here. Zhang Hao hung up the phone and his heart started pounding. The other person seemed very angry. Hey, Zhang Hao, what are you doing here? Suddenly a woman walked over. Next to her was a young man in a suit with a gold watch. Lu Min? Zhang Hao turned his head slightly embarrassed. After a bitter smile, he said, I didn't do anything. I accidentally hit someone's car when I was riding my bike. You hit this car? Lu Min pointed at the Maybach and widened his eyes. You're in trouble, kid. The bumper on this car is not cheap. The paint job alone is not going to be less than 20,000 yuan. You can't afford to pay for it. The young man sneered. He was Lu Min's current boyfriend and happened to know Zhang Hao. That's why he was happy to see the show today. How can it cost 20,000 yuan for just a bumper? Zhao Dong's mouth twitched. Cut it out. You think it's just a few thousand yuan for a small electric bike to be scrapped? Open your eyes and look. This is a Maybach. It's not going to be settled for less than 20,000 yuan? The young man laughed. Looks like I was right to break up with you. Just because you hit a car, you're now in a situation where you can't afford to pay for the damage. Do you want me to lend you some money? Lu Min looked at Zhang Hao. No thanks. Zhang Hao's face suddenly turned cold. To be honest, Lu Min now gave him a strange feeling. It's only been a few days? Perhaps they hadn't broken up yet and Lu Min was already with the rich guy in front of her. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? Let me ask you this, can you afford to pay for the damage? What are you going to tell the other guy when he comes here? Lu Min said with contempt. Shit. Why is she looking down on me? Rat, call your wife and tell her to transfer the money. I don't believe someone driving a Bentley can't afford to pay for the bumper of a Maybach. Zhao Dong yelled. Zhang Hao watched as Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. In the face of this situation, he really had to call Lin Su to solve it. He and Zhao Dong could not scrape together 20,000 yuan. But he really didn't know Lin Su well. Even though they were married, he was embarrassed to ask Lin Su for the money. What does my wife mean? Lu Min asked, stunned. Zhang Hao, you found someone already? Aren't you the same? But our mouse has not only found someone, he's also got a marriage certificate. His wife is really pretty. Zhao Dong said proudly. No way. You think I'm stupid? Lu Min didn't believe him. Who hit my car? At that moment, a woman in uniform came over in high heels. Her gaze swept past the car and when she saw Zhang Hao, she asked in surprise, "Eh? Why is it you?" Chapter 6 You son of a bitch, you're dead. What's up? Sister Suya, what a coincidence. I was careless just now and... Zhang Hao was also a little surprised when he saw Suya. At the same time, he was relieved. Suya seemed to be his wife's secretary. Since they were acquaintances, it would be fine to talk. Don't you guys know each other? Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. I should say we know each other. Zhang Hao nodded. Then he looked at Suya and asked, Sister Suya, how much do you think it will cost to repair this car? I'll just report it to the insurance. It's your wife's anyway. Suya suddenly lost her temper. Shit. Rat, this car is your wife's? Zhao Dong was dumbfounded. Lu Min and the young man were also dumbfounded. For half a day, this Maybach is actually Zhang Hao's wife's? In other words, Zhang Hao was really married. I didn't know. Zhang Hao scratched his head and said, I just knew she had a Bentley. Gee. Zhao Dong was envious. Really envious. You said you'd be poor together forever, but she secretly made a fortune. We're not in the same world anymore. Zhang Hao, do you have an explanation? You broke up with me 2 days ago and you're already married? Lu Min glared at Zhang Hao. She was really, really jealous. Zhang Hao, that bastard, broke up with her and then seamlessly hooked up with someone even better. Who the hell could stand that? Zhang Hao, is this your ex-girlfriend? Suya looked at Lu Min and the young man and said, he doesn't look like much, and it doesn't seem like her boyfriend is rich. You. Lu Min was furious. The young man, on the other hand, kept his head down and didn't dare say a word. He knew that he was in no way a match for someone who could own both a Bentley and a Maybach. He quickly took Lu Min and fled. At Suya, how much money does my wife have? Zhang Hao asked, looking at Suya. What, are you trying to hit on President Lin? Suya asked. No, I don't need to. We're already married. Zhang Hao frowned. I was just joking with you, don't mind me. As for how much money she has, I really don't know. You should ask her that question. Suya laughed. Forget about the car. You don't need to worry about it. General Lin will never let you pay for it. Then I'll go? Zhang Hao asked. Go ahead. The car still runs. Suya waved her hand. Go. Zhang Hao rode his small electric bicycle and took Zhao Dong with him. He had inexplicably crashed his wife's car. This was so embarrassing. Lin's company car had been crashed. Suya watched Zhang Hao leave and then dialed Lin Su's number. Who crashed it? Your husband did. Ah. Is he okay? He ran away without a scratch. Phew, that guy. I'm sorry. Although your company's price and strength are very good, we still need to think about it. A middle-aged man in an office in the Red Sea laughed. Boss, we've already had an open and honest discussion, what's there to think about? Zhao Dong asked with a bitter smile. Thinking is definitely necessary. After all, it's a long-term cooperation. I still have things to do. When we have a result, I will naturally contact you if I choose to cooperate with your company. The middle-aged man gave the order to dismiss the guests. Hey, there's no chance of success on this side of the Red Sea. Zhao Dong sighed as he walked out of the company. If it doesn't work out, we can just set our sights on another target. There's no need to pin our hopes on one tree. Zhang Hao said. Hey, you're happy now that you don't have to close the deal. But I'm different. If I don't make any money, I won't have anything to eat. Zhao Dong said dejectedly. If I don't make any money, I won't have anything to eat either. Fuck. Your wife has so much money, just a little bit of it is enough for you. She has money, it's hers. I have no reason to ask her to support me. Zhang Hao shook his head. Fuck. At a time like this, what kind of backbone are you talking about? And you say it's your wife who doesn't give you money? She's not some kind of strong woman, is she? Zhao Dong asked, looking at Zhang Hao. Not really. I feel that she's quite gentle. It's quite comfortable chatting with her. Much more comfortable than with Lu Min. Zhang Hao couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth when he talked about Lin Su. Unfortunately, Lin Su is on a business trip. Otherwise, he would at least have a wife to kiss and cuddle. Fuck it. She's so easygoing, what are you afraid of? Why don't you ask your wife if we can find somewhere to have a good time tonight? You're a rich man now. Zhao Dong rubbed his hands together. Come on. I won't ask her for money unless I have no other choice. Unless there's no other way. Zhang Hao said with a pout. Holy shit, you really are. Zhao Dong was speechless. Why doesn't this guy get it? There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow. When the bell suddenly rang. Zhang Hao took out his phone and looked at the quick access channel. Honey, do you have time? Honey, we're about to go eat. Have you eaten yet? A delicate little face appeared on the screen. Not yet. I'll go later, Zhang Hao laughed. Holy shit. You rat bastard. Zhao Dong glanced at the phone screen and his hair stood on end. What kind of face was that? It was so beautiful it took your breath away. How could Zhang Hao, that bastard, find such a gem? Wouldn't it be bliss to hold her in your arms? Are you with a friend, honey? Lin Su asked. My buddy Zhao Dong. Zhang Hao pointed the phone at Zhao Dong. Hi, sister-in-law. Zhao Dong quickly said hello. He didn't dare be rude in the face of the sister who drove a Bentley. Hello? Lin Su smiled. Ugh. Zhao Dong shuddered uncontrollably. Damn it. This woman can't be looked at too much. It's unbearable. We'll go have dinner with that wife of yours and chat in the evening. Zhang Hao didn't want to say much in front of Zhao Dong. He quickly hung up the video call. Damn it. Rat, I've never obeyed anyone in my life, but I'll obey you. You've definitely reached the pinnacle of life. You're going to be happy from now on. Zhao Dong looked at Zhang Hao and couldn't describe his feelings in terms of jealousy anymore. Anyway, his mood was indescribable. Who knows? Zhang Hao laughed and scratched his head. It's not like he didn't really miss Lin Su right now. Unfortunately, she was in Shashi. Let's go. You're treating today. I'll have to make you pay for it. Damn it. You reached the pinnacle of life without saying a word. My friend, I'm still struggling in the mud. Zhao Dong said depressedly. What's your hurry? It's still early. One day you will find a woman you love. Just work hard. Zhang Hao patted Zhao Dong on the shoulder. Damn it. No matter how hard I look, I can't possibly find a woman better than your wife. Why do you have to find someone better than my wife? If you think like that, I'm afraid you'll end up alone. I'm just jealous of you, isn't it? Zhao Dong suddenly put his arm around Zhang Hao's shoulder when he remembered something and said, Ask your wife if she knows any rich women who would be suitable for me. Chapter 7 I don't think it's real. Meeting. Attention everyone in Group 1. Everyone in Group 1, gather in the meeting room quickly. At 2 p.m., after entering the office, manager's son yelled. Damn, why is there a sudden meeting? Someone was puzzled. Hurry up, if you're late, manager's son will be furious again. Someone hurriedly walked towards the meeting room. What's going on? Seeing manager's son's excitement, it looked like his mother had remarried. I'd say it's definitely not a good thing for us. Zhao Dong cursed. Let's see. Zhang Hao smiled and walked into the office. He found a seat and sat down. He looked at Sun Baldy's self-satisfied look and wanted to laugh a little. He wondered what would happen if he really let his wife give Sun Baldy a good scolding. Fired would be the least he would get. Is everyone here? I just received a message that the Hanyang Group is looking for cooperation. This is a good opportunity for us. Director Sun said excitedly after scanning the faces of the crowd. Director Sun, what does Hanya Group seeking cooperation have to do with us? Why would they look at us? Someone asked in surprise. Look at your pig-headedness, if there was no chance, would I mention it? Hanya Group said this time that they wanted to give small companies a chance, which means that even if our company is small, we can still fight for it. If we can seize the opportunity to cooperate with Hanya Group, our company will definitely be able to reach new heights. Director Sun looked excited. No way? Hanya Group is looking for a small company to cooperate with? This seems unreasonable. Everyone was discussing it. Don't discuss with me what is reasonable or not. We can't let go of any chance, no matter how small. Now, you all put down all the clients you are working on. For the next half month, you will focus on Hanya. Manager Sun said. Understood, Manager Sun. Everyone said in unison. Okay. Next, I will talk about some things that need attention. Director Sun nodded in satisfaction and started beeping. He went on for an hour. Finally, the meeting ended. Zhao Dong walked out of the meeting room and said with a sneer that Baldy's son can really talk. It's all nonsense. Baldy's son was a bit whimsical. How could the Hanyang Group cooperate with our company? Even if we give some small company a chance, our side is completely insufficient. Zhang Hao laughed and said. By the way, does your wife know someone from the Hanyang Group? You're different from other people. If your wife knows someone from Hanyang Group and says a few words for you, won't you get the contract? Zhao Dong asked Zhang Hao. I don't know. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, Hanyang Group is too big, and there's a high probability that my wife doesn't know anyone there. How will you know if you don't try? Zhao Dong laughed and said, if you can sign Hanyang Group, Sun Batsi will have to call you dad. You're thinking too much. Zhang Hao didn't hold out that kind of hope. After sitting in the office for a while, he waited until 6 o'clock and then rode his electric bicycle home. Coincidentally, Suya called and asked him to go to Jinui Plaza. Although he didn't know what it was about, he changed direction. Zhang Hao was here. Suya waved next to a car. Suya, what's up? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Do you have somewhere to park over there? Your wife has a car, I don't know where it's parked. Why don't you drive it back? Suya asked. Is this the car? Zhang Hao asked, pointing to a BMW 3 Series parked nearby. Yes, this is the one. Suya nodded. Okay, I'll drive it back and park it. Zhang Hao said with a smile. It's not like you have to park it. You can drive it if you don't have a car. Suya handed Zhang Hao the car keys. Okay, I understand. Zhang Hao took the keys and got into the car. He started the engine and gripped the steering wheel with both hands, feeling a little excited. Not many men don't like cars. It's just that he couldn't afford to buy one before and still can't. It was Lin Su who gave him the opportunity to drive a car. What a hassle. If I just wanted to give the car to him, I could have done so directly. But I had to make a special trip here. Lin Su really can't bear to part with that kid. He gave him the car, but still has to consider the feelings of that guy. Suya sighed after watching Zhang Hao walk away. In their Lin Su's family's big villa, there is no way there is no place to park. It just depends on whether that kid can understand. I don't know if my wife is done with her work by now. After returning home, Zhang Hao took a shower and then did nothing but lie on the bed staring at his phone. He was looking forward to Lin Su sending him a video. On the eastern hillside. Not long after, the phone suddenly rang. Fuck. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up as he quickly answered and laughed. Wife, are you done with your work? Yes, I just arrived at the hotel. On the phone screen, Lin Su was lying on her back in bed. With a smile on her face, she looked at the phone and asked, Did you miss me today? Well, of course. Zhang Hao said honestly. How could he not miss such a beautiful wife? I miss you too, but I can't go back. Lin Su said, Actually, I want to take some time off, but there's just been so much going on lately. If there's work to be done, it's important. Zhang Hao smiled and asked, Do you know anyone at the Hanyan Group, honey? Yes, why? Lin Su's eyes twinkled. Today, our supervisor's son lost his mind and told us to go sign a contract with Hanyan Group. What a lunatic. What kind of company would want to work with our small company? It's a waste of time. Zhang Hao shrugged. Not necessarily. They only look at the strength of the company. Very often, the size of a company does not directly determine its strength. So it's not impossible. Lin Su laughed. You just said you know someone at Hanyan Group. Can you give them a call for me? If you need anything, I can help you. Forget it. It's not necessary. Zhang Hao shook his head. Why? If I make a call, you can definitely sign the contract. Lin Su winked at the phone. Aren't you that familiar with the people at Hanyan Group? Yes, very familiar. Honey, you don't need to make this call. I don't want you to owe them a favor. Zhang Hao didn't want Lin Su to help. Silly husband, so silly. Lin Su rolled her eyes flirtatiously. Honey, I want to kiss you. Go ahead. Hey, I can't kiss you. Zhang Hao sighed as he looked at the screen and saw the rosy lips. I'll let you kiss me when I get back. Really? Do you think it's real? Lin Su giggled. I don't think it's real. Why? I don't know. Anyway, I don't think it's possible. Chapter 8, An Awkward Encounter. Holy shit. Mouse, you fucking bought a BMW? Your wife bought it for you? The next morning, Xiaodong saw Zhang Hao drive up and jumped 3 feet high. He kept turning around the car, not being able to hide his envy. How is that possible? She didn't have anywhere to park the car, so she let me drive it home. It was just sitting there, so I happened to be driving it out when I didn't have a car. Zhang Hao scratched his head. Damn it. I really want to strangle you. For some fucking reason, I've ended up driving a BMW. When will you bring out the Bentley so I can at least ride in a luxury car? Xiaodong looked at Zhang Hao straight on. When she comes back, I'll borrow it from her and take a look. Really? I don't think there's a problem borrowing a car. Zhang Hao said with a smile. By the way, does your wife's family have a sports car? Like an Aston Martin or Lamborghini or something? Xiaodong excitedly rubbed his hands together. I don't know. I've never been to her family's home. And I didn't have a chance to go out with her when we first got married. Zhang Hao shook his head. It'll be fine if you get a chance. I feel like your wife is very easygoing. If you want to borrow a car. Fuck. Borrow a ball. You're both married now. Isn't her car your car? You have to buy a sports car. Xiaodong put his arm around Zhang Hao's shoulder and raised an eyebrow. You're dreaming. A sports car costs millions. Zhang Hao gave Xiaodong a white look. You're right. We don't know how rich your wife is yet. A sports car is a bit too expensive. Xiaodong nodded. He felt a bit daydreaming. Families with sports cars will definitely have Bentleys and the like, but those with Bentleys will not necessarily have sports cars and the like. Zhang Hao, Xiaodong, what are you still dawdling here for? Don't punch in your cards today, scurry over to the Hanyan Group. Don't you know how to seize this rare opportunity? Supervisor's son suddenly popped up. We're going now. Zhang Hao heard that he didn't need to punch the clock and didn't bother going up. As soon as he turned around, he got into a BMW. Director Sun's eyes bulged in shock. What do you mean? What do you mean? Zhang Hao, that brat, is driving a BMW? I'm the director and I'm driving a Volkswagen. What gives that brat the right? He strode up to the car, knocked on the window and said sourly, "Zhang Hao, you're not bad, driving a BMW, eh?" Director's son, this car isn't mine." Zhang Hao laughed. "I told you how you could afford a BMW." Supervisor's son felt better when he saw him shrug. He hummed a tune and walked away. "That idiot. Will be surprised to know that you have a Bentley and a Maybach at home. You must drive a Bentley to work someday." Zhao Dong stared at the back of Supervisor's son's head, grinning. "Well, I'll try someday." Zhang Hao had an idea to make Supervisor's son feel sick. "That guy is really annoying. What about you, rat, go downstairs and let me try." Zhao Dong suddenly pulled open the car door. "Can you do it?" "Shit. How can your skills be better than mine?" "Okay." Zhang Hao decisively got out of the car. He and Zhao Dong took their driving test together and had never touched a car before. "Nima. It feels great." "I didn't think so." "I really didn't think so." After taking the driving test, the first car I drove was a BMW, which was really cool. Zhao Dong was practically beaming as he pressed the accelerator. "Isn't this more comfortable than riding a moped?" "Fuck, Winter Melon, look, there's a G63 next to us." Zhang Hao suddenly sat up straight. "Are you sure it's not a big G but a G63? Zhao Dong asked in astonishment. "Would I not know a G63? Just look at the head." Zhang Hao opened the window to get a better look. When he saw a familiar face, he froze for a moment before quickly pulling back. "What a coincidence!" Suya lowered her window and smiled. "Sister Iya." Zhang Hao felt quite embarrassed. Although Suya had said that he could pull out, it was still quite embarrassing to be hit when pulling out. And it wasn't even him driving the car. "Holy cow! Isn't that beauty your wife's secretary? She's old and pretty, but single?" "If." Zhao Dong lowered his head and glanced at her, then quickly sat up straight. "Do you think you have a chance?" Zhang Hao turned his head. "It seems not." Zhao Dong sighed. "Then he definitely can't get the pride of the heavens." Thinking of something, he asked again, "Damn it. This G63 isn't your wife's either, is it?" "How could it be?" Zhang Hao said, "Maybe it's Sister Ya's own? A secretary buying a G63? That seems a bit hard. You must go back and dig a little deeper into your wife's background. I have a feeling she's not just rich." Zhao Dong smacked his lips. "None of the three cars cost less than 2 million. This 3 Series is only 400,000. I think your wife gave you this car on purpose." "Really?" Zhang Hao was dumbfounded when he realized something. "Think about it. Is it possible that there is nowhere to park it? Besides, a 3 Series really doesn't catch your wife's eye." Zhao Dong laughed. "Why didn't she give me a better one? Can you afford the G63? "No." Zhang Hao immediately lowered his head. "Your wife really seems to treat you differently." Zhao Dong squinted at Zhang Hao and said enviously, "I just can't figure out how you got such a good thing. Stop it and let's go." Zhang Hao's mood was a bit heavy. Knowing that this car might have been deliberately given to him by Lin Su made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Whether it was pride or something else, he just didn't feel comfortable. "Oh no!" Suddenly, the engine roared. The G63 next to it sped off like an arrow and disappeared after a while. "Damn it! Is that little bitch driving so recklessly?" Zhao Dong swallowed. That engine sound was a bit exciting. Zhang Hao smacked his lips. "Cut it out. Isn't it your family's?" Zhao Dong shrugged. Zhang Hao froze for a moment. "Right. That car belongs to his family. I'll take it out someday and try out what it's like to drive a G63. Damn, there are so many people." Before long, they arrived at the square in front of the Hanya Group. After parking the car, Zhao Dong looked depressed. Although they were only here today to get an overview of the general direction of the Hanya Group project, there were just too many people. Does their company have the strength to compete with so many others? It's just a formality. Look, Xiao Chang and the others are here too. We'll just follow them. Zhang Hao smiled, took a step and walked over. He had no more thoughts about cooperating with Hanyang Group, even if his wife had said that she could get him to sign a contract 100%. But he didn't want his wife to owe anyone a favor. Chapter 9, This is inappropriate for us. Zhang Hao, you're here too? There are just too many people who want to join any project that Hanyang Group releases. Xiao Cheng smiled and waved when she saw Zhang Hao. Ha! You got caught by Sun Baldy. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly. I heard that you broke up with Lu Min. Xiao Qing came up to Zhang Hao and asked with a smile. Yes, why? Zhang Hao asked. No, I was just asking. Xiao Qing's face turned red. Let's go over there and take a look. Zhang Hao smiled. Okay, let's go together. Xiao Qing took a step forward and walked quite close to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao felt a softness every now and then when his arm touched someone. He didn't think much of it, as there were too many people. Holy shit! Is that really necessary? Zhao Dong followed behind, his mouth dropping. Why did he get the feeling that Xiao Qing seemed to have a thing for Zhang Hao? Does it mean that if you're good looking, you can do whatever you want? Xiao Qing is also a beautiful girl. But compared to Lin Su, Xiao Qing is a lot less likely to have a chance. How are you guys doing? After a while of wandering, Zhang Hao turned his head and asked. I've made up my mind. Xiao Qing said. Don't ask me. I'm just going through the motions anyway, I have no hope. Zhao Dong shrugged. Let's find a place to eat. You're buying at noon, winter melon. Zhang Hao laughed. Shit. How can you be so shameless? Zhao Dong complained. In the past, he would naturally buy, and he was not a stingy person. But these days are different from the past. Zhang Hao has become rich. You're buying anyway. Zhang Hao didn't bother arguing with Zhao Dong. Damn it. Zhao Dong was speechless. There was no way to resist him, so he had to compromise. I'll buy you guys dinner. Xiao Qing laughed. That's not how it works. I'll buy if I want to. Zhao Dong laughed. They went to eat hot pot. Zhang Hao walked over to the BMW and opened the door. Ah. Zhang Hao, you bought a car? Xiao Qing asked in surprise. No, it's not my car. Zhang Hao shook his head. Oh. Xiao Qing nodded and didn't say anything else. After arriving at a nearby hot pot restaurant, they found a corner seat. You guys order first, I'm going to the bathroom. Zhang Hao took his phone and ran to the bathroom, where he found a stall. Every time, Lin Su sends him a video. It's almost midnight now, so he thought about sending one to Lin Su. What's wrong, honey? The video quickly connected, and Lin Su asked with a smile. Are you done? Zhang Hao asked. Almost. Where are you? I'm in the bathroom. Why are you sending me a video while you're squatting? Lin Su smiled and pursed her lips. I'm meeting with a colleague and went to the bathroom to take a leak. Zhang Hao asked, honey, how's it going over there? When will you be back? Do you miss me? Well, a little. Humph. Just a little? Lin Su pouted her rosy lips and looked a little upset. It's not like I really miss you. Zhang Hao hastened to emphasize. That's more like it. But the situation here is a bit complicated right now. I'm not really sure. I'm getting really annoyed right now. Lin Su said dejectedly. Are you running into any difficulties? Not really. It's just that things are a bit complicated and it's delaying my return. So I won't be able to see you sooner. It's fine, you go ahead with what you were doing. Zhang Hao laughed. After chatting with Lin Su for a while, he reluctantly hung up the video call. Why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom? Zhao Dong saw Zhang Hao come back and said unhappily, we're all ready to eat here. Just eat. I didn't tell you to wait for me. Zhang Hao said, since when have you been so polite? I want to eat too. Xiao Qing said she was waiting for you. Zhao Dong shrugged. Just eat. Zhang Hao smiled and picked up the chopsticks. They ate and chatted happily. After finishing, they drove back to the company. In the afternoon, he was forced to start working at the company. Although he didn't want to get involved in the business of the Hanyang Group, he still had to look busy. Is your team also busy with the Hanyang project? Director Song walked into the office around 5 p.m. and asked with a smile. Yes, Director, you're here? Supervisor Sun immediately walked up to him. Team 2 is working overtime. Do you have any ideas for your side? If possible, we should still put in more effort on the Hanyang Group project. Director Song laughed. More? You have to give me more. Supervisor Sun laughed. Damn it! That damned bastard. Zhao Dong's face was the first to fall. More overtime? Zhang Hao also frowned. He was thinking about going back to video chat with his wife. Besides, he didn't have any ideas for the Han Asia Group project. If we work overtime, we'll get some benefits. Let's order dinner together later and have a cup of milk tea on the company. This project is particularly important for our company. I hope we can work together to win the Han Asia Group project. Director Song smiled and turned to leave. Absolutely. Supervisor Sun followed him to the door. Back in the office, he said, did you all hear that? We must win this new project. What's that bald guy thinking? Zhao Dong said. Just do your work and stop complaining. Zhang Hao said. What are you two whispering about? Supervisor Sun was quick-eyed and soon noticed Zhang Hao and Zhao Dong whispering. He walked quickly up to them and pointed at Zhang Hao and said, since you're so idle, you'll help your colleagues get lunch and buy milk tea, so that we don't have to order takeout again. Manager Sun, come on. Zhang Hao frowned and asked. I said as long as that's the case, what do you have in mind? Manager Sun looked like he had Zhang Hao all figured out. Can't I go? Zhang Hao shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother arguing with the guy. Manager Sun, Zhang Hao definitely can't do it alone. I'll go with him. Xiao Cheng stood up. Look at Xiao Cheng, and then look at you. Supervisor Sun said, pointing at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao gave Supervisor Sun a look and ignored him. He quickly left the office. He was afraid that if they had a fight, he might not be able to resist the urge to call his wife. Everyone send me the food you want to eat to my phone. Xiao Cheng laughed and then followed him. When they got downstairs, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Hao's arm and laughed. Zhang Hao, Supervisor Sun just likes to show off, don't pay him any mind. I know. Zhang Hao nodded. When he felt something was wrong, he quickly pulled his arm away. Xiao Cheng, this is inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Xiao Cheng hugged Zhang Hao's arm again. I like it. Zhang Hao felt a little embarrassed. They went to a nearby food stall and after he had decided on the dishes his colleagues wanted to eat, he started ordering. After that, they went to a milk tea shop not far away. Chapter 10 What are you doing? Hey, Zhang Hao, didn't I order stir-fried pork with string beans? Why is this a spicy and sour mix? Everyone in the company knows that I don't eat offal. After the dishes were returned and everyone had divided them, a dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded in the office. I'm sorry, but we're out of string beans. This is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How about I trade it with you? I just opened it, I haven't touched it. Zhang Hao quickly stood up. That woman is named Lin Su. The sales champion of their team is quite difficult to please. He had forgotten to order it before. I want to eat stir-fried string beans with meat. Li Miao grumbled, you can't even get the order right, and you're just a waiter. I don't know what you're doing. Zhang Hao, how can you do your job? Someone ordered stir-fried string beans with meat, and you gave them sour and spicy mixed vegetables? What's wrong with you? Supervisor Sun walked over, pointed at Zhang Hao's nose, and scolded him. The restaurant ran out of string beans. Zhang Hao frowned. If this store doesn't have it, you're not going to another one? What's the point of having a brain? You're useless. You really are useless. You can't even handle a small task. Our company is counting on trash like you to approach the Hanyang Group? You should just forget about it. Supervisor Sun's hand was about to poke Zhang Hao's nose. Bang! Zhang Hao slammed the table. What? What do you want? I'm warning you, this is the company. If you dare to mess around. Supervisor Sun took a few steps back in fear. Although he was still glaring, he obviously looked a little intimidated. I'm going to get the business of the Hanyang Group. What do you say? Zhang Hao looked at Manager Sun coldly. Cut it out. Is that possible? Li Miao, who was not far away, snorted. The business of the Hanyang Group is only possible for her, Li Miao. No one else is a waste of time. It's just because she is the sales champion of the group. If I can't get it, you can do whatever you want. If I get it, you baldy son, dare you call me dad? Dare you bet? Zhang Hao ignored Li Miao and kept staring at manager Sun. Ha ha. What a joke. Do you think you, Zhang Hao, have the strength? Why wouldn't I dare to bet with you? If you really get the business of Hanyan Group, I will definitely call you dad in front of everyone in Team 1. Manager Sun's face was full of a vicious smile. Okay. You said it. We'll see. Zhang Hao smiled and sat down. Damn it. Rat, are you planning to give up and throw in the towel? Damn it. Having a rich wife is really awesome. Just say no when you're done. When will I be as carefree as you? Zhao Dong gave a thumbs up. Screw this. I'm going to fix Hanyar. Not just you? My wife knows someone from Hanyar Group. Although she won't just say hello, I can still try to find out who the person in charge is. If that doesn't work, I'll just quit. Zhang Hao sneered. Zhao Dong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's great to have a rich wife. Oh. Suddenly there was a vibration. Zhang Hao took out his phone and looked at it. He quickly jumped up and ran to the sink to connect the video channel. Has my wife finished work yet? Aha. Honey, I just arrived at the hotel. Where are you? Lin Su's delicate little face appeared on the screen. I'm working overtime at the company. I almost got into a fight with our company supervisor earlier. That big idiot. If I could, I'd really like to punch him. Zhang Hao was depressed and couldn't help but complain to Lin Su. Can you beat him? Put. He could knock him out with one hand. Then you hit him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for you. Even if you started it, I'll sue him until he goes bankrupt. Lin Su waved her little fists and said. That's not quite right, is it? Actually, it wasn't a big deal, just a bit of a fight. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It seems that this cheap wife of mine is really a bit of a bully. Who let him bully you? Lin Su was unhappy. Wife, can you do me a favor? Zhang Hao changed the subject. Silly husband, I'm your wife, why are you still being polite to me? Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a fierce glare. Well, I remember you saying before that you know someone from the Hanyan Group. Can you ask who is in charge of that new project? I want to try to see if I can talk about this business. Zhang Hao scratched his head and said. Just ask if you want to help you say hello? Lin Su's big eyes curved into a beautiful crescent. That's not necessary. Just tell me who is in charge of their new project. Zhang Hao said, if you just say hello, you will definitely owe them a favor. Asking is no big deal. Ha, you really are my silly husband. Okay, I will send you her detailed information later. You can take a look yourself. I'm sending you the detailed information. Lin Su laughed. Okay, thanks, honey. Zhang Hao laughed. Kiss, honey. Lin Su pouted her rosy lips. I can't kiss you, don't do that. You're making me feel weird. Zhang Hao couldn't help but swallow as he looked at Lin Su's little lips. That expression was too seductive. Ha ha. Wait until I get back. I'll let you kiss then. Lin Su laughed. Zhang Hao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Squatting in the bathroom, he took a while to catch his breath before calming down. Zhang Hao, did you fall into the toilet? I just calculated that you were in there for 40 fucking minutes. What, did you have to eat what you pooped? Director Sun in the office couldn't help but scold when he saw Zhang Hao come out. What do you care? As long as I can get the business from the Hanyan Group, isn't that fine? You're really showing off. Zhang Hao rudely retorted. You. Manager Sun was furious. But he held back and didn't dare provoke Zhang Hao at this time. As long as that guy missed the business with Hanyan Group, wouldn't he be able to fix it at will? Oh. The phone vibrated again. Zhang Hao ignored Manager Sun and opened the communication software. Lin Su had sent him a message. After taking a quick look, his eyes lit up. He sighed, this information is a bit too detailed. The person in charge of the project is a girl, Lin Su. It's almost as if she sent him her measurements. What are you laughing at? Zhao Dong suddenly leaned over. Look. Zhang Hao glanced at Zhao Dong's phone and said, "My wife has already got me the details of the person in charge of the Hanyan Group project." Oh, shit. Your wife is pretty efficient. Were you on a video call with your wife in the bathroom just now? Zhao Dong asked in surprise. Isn't it? It's not convenient outside. Zhang Hao laughed. Holy shit. You're awesome. Zhao Dong gave Zhang Hao a thumbs up. Chapter 11 Mom. I'm married. Winter Melon, look at the information my wife sent me. Isn't it a bit too detailed? She even sent over her mother's medical condition. Zhang Hao suddenly nudged Zhao Dong after carefully going over the information. He vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Even her mother's? Could it be that your wife is hinting at something? For example, you could get closer to the person in charge and then sign the contract smoothly? Zhao Dong asked thoughtfully. You're thinking the same thing as me. My wife seemed to have reminded me to send detailed information. Isn't this asking me to get closer? The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more he felt that there seemed to be something else hidden. Otherwise, why would his wife send him such detailed information? She even deliberately reminded him. Brother, your wife is a bit too good to you, isn't she? In the past, when you were dating Lu Min, you were the one helping that woman with everything. Lu Min couldn't help you at all. I'm so fucking jealous of you. Zhao Dong smacked his lips. Ha ha. I'll think about it first. Zhang Hao's mouth curved up slightly, and he couldn't hold back the smile. For some reason, whenever he thought about Lin Su now, he felt particularly happy. Unfortunately, his wife was far away in Shashi. Don't think about it. You should go straight for that Su's mother. Can't you see that Su's mother has had rheumatism for years and there's been no cure? You've got a solution for that. Zhao Dong laughed. I'm not a doctor, what solution could I have? Shit. My mother also has rheumatism. Didn't you give me an old remedy last time? How could you forget that? I remember now. It seems like there really was such a thing. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. 2 years ago, he happened to mention Zhao's mother's condition at home, and then his mother gave him a folk remedy. Within just 1 month, Zhao's mother's condition had improved. You should hurry back to your hometown. Zhao Dong laughed. If your remedy works, President Su will owe you a favor, and the contract signing will definitely be no problem. Lend me some money. Zhang Hao said. If it's not you, why are you borrowing money from me? Besides, shouldn't you ask your wife for this kind of thing? How can you bear to cut into my flesh? Zhao Dong's face darkened. I'm embarrassed to borrow from my wife, so I'm not stressed about borrowing from you. The main thing is that I don't fucking have it. You think I don't know you still have 20,000 yuan of your wife's savings? Zhang Hao squinted at Zhao Dong. Rats, you've gone too far. You know that's my wife's savings and you still dare to touch it? It's not easy for me to save 20,000 yuan in a fucking month with only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. You've got the nerve to borrow from me? Zhao Dong was about to cry. Cut the crap and turn around. I haven't been back for most of the year, I can't go empty-handed, can I? As for your wife's dowry, I will definitely pay it back to you. After all, I am someone with connections now. I really admire you. Zhao Dong had no choice but to transfer the money. He really didn't plan to touch the 20,000 yuan. Even before Suya didn't come over after the car accident last time, he didn't plan to touch his wife's dowry. At most, he would give someone an IOU. Hey, thanks. Zhang Hao then laughed. After that, he started planning in earnest. He didn't stand up until it was time to go home at 10 o'clock. Zhang Hao, are you going to compete with me? Li Miao suddenly blocked Zhang Hao's face at the door with a hint of contempt. What do you mean compete with you? Zhang Hao was puzzled. Of course it's to compete for the project from the Hanya Group. You don't honestly think you can get it, do you? I advise you not to waste your time. Li Miao said proudly with his head tilted. Are you kidding? Zhang Hao glanced at Li Miao and didn't even bother to respond. Humph. You're so cocky right now. When I land the project with the Hanyan Group, I'll see how you'll jump then. That project will definitely be mine, Li Miao. Li Miao looked at Zhang Hao's back and smiled with a bit of smugness. Good morning, honey. It was around 7 o'clock the next morning. The first thing Zhang Hao did when he got up was send a message to Lin Su. Without waiting for a reply, he got ready, washed up, and left the house. After having breakfast somewhere, he drove the BMW straight to his hometown. Zhang Hao, why are you back? It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon in a small courtyard in a village. Guli, who was busy working, was immediately surprised to see Zhang Hao walk in and went up to him happily. Mom, I'm back for a bit. Zhang Hao quickly walked up to his mother and gave her a big hug. What are you back for? Mom, do you remember that herbal recipe you gave me last time? It's for rheumatism. Can you ask Dad to get me some? You can just take it from home. Guli said, that recipe is for some herbs we can use every day. That's great. Zhang Hao quickly looked for a bag. With his mother's help, he filled the bag directly. Hey! When did you come back, little Hao? In a moment, a middle-aged man carrying a hoe walked in. Dad! I arrived at 4 o'clock. Zhang Hao laughed. You drove the car at the door back? Zhang Yongda asked curiously. Well, I borrowed someone else's car for a while. Zhang Hao didn't dare say that the car belonged to his wife. He and Lin Su were moving too fast. They got married after only 2 days of knowing each other. The main reason was that he didn't know Lin Su's parents at all. When they asked about him, he didn't know what to say. You little brat, you've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of scratching someone's car? Zhang Yongda glared at Zhang Hao. It's fine, I'm still pretty good at it. Zhang Hao laughed. He chatted with his father for a while, and soon it was dinner time. His mother had prepared a full table of dishes. He took out 20,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Guli, saying, Mom, take this. If there's anything you need, just buy it. We have money, so you just keep it for yourself. Besides, don't you and Minmin spend money together? Don't let the girl down. Guli didn't take it. Mom, I broke up with Lu Min. Zhang Hao said. When did this happen? Guli was stunned. Why did they break up? Zhang Yongda also frowned. Just a few days ago. We're not a good match. What can I say? Our family is from the countryside after all. Zhang Hao laughed to himself. Hey, it's okay. Guli sighed. Mom, why are you still? Zhang Hao felt Guli's expression and his heart tightened. In the middle of last year, Lu Min came to his house. At that time, his mother even gave her a big red envelope. She really treated Lu Min like a daughter-in-law. Now that he and Lu Min have suddenly broken up, his mother must not be feeling very comfortable. He is not young. Many people in his village who are the same age as him have already got married. Son, actually your father and I have already started preparing for your wedding with Minmin. We were thinking of getting married at the end of the year. Guli said with a sad face, you suddenly broke up without saying a word. I feel so. Mom, I got married. But it's not Lu Min. Zhang Hao suddenly blurted out. Chapter 12, You're so bad, honey. You're married? When did this happen? Didn't you just break up with Minmin a few days ago? Guli froze for a few seconds before suddenly widening her eyes. What do you mean? Zhang Yongda was also confused. You just broke up and then got married? Are you kidding? They didn't know what a sham marriage was. Mom! I don't know how to explain this. Anyway, I'm already married. If you don't believe me, just look. I even brought my marriage certificate. Zhang Hao took out the small red book. Is this young lady really this pretty? Guli took the marriage certificate and, after taking a look, muttered in disbelief. What's the situation with you and this girl? Why did you suddenly get married? Could it be that you've met a scammer? Why would such a pretty girl marry you? Zhang Yongda was also shocked. The girl on the marriage certificate was just a little too pretty. In fact, Zhang Hao was already very happy to find a pretty girl like Lu Min. After all, this was the condition of their family. However, the girl who is now marrying his son is better than Lu Min by more than just a little. Dad! Is that what you say about your son? How come I can't find one? As for the liar, there is no way that Lin Su's conditions are better than mine by many times. Zhang Hao gave Zhang Yongda an unhappy look. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow. Suddenly, the phone rang. Air. Zhang Hao took out his phone and looked at it embarrassedly. What? Is it that girl? Unlock your phone and let me see. Gully immediately looked at Zhang Hao. It's not Mom. This is not good. I didn't tell her I was home. You popping up like this will scare him. Zhang Hao didn't want to give it. What do you mean, Mom is scary? Gully glared. No. Zhang Hao helplessly unlocked his phone and handed it over. I can't see my daughter-in-law either? Gully laughed after taking the phone and quickly connected the video. Honey, I'm at the hotel. Do you miss me? The video revealed a pretty face, beautiful beyond compare. Hello, daughter-in-law. Gully smiled from ear to ear when she saw Lin Su's appearance. Zhang Yangda also leaned over and smiled happily. This girl is really pretty. Ah. A hotel in Shashi. Lin Su saw something wrong in the video and quickly hung up, scared. What do you mean? The woman who just greeted her was calling her daughter-in-law. Could it be Zhang Hao's mother and father? How could that guy give his parents his phone without saying anything? Thinking about what she had just said, her face suddenly turned red like an apple. She wished she could find a crack to hide in. This is too much. Zhang Hao is really too much. He didn't even tell her about such an important matter as meeting his parents. How is she going to face her in-laws in the future? How could you hang up on your own son? Gully looked at her phone in disbelief in a certain village. I told you that you would scare her. Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. He felt that Lin Su must be scolding him at this moment. Taking back his phone, he hurriedly sent a message to Lin Su. Honey, I'm sorry, my phone was snatched away by my mom, I had no choice. You're so bad, you didn't even tell me. Lin Su sent an expression of complaint. I had no choice, I didn't plan to tell my mom for the time being, after all, we just met. My mom was pretty sad when she found out I broke up with Lu Min. I happened to be watching the video you sent at the time. Zhang Hao quickly sent an apologetic emoticon. You should have told me when you got home. Lin Su sent an angry emoticon. I forgot. Zhang Hao replied to his wife, I'm sorry. My husband, I don't want to meet your parents yet. I hope you understand. Please help me explain to them. When we're more stable, I'll apologize to them. Lin Su replied. I see. Zhang Hao frowned and replied without giving it much thought. After all, he really didn't know Lin Su very well. Even though they had already gotten married and were officially a legal couple. Why did she hang up? Gully looked at Zhang Hao and asked in puzzlement. Mom, I told you that this would scare people. I've only known Lin Su for a few days. Zhang Hao looked at Gully and said. How come you got married after only knowing each other for a few days? Gully worriedly asked. Mom, you can trust me. Lin Su is definitely not a liar. It's just that the foundation of our relationship is too weak right now. There are too many uncertainties in the future, and we don't want to involve too many people. I will bring her back when there is a suitable opportunity. Zhang Hao said with conviction. Well, whatever, as long as nothing bad happens. Gully didn't say anything else. But she had a vague feeling of unease in her heart. This marriage was too quick. Dad. Mom. I have some work to do at the office, so I'll be going first. You guys take care of yourselves at home. Early the next morning, Zhang Hao was preparing to return to Hangzhou. He still had to hurry with the Hanya group. After all, he had to slap Sun Tuzi in the face. Go ahead with your work. Be careful on the road. Guli nodded. Take it easy and don't scratch someone else's car. Zhang Yangda also gave a reminder. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhang Hao smiled, started the engine, and then stepped on the accelerator. The car suddenly sped off. The BMW 330's power was still fierce when you were willing to step on the gas. Hey! Why is Zhang Hao on the highway? 4 p.m. on the highway. Suya was driving back to Hangzhou when she saw the familiar BMW on the highway. Smiling, she took out her phone and dialed Zhang Hao's number. Sister Iya. Zhang Hao answered the phone inside the BMW. Where have you been? I went back to my hometown. Why? No wonder I ran into you on the highway. Look behind you. I went. Zhang Yamo looked through the rearview mirror and saw an orange Lamborghini catching up. He was listening to music and didn't pay attention to the rearview mirror. Unexpectedly, there was a performance monster following behind. I'll go first. The Lamborghini suddenly accelerated and disappeared in a flash. Sister, yeah, you drive too recklessly. And why do you change cars every day? Every time I see the car you drive, it's different. Do you have to be so arrogant? Zhang Hao looked at the Lamborghini, which had already sped away, and couldn't help feeling envious. That car must be really fun to drive. Who told your wife to buy so many cars? I have to help her drive them, don't I? I'm also very troubled. This car belongs to my wife? What else? You think I can afford a Lamborghini? Can we switch with that Yajie? I've never driven a Lamborghini before. Sure. I'll wait for you at the highway interchange. Chapter 13, Wife, no. Shit. 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 Lamborghini, here I come. Zhang Hao immediately accelerated when he saw Suya agree. That was a Lamborghini. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. He almost sped the whole way. He got off the highway and sure enough, he saw the Lamborghini parked by the side of the road. Suya leaned against the car, her long hair flowing, looking beautiful. After pulling over, he got out of the car and laughed. Suya, where are the car keys? Here you go. Suya threw them directly. Shit. Aren't you afraid they'll fall on the ground? Zhang Hao quickly caught them. Then he gave Suya the keys to the BMW. There's a gas card in the car. If the truck runs out of gas, just use the card to refuel. Suya reminded him. Suya, did my wife intentionally give me this BMW 3? Why do you ask? I don't think my wife should have a BMW 3 Series in her garage. Zhang Hao looked at Suya. Just take it and drive. Suya didn't say anything more and got into the BMW. So, is this really going to be my wife's soft meal in the future? At first, it seems a bit uncomfortable, but when you actually eat it, it's kind of awesome. Otherwise, how could I afford this top luxury car? Zhang Hao watched the BMW go far away and then got into the Lamborghini. He lifted the red hood, started the engine, and a sudden roar sounded. All of his hair stood on end. This is the feeling. This is the feeling. All of his blood boiled. Little brother, can you give me a ride? Suddenly, the window was knocked on, and a pretty face stuck out. Sister. No appointment. Zhang Hao glanced at his sister and slammed on the gas. The car immediately floated up. Luckily, although he didn't drive much, he really liked cars, so he still had the basics. He turned the wheel a few times and finally managed to stabilize the car. After that, he didn't dare to step on the gas too hard. Humph. My sister stamped her foot in dissatisfaction. That guy must have misunderstood her. She really wanted a ride. The Winter Melon Brothers food stall came quickly. Zhang Hao drove the Lamborghini around for a while, and soon it was 5 o'clock. In the end, he parked in front of a food stall. At the same time, he sent a message to Zhao Dong. I'm going. Buddy, are you eating? The boss asked in surprise when Zhang Hao walked in. Do you have striptease here? Just kidding, we're at a food stall, there's no striptease. Isn't that great? Zhang Hao said, I'm here to eat, and there's no striptease here either. Isn't it true that you drove here to eat at a food stall? The boss asked uncertainly. I'm poor. Buddy, don't tease. I'm really poor, and I can only afford to eat at a food stall. Zhang Hao said seriously. Although the Lamborghini outside is handsome, he didn't buy it. His financial strength is enough to eat at a food stall. Then what, buddy, can I take a picture? I'll give you a 30% discount later. The boss looked at Zhang Hao. Yes. Zhang Hao generously unlocked the car. Thank you. This car is simply awesome. The boss quickly ran over. He first took a selfie in the car and then took a picture of the entrance. Finally, he decisively posted a friend circle message, friends, our car shop is awesome. The rich kid drove a Lamborghini here just to eat a dish of poached fish. Holy shit. Why is there a Lamborghini parked here? Soon after, Zhao Dong arrived. When he saw the orange figure at the entrance of the food stall, he couldn't move. He also really likes cars. He just can't afford them. Forget the Lamborghini, he can only look at even a mouse's BMW 3. Winter Melon cried out, "Father, come and listen." Zhang Hao laughed. "Don't tell me this car is yours." Zhao Dong looked at Zhang Hao with a little expectation in his eyes. "Of course. We have the strength to do it. Call out to Godfather and drive the car out for a spin." Zhang Hao laughed. "Holy shit. Godfather begs to take it." Zhao Dong didn't hesitate for a second, squatted down and hugged Zhang Hao's thigh. "It's yours." Zhang Hao smiled and gave Zhao Dong the car keys. "Thank you, Godfather." Zhao Dong picked up the car keys and left. With a burst of engine sound, the car suddenly sped off. "Godfather." The boss swallowed and looked at Zhang Hao. The air suddenly became quiet. "Go cook." Zhang Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. That car was his wife's. Just letting his buddy drive it was fine, but he couldn't just let anyone drive it. This definitely won't work. "Hey." The boss sighed, turned around helplessly, and walked into the kitchen. He felt that this was the closest he had ever been to driving a Lamborghini. Otherwise, there would be no chance to drive it. It was so cool. So damn cool. Mouse, you have no idea. Just now, as I walked over there, the rate of people looking back was directly 100%. I have never been so popular. Especially some young ladies looked at me so embarrassingly. After a while, Zhao Dong drove back. After he got out of the car, his saliva flew everywhere. He was so excited. After dinner, Zhang Hao did not take Zhao Dong's advice and go out for a spin in the Lamborghini. He went home, took a shower, and then collapsed on the bed. He was going to video chat with his wife that night, so he could not go out with Donghua. Taking out his phone, he sent a video to Lin Su. "My husband misses me?" The video connected, and Lin Su's beautiful face appeared on the screen. She seemed to have just finished taking a shower, her hair was still damp and hanging down her shoulders. She was wearing a white silk nightgown, looking exceptionally beautiful and charming. "Did you take a shower today, honey?" Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Although he had a video chat with Lin Su every day, this was the first time he had seen her after a shower. She really looked different from usual. "I came back early today and took a shower." "You only stayed one day when you went back to your hometown? I thought you were still there. I almost didn't want to answer your video call." Lin Su's eyes were a little resentful. "I went back to get some things, so I came over today." "Honey, I really didn't mean to do that yesterday. My mom just wants to see you. You know, she and my dad are now worrying about my life partner." Zhang Hao explained. "Honey, no one blames you for what they know. Let's take a look first. No rush. When I have some time, I'll go back with you." Lin Su laughed. "Wife, really? Of course it's true. I definitely want to meet them." "Yes. An ugly daughter-in-law will always have to meet the parents-in-law, there's no escaping it." Zhang Hao joked. "Stupid husband, what do you mean? Am I ugly?" "No, I was just saying." "Humph. If you think I'm ugly, I won't let you kiss me when we get back." "Oh no. Wife, don't do that." "I won't." Chapter 14, I have a good impression of him. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow, "Love you." The cow said to the bull, "Are you embarrassed?" At 7:50 the next morning, Zhang Hao arrived at the company in a Lamborghini. He hummed a tune and felt very happy. Holy shit! A Lamborghini? Manager's son was stunned, holding a steamed bun in one hand and soy milk in the other. This car is so cool. On the other side, Li Miao was also dumbfounded. Her eyes fixed on the Lamborghini, her eyes full of fantasy. If she could drive this car, it would be awesome. Click. The Lamborghini's door was pushed open. Zhang Hao got out of the car and shook his head coquettishly before walking towards the company. How could it be him? Li Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Hao. Supervisor's son was also dumbfounded. He subconsciously stopped Zhang Hao and asked, "You drove a Lamborghini to work? Why? Is there a company rule against driving a Lamborghini to work?" Zhang Hao turned to look at manager's son. Not really. But driving this car to work is a bit too high profile. Manager's son's face darkened. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Am I supposed to think you're not so sour yourself? What business is it of yours what car I drive? Zhang Hao threw manager Sun a look of contempt, hummed a little tune and walked into the company. The common people are really, really happy today. Manager Sun is so angry. However, he still couldn't do anything about Zhang Hao. At that moment, he secretly determined that once Zhang Hao failed to win the project from Hanya Group, he would definitely make the bastard look good. Damn it! Did the mouse drive this car to the company? Does he need to be so cocky? Zhao Dong arrived with a pinch. When he saw the Lamborghini, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Zhao Dong, is this car really Zhang Hao's? Li Miao caught up with Zhao Dong and asked. Why are you asking this? Zhao Dong frowned. I'm just a little curious, aren't I? Judging from the way Zhang Hao looks, he doesn't seem like a rich person. Logically, he can't afford this car. Li Miao laughed. If you want to know, just ask him yourself. Zhao Dong glanced at Li Miao and strode into the elevator. He doesn't like this woman. Even though Li Miao is quite good looking and has a good figure. Humph. That car must be rented. Li Miao gave a disgusted look and a flash of disdain suddenly appeared in her eyes. How could Zhang Hao afford a Lamborghini? I wonder if Manager Su will meet with me. In the office, Zhang Hao sat in his chair waiting for a reply from Manager Su of the Asia Group. Just now, he had sent a message to Manager Su. The general content was to seek cooperation and incidentally added a request. What's up with Rat today? Zhao Dong asked with a smile after walking over to his workstation and sitting down. I sent a message and we'll wait and see. If that Manager Su ignores me, then we'll have to go to the Hanyang Group. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't ignore me. Zhang Hao laughed. I'll go with you then. Zhao Dong said. What's the point of you going with me? If you have the time, help me improve the plan. I only have a rough draft right now. Zhang Hao pouted. Damn it. That's not fair. You go out for a big meal while I work on the plan? That's not very considerate. Zhao Dong spit out his grievances. Zhang Hao was used to Zhang Hao ignoring his complaints. After a while, Manager Su sent a message back. He glanced at it and laughed, Winter Melon. Manager Su asked me to meet him at noon. Did it work out? Zhao Dong's eyes lit up. I'm not sure, but it's probably fine. Zhang Hao smiled. After roughly revising the plan, he left the company around 11:30. Driving his Lamborghini, he found a restaurant near the Hanyang Group. Mr. Zhang? Soon after, Manager Su arrived. She was in her early 30s, dressed in a professional gray suit, and quite pretty. Hello, Manager Su. Zhang Hao quickly stood up and pulled out a chair for Manager Su. Thank you. Manager Su smiled as she sat down and asked, You said in your message that you have a folk remedy for rheumatism? Yes, it's from my hometown. I've brought the medicine for you to try when you get back. This traditional remedy cannot get to the root of the problem, but it can significantly alleviate the symptoms. Zhang Hao put the bag next to Manager Su. You've worked hard. Manager Su looked at it and asked, You mentioned in your text message that you are Ziyuan, right? It's Ziyuan. I hope Manager Su will give us a chance. Zhang Hao nodded. It took a lot of effort to find out about my mother's illness. But do you know that you are taking the easy way out? Strength will be more convincing. Manager Su laughed. In fact, the strength of companies, large and small, is more or less the same. It doesn't matter who you work for. Very often, personal relationships are more important than strength. As long as the general direction is good, there won't be any major problems. Zhang Hao laughed. You're quite direct. Manager Su looked at Zhang Hao in surprise and said, Tell me about your company's plan for our project. Okay. Manager Su, this is what we're thinking. Zhang Hao took out the plan and began to explain. His performance at the company was not top-notch, but he still had some strength. It sounded pretty good. However, after listening to Zhang Hao's explanation, Manager Su picked out a few points and expressed his opinion, saying, Just consider what I said and see if you can change it. You can change it, but I don't agree with the third point you mentioned. Zhang Hao once again expressed his opinion. Well, that's not bad. I deliberately made up the third point to see if you would refute me. Change the plan as I said and give me a more detailed one. As for whether it will pass or not, it depends on your final version. Manager Su laughed. Don't worry, I will definitely fix it. Zhang Hao was overjoyed. Manager Su had given him a hint without even using the earthwork, which was a bit unexpected. In front of the Hanyang Group, these small companies basically had no say. It seems okay. After leaving the restaurant, Manager Su watched Zhang Hao walk away and then took out his phone to dial a number. Manager Lin, I have met your husband. Oh? So soon? What's your impression of him? I think he's quite good. Be honest. The voice on the phone sounded slightly dissatisfied. Lin Zone, I'm not lying to you. He really gave me a good impression. Manager Su said, to convince me, he deliberately found a folk doctor who said that he could alleviate my mother's illness. He even went to see a folk doctor? Yes. So your husband is much better than average in this regard. I see. Chapter 15, You Are a Married Man. Honey, I met Manager Su today. I gave him a copy of the folk remedy. I don't think there will be any problems signing the contract. Company bathroom. Zhang Hao is reporting his achievements to Lin Su. His expression is faintly smug. Idiot, honey, aren't you afraid that Manager Su won't fall for this and instead get mad at you? In any circle, there are people who don't like being too direct. You're being a bit reckless. Lin Su laughs. How could my wife think that? I think Manager Su was quite happy with it. Zhang Hao said. I guess you came up with this trick because you saw that Manager Su's mother was sick, didn't you? Didn't you notice that it was clearly stated in the information I sent you that Manager Su doesn't like these kind of empty things? You didn't read her information carefully. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a look. Is that so? As the saying goes, desperate times call for desperate measures. I think Manager Su would like it. As it turned out, she was indeed very happy. Zhang Hao said awkwardly. Idiot. I didn't mean you couldn't give a gift. I was just reminding you that if you want to give a gift, and if you do, you need to understand the person you're giving it to first. I wrote in my profile that Manager Su doesn't like those things, and you still gave them to her, so you were being reckless. Don't be so reckless in the future. Lin Su burst out laughing. Shit. Are you setting me up, wife? You deliberately wrote that in the profile and then told me about her mother's illness. You're definitely setting me up. Zhang Hao realized belatedly. No. You've actually done quite well. At least the gift you gave corresponds to Manager Su's needs, and sometimes it can have miraculous effects. Just as you said, desperate times call for desperate measures. But if I were to give it, I would lead to a conversation from the side and let Manager Su tell me her mother is ill. If she brings it up first, then I give her the herbal remedy, the effect will be different. Lin Su said with a smile. Oh my god. Honey, you. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. He really hadn't thought about this before. After chatting with his wife for a while today, he felt that he had actually learned a lot. He. Honey, don't you think I'm awesome? Lin Su giggled. Well, honey, you really have taught me a lot today. By the way, when are you coming back? It's been a few days. Zhang Hao looked at the screen of his phone, which showed the beautiful face of his wife. I don't know. There's a bit of trouble here right now. Anyway, I'll go back as soon as I'm done. Lin Su looked depressed. Ha! Damn it! I've revised the plan for you. At 3 p.m., Zhao Dong stretched. Let me see. Zhang Hao clicked on the plan Zhao Dong had sent him. After browsing it carefully, he decisively copied it down and said, not bad. You're still quite good at this. That's nonsense. My skills are always on point, okay? It's just that I'm a bit unlucky. I'm not as cocky as you are. Zhao Dong sighed. He felt that the gap between him and Zhang Hao was too big. That guy has a wife that even immortals would envy. Hello, beautiful. 4 p.m. at the Hanyang Group building. Zhang Hao walked up to the reception desk, took out an information packet, and smiled. I'm from Ziyuan Company. Could you please give this to your manager, Su? Yes, okay. The receptionist girl glanced at Zhang Hao, and her face flushed slightly. The young man in front of her looked so handsome. Thank you, beautiful. Zhang Hao smiled and turned to leave. It's fine. The receptionist looked at Zhang Hao with wide eyes, and only after he had walked away did she lower her gaze. For a moment, her heart had raced. She had never felt like that before. Give me the bag. Suya walked up to the receptionist at some point. Ah, Secretary Su, that was from Ziyuan Company for Manager Su. The receptionist said in surprise. I know. Take it up to her for me. Suya said. Oh, okay. The receptionist quickly gave Suya the information bag. At the same time, she was a little surprised. Suya was second in command in their company, and what kind of information could make her personally deliver it? This was almost impossible. The plan was quite well done. Suya opened the folder as soon as she got into the elevator. She read the entire plan with interest and nodded with satisfaction. As for the USB drive, she couldn't read it. Stepping in high heels, she walked into an office and said to Manager Su, Manager Su, this is the plan sent by Ziyuan. If there are no problems, just sign it. Oh, yes, Secretary Su. Manager Su took the proposal and nodded with a smile. She couldn't help but sign it, as the proposal was made by the husband of their CEO. Moreover, the new project she was in charge of was mainly for Zhang Hao. Only Zhang Hao could sign off on this project. I don't know if my proposal will be accepted. Zhang Hao from Ziyuan Company muttered to himself. Deep down, he was still a little worried, even though he had already connected with Manager Su. Mouse is off work. Zhao Dong stood up and patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Well, let's go. Zhang Hao got up and started walking. After dinner, shall we go to the bar? Zhao Dong put his arm around Zhang Hao's shoulders and raised an eyebrow. Go to the bar? Zhang Hao wasn't interested. He had to video chat with his wife in the evening. Don't you drive to work in your Lamborghini every day? It's a chick magnet. You're just wasting it. Zhao Dong's mouth twitched. You think I need to flirt with girls? The girls outside are nowhere as beautiful as my wife. I'll go home and flirt with my wife. Zhang Hao laughed. Ouch. Fuck. Do you have to provoke me like this? Zhao Dong was shocked. Isn't he just envious of Zhang Hao having a good wife? Does Zhang Hao have time in the evening? Xiao Qing suddenly ran over. Do you have something on? Zhang Hao asked. It's not anything important. There's just a good movie tonight that I'd be bored watching by myself. Can you accompany me? I have 2 tickets. Xiao Qing laughed. If it's a movie, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Zhang Hao smiled apologetically. Ah. You don't have time? Xiao Qing was disappointed. That Qing girl, I don't have much to do tonight. Zhao Dong rubbed his hands together excitedly and asked, why don't I go with you tonight? No. Xiao Qing left without another word. Zhao Dong covered his chest as if he had just suffered a 10,000-ton blow. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned to ask, what did she mean by that, Mouse? Is she looking down on people? How would I know? Please, you are a married man. Chapter 16. What does this mean? Colleagues, work harder on the case. If it needs to be changed, do it again. If not, do it 3 more times. Make sure to get the Hanyar Group project. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the first thing Manager Sun did when he arrived at the office was to cheer up the staff. The Han Asia Group project was particularly competitive. If they were a step slow, they basically had no chance of getting in. The common people are really, really happy today. Zhang Hao arrived at the office on time, humming a little tune. Seeing that Manager Sun was there early in the morning, he snorted and ignored him. Zhang Hao, what's your attitude? Don't you see your leader and even say hello? Do you even see me as your supervisor? Supervisor Sun snapped. What? Is there something wrong with not saying hello? Do you have to act like an employee only when you see the director, like you do? That way our company will have no future. Zhang Hao said with a snort. Puff. Someone couldn't help laughing. Zhao Dong couldn't hold back his laughter and kept slapping the table. Supervisor Sun saw that this was exactly what Director Song was like. You. Director Sun pointed at Zhang Hao's arm and trembled, unable to speak. After a long while, he managed to say, fine. Zhang Hao, you just wait and see. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow, love you. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Hao saw it was Manager Su calling, so he quickly answered, Manager Su. Zhang Hao from Ziyuan? A gentle voice came from the phone. Yes, Manager Su. Congratulations. What? Zhang Hao's heart trembled. From Manager Su's tone, it seemed that his proposal had been accepted. He subconsciously turned on the speakerphone. I've read your proposal for Ziyuan. It's quite good. Our Hanyan group has decided to cooperate with you. Come over and sign the contract sometime. Ah. Really? Can I joke with you about something like this? Call me when you get there. After the words fell, Manager Su hung up the phone. Yo ho! Zhao Dong suddenly jumped up. Bullshit! Zhang Hao is really something. They are just a small company, but they have actually signed a contract with Ziyuan. Zhang Hao, are you fucking kidding us? Director Sun froze for a moment, pointed at Zhang Hao and angrily said, You're pulling this on me in the morning? Zhang Hao, do you think we're stupid? Li Miao stood up. The others also looked at Zhang Hao with a dumbfounded expression. Although Zhang Hao had just received a phone call, they were not at all happy and all agreed that it was absolutely impossible. What kind of joke are you playing on me? That phone call just now was from the person in charge of the new project at the Hanyan Group. That means I have successfully signed a contract with the Hanyan Group. You baldy son, just wait and see who you're going to call daddy. Zhang Hao laughed happily. After dropping that sentence, he turned around and walked away directly. Baldy son, you're in trouble. Zhao Dong at the moment felt like a real big shot. He looked at the dumbfounded Manager Sun and laughed. That phone call just now was really from Manager Su. You think I'll believe you? That guy has that kind of power? Director Sun's face fell. Ha ha. You can believe it or not. But I'd advise you to think about it first. When Zhang Hao comes back suddenly telling you to call him dad, you might not be used to it. Zhao Dong laughed loudly. Damn, he felt so good at the moment. Look at it. Although no contract has been signed yet, Sun's face is turning green with anger. Kissing his wife, he said happily, I'm going to sign a contract with Hanya Group. After leaving the building, Zhang Hao got into his Lamborghini and sent a message to Lin Su to share his joy before starting the engine. He hummed a little tune as he drove to Hanya Group. Oh. Suddenly a Ferrari caught up from behind. It was handsome and fast. I'm so hot-tempered. Zhang Hao couldn't stand it and followed it with a foot on the accelerator. Squeak. Suddenly the Ferrari slammed on the brakes. Yes, it braked directly. Bang. Zhang Hao's face changed drastically. It was too late to brake. He heard a loud bang as his Lamborghini slammed into the Ferrari's rear. He was furious. The bastard in front of him had definitely done it on purpose. How could he stop the car with such a sudden brake on the current road conditions? TSK. The door of the Ferrari opened and a long leg wrapped in black silk was the first to stick out. Zhang Hao looked a little stunned when he looked more closely. His first impression of the leg was that its owner must be a top-class beauty. Sure enough, as the woman's whole body poked its way out, the light of the whole world seemed to dim considerably. He couldn't help but smack his lips at this situation. Pretty. The girl in front of him was very pretty, already infinitely close to his wife. There's been a crash. The woman looked at the Lamborghini and then at the Ferrari. Then she took an A4 sheet of paper out of her bag and slapped it on the Ferrari's butt, looking defiantly at Zhang Hao, who had not yet gotten out of the car. What the hell is this older spinster doing, rear-ending cars to get married? Is this woman trying to scam me? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. At the same time, he was a little curious. The girl in front of him was so pretty that she could almost be his wife, so why would she need to scam him? Aren't you going to get out of the car? The woman walked over to the Lamborghini and patted the roof. What's the matter, beautiful? Zhang Hao got out of the car after pushing open the door and said, What's the matter? There was nothing in front of you. I can't step on the brakes? It's not that you can't step on the brakes, but you suddenly and inexplicably slammed on the brakes. I couldn't stop in time. It was obvious that you were trying to overtake me. The woman said, Now you're tailgating me and blaming me for stepping on the brakes? Don't you know you have to keep a safe distance when driving? Fine, I'll report this to the insurance company. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched as he helplessly took out his phone. Take pictures of the scene and then you can decide what to do. I don't have time to waste here with you. But you have to give me your contact information in case you run away. The woman blinked. Okay. Zhang Hao reported his mobile phone number. In addition, prepare 300,000 yuan. My car is a limited edition. You inexplicably crashed my car, and it doesn't make sense just to fix it for me. The price difference between a car like mine that has been crashed and one that hasn't is at least 300,000 yuan. The woman reminded him. How much do you want? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and said 300,000 yuan. What could he give for that? Was 300,000 yuan a lot of money? After all, you drive a Lamborghini, and you can't even come up with that little bit of money? Or did you rent this car? The woman asked with a smile as she crossed her arms. Chapter 17, You're so nice, wife. Beauty, don't worry about my car. There doesn't seem to be any legal requirement for compensation for depreciation, does there? Zhang Hao asked the woman after wiping a cold sweat from his brow. The law doesn't specify it, so you're not going to compensate me for depreciation? If you bought a new car and someone hit it right after you got it out of the shop, and then someone fixed it for you, what would you think? That's the principle. What do you think? The woman asked with a smile. Not beauty, I don't have that much money. Zhang Hao felt like crying a little. What the hell is going on? It's okay, you still have a second option. See? Older women who are left over will get married if they get rear-ended. If you marry me, we can talk about anything. I'll be happy, and I can even give you a few million in dowry. Think about it? A sly look flashed in the woman's eyes. Beauty, don't be silly. This way definitely won't work. I'm already married. Besides, it doesn't work like that. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. You can get a divorce if you get married. Do you think I'm not pretty enough, or what? I'm such a delicate girl, you're not losing out by marrying me and giving me a few million, are you? The woman frowned and said with a needlepoint brow. I'll pay you back. Zhang Hao said without any hesitation. Okay, write me an IOU first, so you don't deny it when the time comes. The woman took out paper and pen. She even took out the ink pad, as if she was prepared for anything. She wrote the content of the IOU and then laughed, saying, Come here and sign and put your thumbprint on it. Can you please be a little more generous? I really don't have that much money. Zhang Hao asked the woman, looking at her pleadingly. No way. 300,000 yuan, not a penny less. You don't have the money? That's fine. I didn't write the date, so you can pay me back slowly. We have a long life together. The woman winked. Fine. Zhang Hao helplessly picked up the IOU. After taking a look, he felt something was wrong and asked, What do you mean by being on call 24 hours a day? You owe me money and can't pay it back, so you have to pay some interest, right? If you can't pay me back, I'll have to make you do something that you can handle. If you don't agree, then you can pay me back all at once. The woman laughed. What do you want me to do? I can't say for sure, but it's definitely not something big that you can't handle. That's good. Zhang Hao sighed in relief, signed his name and put his thumbprint on the paper. The IOU only said to be on call, but it didn't say what exactly it was or what obligations had to be fulfilled. I'll go first. The woman glanced at Zhang Hao and got into the Ferrari. With a kick of the accelerator, the Ferrari sped off, not at all like it had just been in a car crash. Did she set me up? Zhang Hao stood there for a long time, unable to come to his senses. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After a sigh, he called Suya. You crashed the car again? Not long after, Suya arrived in a BMW. It wasn't me again. Zhang Hao froze, embarrassed. But last time it wasn't him who crashed, it was that idiot Zhao Dong. Where's the other car? Suya asked. He said he had something to do and left first. What car did you crash into? A Ferrari, a limited edition one at that. Zhang Hao said dejectedly. A limited edition Ferrari? Do you remember the license plate number? Suya asked with a smile. It was something like 5 4s. I took a picture. Zhang Hao took out his phone and handed it to Suya. Look, it's this car. Cough. Just crash it. I came here in a BMW. Do you want me to get you a sports car? Your wife has a lot of cars. Suya asked. I'd better ride a small electric moped. Zhang Mo hung his head. Puff. It's okay. Cars will inevitably have some bumps and bruises on the road. Why don't I get you a limited edition Ferrari? Suya asked with a smile. Ah. Does my wife also have a limited edition? How many cars does she have? I saw 3 of them when you drove out. Zhang Hao asked in astonishment. A lot. You can't drive them all anyway. Suya laughed and said, if you want, I'll have someone tow the car to the shop and get you another one. Forget it, I'd rather ride my little electric moped. Zhang Hao didn't want to drive anymore. He now had 300,000 yuan in external debt. He was afraid he would have to deliver takeout in the future. You can drive the BMW. Suya gave Zhang Hao the BMW keys and took out the fuel card. Then she drove off in the Lamborghini. At a traffic light, she took out her phone and said, Lin, did you tell Shin Man about your wedding? Yes. She found out. I wasn't careful. Shin Man probably tricked your husband. He didn't look very good. No way. That bitch. Mr. Zhang, the contract is signed. We have a pleasant cooperation. An office of the Hanyang Group. Manager Su signed his name and affixed the company seal before extending his fair hand. A pleasant cooperation, Manager Su. Zhang Hao smiled and shook Manager Su's hand. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he walked out of the Hanyang Group with the contract in his hand. The thought of 300,000 yuan in external debt made him break out in a cold sweat. After getting into the BMW, he sighed and took out his phone to send a video to Lin Su. My husband misses me? The video connected and Lin Su asked with a smile. Yes, I miss you. Zhang Hao smiled and asked, Wife, guess where I am? Aren't you in the car? I just left Hanyang Group. I won the project. Really? You're amazing, honey. I'm so happy for you. Lin Su gave him a thumbs up. So, wife, do you have a Lamborghini? Zhang Hao asked. Yes, I think I have one. Why? Lin Su asked. I crashed your car. Zhang Hao couldn't bear to look at Lin Su. Although he was now married to Lin Su was not in the least bit related to him. He was so embarrassed that he had crashed Lin Su's car. Are you okay? Lin Su asked nervously. I'm fine, just the front of the car is damaged. It's okay if the car is damaged, as long as you're okay. Cars are not rare. I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhang Hao looked up. Honey, I forbid you to do this. What happened to you is what happened to me. How can you say that you've caused me trouble after a car accident? You've given me your life, what more could you ask for? Lin Su said. You're so good, wife. Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled. He. Lin Su didn't say anything, but she was smiling happily. I'm going back to the office, wife. We'll talk when I have some time tonight. Zhang Hao stared at Lin Su for a long time before hanging up the video call. Then he drove straight to Ziyuan. Chapter 18, A Big Fight. Zhang Hao, that damned bastard, is not really going to sign a contract with Hanyang Group, is he? Logically, it's unlikely. He doesn't have the ability. Director Sun muttered to himself in an office at Ziyuan. He's been on edge all morning. Even though he doesn't think Zhang Hao can really win Hanyang, he's still a little uneasy. Shit. Is the rat back? Zhao Dong, who was outside in the group office, stood up abruptly. Seeing Zhang Hao's face a little bit not quite right, his heart suddenly lurched. Frowning, he asked, Don't tell me there's a problem. What kind of problem could there be? Zhang Hao shook his head. He was in a bad mood because he had inexplicably incurred an additional 300,000 yuan in external debt. Looking at the contract in his hands, he smiled strangely before suddenly yelling, Sunbaldi, get the hell out here. Damn it. Zhang Hao is awesome. This guy is so arrogant, he probably really won't take over Hanya, will he? Zhang Hao was really a bit crazy today. Many people were talking about it. He yelled directly in the office, Sunbaldi. This is not only ignoring Manager Sun, it's practically ignoring Manager Sun. Fuck. Who the fuck is yelling? Manager Sun walked from the office. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look at this. Zhang Hao slammed the contract in Manager Sun's face. Holy shit. You. Manager Sun took the contract and glanced at it, and his whole body suddenly felt bad. That brat Zhang Hao actually got Hanyar? After swallowing, he looked at Zhang Hao and asked, "You brat, you didn't get a fake contract, did you? How could that be?" Li Miao stood up, also shocked. Zhang Hao has that kind of strength? Manager's son, Zhang Hao really got Hanyar Group's new project. I just looked at Hanyar Group's official website, and they have already released an announcement. The partner for the new project is exactly Zi Yuan. A colleague stood up. Let me see. Director's son walked quickly over. Seeing that the official Han Asia Group website had indeed released an announcement, he should have been happy, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Son Baldy, what are you waiting for? Zhang Hao looked up at Director's son and asked with a sneer, "Shouldn't you be calling me dad now?" Cough. What dad? I was joking. You took it seriously? Director's son coughed dryly and tried to casually brush aside the bet. Shit. Are you fucking trying to renege on the bet? Zhao Dong was the first to jump up. The others also secretly despised manager's son. But they dared not speak their minds. What do you mean? Zhao Dong, what do you mean? Don't you want to work anymore? Manager's son shouted angrily. Ha? Are you fucking threatening me? Baldy son, let me tell you, even if the king of heaven and earth came today, you would still have to call me dad. You lose, you have to accept it. Don't you understand, you idiot? Zhao Dong tilted his head. His own brother had won the project from the Hanyan Group. Why would he be afraid of a mere son Baldy? Today, he must fight to the death. You're not going to scream? Zhang Hao took a step towards Director's son. What are you going to do? Director's son asked, trembling. Looking at Zhang Hao, who looked like he was about to eat someone, he was really a little scared. What's going on? At this time, Director Song suddenly walked in. The director is turning the world upside down. That kid Zhang Hao is turning the world upside down. When Director Sun saw Director Song, his eyes lit up. Pointing at Zhang Hao, he said, "You see him? He can't wait to get rid of me." Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Director Song frowned and asked. Director Song, here's the thing. Zhang Hao told him about the bet he had made with Director Sun. Then he looked contemptuous. A real man keeps his word. Is this how you lead? You won the project from the Hanyar Group? Director Song asked in surprise. The contract has already been signed, so naturally I've won. Zhang Hao said. Ahem. Zhang Hao actually said, this is not necessary. We are all colleagues. If you want me to say it, just forget about it. You won the project from the Han Asia Group. In addition to the company's commission, I will additionally apply for a bonus of 10,000 for you. Director Song laughed. He must call. Do me a favor. Even if the king of heaven and earth came, he would still have to call. Zhang Hao's tone was not negotiable. Director Song was quite embarrassed. That Zhang Hao brat doesn't even give him face. Fuck it, I'm not calling. Director's son tilted his head. Fuck you. Zhang Hao suddenly rushed over and slapped Director's son hard in the face. Then he kicked Director's son in the stomach. Ouch. Director's son sat on the ground dumbfounded. Director Song and the others were also dumbfounded. How dare Zhang Hao hit him? I'll kill you. Director Sun recovered his senses, sprang to his feet and charged at Zhang Hao. Motherfucker. Stay down. Zhao Dong moved. He made a leap and pinned Director Sun to the ground. How dare this idiot resist? Stop. Director Song rushed over and grabbed Zhao Dong. The other male colleagues also rushed over. Damn it. Zhang Hao, Zhao Dong, you dare to hit me? You just wait and see. Director Sun was furious. Shut up. Zhang Hao broke free from his colleagues and slapped Sun in charge again. Ouch. Sun in charge screamed and dared not say another word. He covered his face, stepped aside and stared at Zhang Hao. Okay, let's stop here. Song in charge said with a dark face. After glancing at Sun in charge, he added, Sun, come to my office for a moment. Everyone else, continue with your work. Ha ha. That was great. Zhao Dong was beaming from ear to ear as he left the company at 5 p.m. After holding his tongue for so long, he had finally gotten his revenge. As he scanned the parking lot, he saw the familiar BMW Lamborghini parked in the space in front of him, but it was gone. He asked in shock, "Where the hell is it?" "Forget it. I drove it today and rear-ended a Ferrari." "Did I return it?" Zhang Hao sighed. "Your wife won't be angry, will she?" Zhao Dong's mouth twitched. "No, I don't want to drive it anymore. I'm afraid of accidents. We only make so much money a month. I don't feel comfortable driving that kind of car. I can't keep causing trouble for my wife by driving her car, can I?" Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. "Ugh. I can understand how you feel. Actually, it's not bad to have a BMW. At least you don't have to deal with the wind and sun. Unlike me, who can only ride a small electric bike." Zhao Dong said dejectedly. "I'll go back first. See you tomorrow." Zhang Hao got into his BMW and drove out of the company, thinking about where to get some money. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He frowned when he saw it was an unfamiliar number, and then answered, "Hello. Zhang Hao, this is Shin Man." Which Shin Man do we know?" "The beautiful woman who drives a Ferrari. Don't you remember?" The voice on the phone suddenly raised a few decibels. "I'm sending you the location now. I want to see you in person within 20 minutes. Chapter 19, What are you laughing at? Air, why are you here? You suddenly asked me to come over there." Zhang Hao was taken aback and was about to ask. He was dumbfounded when he heard a sudden busy tone on the phone. Then he received a location message with a sentence attached, "If you don't come, you're dead." His mouth twitched involuntarily. He could only drive up in his BMW and rush to the designated location. He didn't know what the woman wanted. He always felt that the woman was not quite normal. "How many people are there in your party?" A waiter at the entrance of a restaurant asked Zhang Hao. "I'm here to see someone." Zhang Hao looked a little nervous. This was the first time he had been to such an upscale place. "Are you Mr. Zhang?" the waiter asked with a smile. "Ah. I'm Zhang Hao." "Then you must be Mr. Zhang. Mr. Shin has already said hello. Please follow me." "So arrogant?" Zhang Hao froze for a moment and quickly followed. When they went up to the second floor and he followed the waiter into a corner, he saw a woman sitting in the seat wearing a red dress. If it wasn't Shin Man, who was it? She seemed to have changed her clothes. Before, she had big waves of hair with a black skirt. Now she had put her hair up and changed into a red dress. She looked more elegant and a little sexier than before. "Wow, that was quick." Shin Man winked at Zhang Hao and pointed to the seat across from her, smiling, "Sit first." "Did you call me for something?" Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment before walking over to Shin Man's side and sitting down. "Can't I find you if there's nothing going on?" "It's not that I can't find you, but if there's nothing going on, why are you looking for me? Does hanging out to eat, go shopping, or watch movies count as something?" Shin Man asked with a smile. "Don't be ridiculous. With your qualifications, there are tons of people who want to eat, go shopping, and watch movies with you. Do you really need to call me? They're not comparable to you. You're different." "How am I different?" Zhang Hao said, "Don't I also have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth? You're cuter than they are." Shen Man suddenly held Zhang Hao's face with both hands. She leaned in even closer and laughed. "Haven't you noticed that you're very handsome?" "Eek. Don't do that, beautiful lady." Zhang Hao tensed up and quickly opened Shin Man's hands. This woman is so presumptuous. Even from that distance just now, he could feel the warm breath exhaled from Shin Man's mouth. Neither he nor Lin Su had ever had such close contact. "I'm going to pinch your face." Shin Man frowned and started again. "Beauty, please respect yourself. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry." Zhang Hao's face fell. "How do you want to get angry? Are you going to hit me?" Shin Man didn't buy it. She stood up, put her arms around her chest and laughed. "Go ahead, hit me all you want. If I want to hit you back, my surname isn't Shin." Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. He definitely couldn't fight back. Shen Man was his creditor. Besides, it seemed like he didn't have any other options. Yes, he found it really fucked up that he couldn't do anything about Shin Man. "Ha ha. That's more like it." Shin Man pinched Zhang Hao's face again before sitting back and asking, "What would you like to eat?" I'm not eating. Zhang Hao's face was dark. He couldn't afford to eat at this restaurant. Don't worry, I'll treat you. Shen Man laughed. You can just eat by yourself. Zhang Hao still had no intention of ordering and didn't know what to order. His mother's menu was all in English. Okay, I'll order for you. Shen Man didn't insist and casually ordered for Zhang Hao. After they finished eating and she paid the bill, she took Zhang Hao's arm and laughed, let's go watch a movie. Don't do that. Zhang Hao tried to pull his arm back. This woman is really sick. Is she not at all reserved? Does she not understand the principle of men and women should not touch? Does this upset you? Shen Man felt Zhang Hao's movement and immediately hugged him tighter. At the same time, her two eyebrows tightened and she asked, or do you plan to pay for it now? Zhang Hao suddenly lost his temper. The waves of softness coming from her also made him feel overwhelmed. He just couldn't figure out what this abnormal woman next to him wanted. While he was thinking about it, they quickly arrived at the movie theater. Our seats are over there. Shen Man took Zhang Hao by the arm and headed straight for the last row. I don't really like that pretty girl. Can we go back first? Zhang Hao suddenly turned his head. What do you think? Shen Man looked at Zhang Hao coldly. I'd rather watch it. Zhang Hao shrunk his neck and didn't dare say anything else. Coincidentally, at this time, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He glanced at Shen Man and said something about going out to answer the phone and then ran away. It wasn't until he had left the screening room that he connected to the video channel and said, Honey, are you done yet? Yes. Where are you? Lin Su asked with a frown on her face. I'm in the mall. Zhang Hao didn't dare tell Lin Su about Shen Man. Even though he and Shen Man had nothing going on, he didn't want anything to happen with that woman either, but he didn't dare say anything about it. Are you alone? Yes. What's the point of wandering around the mall alone? Lin Su asked with a bitter smile. If you're not coming back, I'll just be alone, won't I? Zhang Hao scratched his head. Don't worry, honey, I should be back soon. Lin Su smiled apologetically and said, in that case, I'll accompany you, okay? Yes. It'll definitely be fun with my wife. Really? It has to be. Zhang Hao nodded very affirmatively. Just kidding. Having a beautiful woman by your side makes everything more enjoyable. By the way, do you have any gifts you want? I want to bring you a gift when I go back, but I don't know what to buy. Why don't you give me some recommendations? Lin Su asked with a smile. Ah, honey, you don't need to buy any gifts. Zhang Hao refused. If you don't say anything, I'll just buy it myself. Lin Su winked. Hey. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su and his phone and sighed in his heart. Is this the roof leaking and the rain pouring in? Is she trying to screw him to death? Lin Su inexplicably wants to buy him a gift, and then he has to return the favor? The problem is that he has no money right now. He only has a few $1,000s on him. Lin Su seems to be a rich woman again. Whatever gift he wants to give, it has to be decent. And a decent gift is usually not cheap. What's wrong, honey? Lin Su asked. Ah. I'm fine. I just want you to come back early. Don't worry, I'll try to come back early. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Hao nodded. After chatting for a while, he hung up the video call. When he returned to the screening room and walked to his seat, he saw Shen Man looking at him with a smile on her face. For some reason, he felt a little guilty. He didn't know why he felt this way, but he just felt a little guilty. It was as if Shen Man had discovered some secret about him. After sitting down, he touched the tip of his nose and frowned, asking, What are you smiling at, beautiful? Chapter 20, How Rich is My Wife? That was your wife who called you, wasn't it? What were you two talking about for half an hour? Shen Man asked, her eyes wide. You're so strange. What do you care what I talk about with my wife? Why are you so curious? Zhang Hao said, rolling his eyes. Can you be a little nicer? Shen Man suddenly grabbed Zhang Hao's face. I'm your sister, after all. Put. You're only a few years older than me. Zhang Hao said, pushing Shen Man's hand away. I'm only a day older than you, but I'm still your sister. Shen Man glared at Zhang Hao and said, If you dare to speak to me like that again, I'll strangle you. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched, and he ignored Shen Man. He was now even more certain that the woman next to him was mentally unstable. With her looks and figure, she was a real waste. Do you have any place you want to go? Shin Man asked Zhang Hao after the movie. I want to go home. Zhang Hao glanced at Shin Man. The woman was sticking to him again, holding onto his arm. Fine, I'll let you go for today. Shin Man suddenly let go of Zhang Hao. Really? Are you leaving? Right now. Zhang Hao took a few steps away. He was in such a hurry as if he was afraid Shin Man would change her mind. That's really cute. Where did that bitch Lin Su find such a gem? I'll find a chance to give him some more dirt. Shin Man's mouth curved slightly as she watched the receding back. She didn't take a step until Zhang Hao's figure had completely disappeared from view. The common people are not happy today. Early the next morning, Zhang Hao arrived at the company humming a little tune. He was in a somewhat bad mood today. It was mainly because he owed money. Another thing was that Lin Su said she wanted to give him a gift, but he didn't know what to give her. He felt very annoyed. Damn it! When Supervisor Sun saw Zhang Hao, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Yesterday, after he was called into the office by Director Song, he was scolded so badly that he almost went into depression. Idiot! Zhang Hao felt Supervisor Sun's gaze. He ignored him, walked over to his workstation, and sat down. Hey, rat, do me a favor. Zhao Dong suddenly nudged Zhang Hao and winked. What kind of help? Didn't I chat with a girl yesterday and want to ask her out? When did you chat with a girl? Zhang Hao asked curiously. We chatted on the drifting bottle last night. Zhao Dong laughed. Can you even chat with a girl on that thing? Why not? You can add friends while chatting, right? What do you want me to help with? Zhang Hao asked, raising an eyebrow. Get me a car so I can look cool. Zhao Dong gave a wink. Winter Melon, if you really want to flirt with girls, don't do these empty things. Our financial resources can't support it. Even if you drive a car out to other places, it will cost. Zhang Hao reminded. Let's not worry about that for now, I just want to look cool. Zhao Dong laughed and said, also, can you return some of my wife's money first? Cough cough. I can lend you the car. I can lend you the car, but I can only give you 5,000 yuan for the dowry. No more. Zhang Hao coughed awkwardly. 5,000 yuan is fine. I can't spend that much anyway. It's no fun to marry a girl who's too materialistic. Turn around. Zhao Dong said. Oh, it's really bare. Zhang Hao sighed and handed Zhao Dong 5,000 yuan. Now he's basically broke. I'll leave the matter of the Godfather's car to you. It doesn't need to be too good. Just something that will hold up. Like a Lamborghini. Ahem. You know what I mean. Zhao Dong winked at Zhang Hao. I'll try my best. Zhang Hao nodded. After chatting with Zhao Dong for a while, he strode out of the company. Getting into his car, he took out his phone and sent a video to Lin Su. What's wrong, honey? Why are you sending this to me now? It took a while for the video to connect. Honey, I want to borrow your car. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose. You want to borrow a car from your wife? Lin Su frowned. Ah. Can't I borrow it? Zhang Hao's heart suddenly sank. Silly husband, do you and I need to be so polite? If you want a car, just ask Suya to drive you directly to the house. Lin Su rolled her eyes. Is that so? Zhang Hao suddenly froze. What else? I'm your wife. Isn't it too formal for you to borrow from me? Lin Su said, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Ah. Sorry, honey. I'll call Suya and have her send you the location, and you can just go there. Ha. Thanks, honey. Kisses. Zhang Hao pouted. After hanging up the video call, he received the location information from Suya in just a short while. He called Zhao Dong down with one phone call and laughed, let's go get the car. Go where? Zhao Dong asked, buckling his seatbelt. My wife's family. Shit. Going to your wife's family? Why? Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Dong. Why do you seem so nervous? Aren't you nervous? No. Her parents aren't from Hangzhou, and she lives at home alone with a nanny. That's good. Zhao Dong patted his chest and said, but I'm still a little nervous. After all, your wife's home is a mansion. I don't know, and I've never been there before. Zhang Hao smiled and drove off in the BMW. After following the navigation for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at an upscale residential area. Welcome home, owner. A security guard at the gate bowed respectfully. He stood straight as a javelin. Ha? How did I become the owner? Zhang Hao was a little confused. He wanted to ask if he could go in. But the security guard just bowed and the gate opened automatically. Your wife must have recorded the license plate of this car. Zhao Dong reminded him. That's right. Zhang Hao nodded in relief. After entering the residential area, he drove his BMW all the way up. Following the signs, he drove for about 4 or 5 minutes and finally arrived at the top of the hill, stopping in front of a villa. Holy cow! Zhao Dong got out of the car and his legs went weak. Damn it! Zhang Hao got out of the car and looked around, also feeling a bit unsteady. How rich is his wife? From his position, he definitely couldn't see the full view of the villa. But he knew that his wife's house was not big, but if you talk about the floor area, it was definitely not small. They were at the gate at the moment, but the big villa in the middle still had to go further inside. Moreover, there were quite a few security booths around the villa. In other words, his wife's villa was guarded by security guards 24 hours a day. Nima. Hold me up a bit. Zhao Dong put his hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. My legs are weak too. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Dong and smiled bitterly. Shall we go in? Go in. Let's go. Chapter 21. Suddenly afraid of losing. Zhang Hao, what are you looking at here at the door? Why don't you go in? Before long, Suya came over. She was driving a Maybach and saw Zhang Hao and Zhao Dong at the door, looking like thieves, so she asked curiously, how do you open this door? There's no doorbell or anything. Zhang Hao said depressedly. He and Zhao Dong wanted to go in directly, but after fiddling with it for a while, they just couldn't get in. Idiot, you drive in. The door can be opened with the license plate. Suya rolled her eyes. Ah. Is that how it works? Zhang Hao asked, stunned. According to you, can I just get a license plate and go in? No. The license plate, car model, and details are all archived. Suya said, the computer at this door has its own algorithm. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it's definitely impossible to open it just with the license plate and car model. Damn it. It's just a door, but it's so awesome? Zhang Hao smacked his lips. Let's go in first. Suya stepped on the accelerator. Sure enough, the gate opened as soon as the car reached it. Let's go too. Zhang Hao got into the car. He drove the car to the gate and the back door opened as well. He then followed the Maybach through the winding asphalt road and finally arrived at the villa. Wow! It's beautiful! Zhao Dong exclaimed after getting out of the car. It is a bit. Zhang Hao was also a bit shocked. His wife's villa was modern in style, the overall shape was not complicated, but it gave people an exceptionally pleasing feeling. To achieve such an effect, the details must be done to the extreme. The environment around the villa also complemented each other. Although it was full of greenery, it was still close to the modern style. Throughout the courtyard, he couldn't see a single artificial hill, but there were a few robots. Miss Su, you're here? The nanny came out and greeted with a smile. Suma, this is the young master. Suya smiled at the nanny and pointed to Zhang Hao. Ah. Master? Nanny Su looked at Zhang Hao with a dumbfounded expression. I don't know how to tell you exactly, but he is the master. Suya smiled and asked, Zhang Hao, would you like to take a tour? Ah. That's not necessary. Zhang Hao shook his head. If he wanted to tour the villa, he would have to wait until Lin Su returned. Okay, you can come with me. Suya smiled and didn't say anything more. She stepped on her high heels and walked in one direction. Nima. Zhang Hao followed behind her. When they reached the back of the villa, they saw a huge glass shed full of parked cars. He roughly counted and was afraid that there were as many as 34. There are too many cars, right? Zhao Dong gulped when he glanced at them. I still have more than 10. Suya said, every once in a while I will replace a batch anyway, just to get them moving. Doesn't my wife drive? Zhang Hao asked. Lin Zong is not very interested in cars. The most she drives is the white Bentley Continental. As for why she bought so many cars, you'll find out later. It has nothing to do with whether she likes cars or not. Suya laughed. Winter Melon, what car do you want? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Ah. That one. I don't know. I'm so overwhelmed by all these cars. Zhao Dong felt embarrassed. Why is there an airplane over there? Zhang Hao's eyes swept the yard and he was dumbfounded when he saw 3 helicopters parked in an open space. This is a bit scary. Have you never asked how much money your wife has? Suya asked in shock. Why would I ask her how much money she has? Zhang Hao shook his head. You really are a bit different. Suya smiled and said, go in and choose a car, anyone will do. I'll just take an Aston Martin. Zhao Dong quickly chose a DB11 after a glance. This was his dream car. What about you? Suya looked at Zhang Hao again. I'll just drive my BMW. Zhang Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. That mouse. I feel a little afraid to drive it now. If something were to happen, I couldn't afford to pay for the damages. You did the same thing last time. Zhao Dong picked up the car keys and looked at them, but he didn't have the courage to move. Look at your relationship with Zhang Hao. If the car crashes and Zhang Hao doesn't find fault with you, our boss Lin definitely won't say anything. But a car really isn't much to her. Suya said with a smile. Rats definitely won't give me trouble. Zhao Dong laughed. Then you can just drive. Suya said. Ahem. You take it easy. Zhang Hao reminded Zhao Dong with a twitch of the mouth. He didn't know if his wife would give him trouble, but if he really crashed into him, he would feel a little bad. Don't worry, I'll definitely be careful. Zhao Dong nodded. Just kidding. A car costs millions, how could he not be careful? To Lin Su, a car is nothing, but to him, it would be the end of him. Winter Melon, why do I suddenly feel a bit of pressure? After leaving Lin Su's house, Zhang Hao and Zhao Dong suddenly felt a bit unsure when they arrived at a food stall. He couldn't figure out what Lin Su saw in him. Now he felt like he was nothing in front of Lin Su, completely not on the same level. In front of Lin Su, he was like dust. Cough cough. I would be stressed too if I were in your shoes. But from a man's perspective, you are definitely successful, something that others can only dream of. It's mainly because your wife is really good to you. Zhao Dong laughed. If one day she suddenly. Zhang Hao didn't say anything more. Why are you worried about this? Isn't it great now? Zhao Dong frowned. To be honest, I don't really know her. Maybe she doesn't know me either. To be honest, I've only met her 3 times and we've already gotten married. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly. If you put it that way, then just make a quick buck. Otherwise it'll be a waste. In a situation like yours, that's the first thing a man thinks. Zhao Dong laughed. But I really like her, even if she's not rich. I'm not like them. For some inexplicable reason, I got a little scared. I was afraid that this might be a dream and when I opened my eyes, she wouldn't be there. Zhang Hao lowered his head. You've got me stumped. The main thing is that I have no experience in this area. Not to mention beautiful, young, rich women, I've never even been with an ant. Compared to you, I'm fucking miserable. At least you had it once. Zhao Dong had a long face. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow, I love you. Suddenly the phone rang. Honey. Zhang Hao took out his phone and connected the video. Did you drive the car, honey? Lin Su asked with a smile. Yes, I did. Winter Melon drove it. Is Winter Melon your good friend? Does he need the car? Yes, he picked up a girl and wanted to act cool. You didn't pick up anyone, did you? Chapter 22, I'm not serving you anymore. What's wrong, honey? You don't seem happy. Did you really flirt with someone? Lin Su's pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly on the other end of the phone. No, I wouldn't dare. I have you now, and that's enough. I won't flirt again. Zhang Hao quickly smiled and vowed. Honey, I have some good news. Do you want to hear it? Lin Su suddenly smiled mysteriously. Yes, I want to hear it. I can be back in Hangzhou by noon tomorrow. Holy shit. Really, honey? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. But soon the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. Of course it's true. We'll be able to meet then. Let's have lunch together. Lin Su laughed. HM. Zhang Hao nodded. After chatting for a while more, he hung up the video call. His smile disappeared along with it, and he felt very heavy-hearted. Before, he had always wanted Lin Su to come back, but now he was afraid to face her. That woman is too good. So good that it's like a mountain weighing on him. Don't think too much, mouse. In your situation, you can only go with the flow. Thinking too much will only cause yourself trouble. You're worried about losing here, but why don't you think that you two will definitely be able to grow old together? Zhao Dan laughed. Do you think that's possible? It's possible. Even you think it's hard, so it's basically very difficult. She's too good. And I'm nothing. Zhang Hao sighed. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. His mother has found a rich woman, and she is still young and beautiful. But there are still worries. Zhao Dan's expression was exaggerated. After dinner, Zhang Hao drove around aimlessly in the street by himself. His mind was in a mess. He thought about a lot of things, but he didn't have any answers. No one can predict the future. Feeling a little thirsty, he got out of the car and bought a bottle of water. When he saw a rather peculiar shop next to it, his eyes lit up. He took a step forward and walked in. He asked, "Boss, can you carve it here?" "Yes. Just give me a photo and I can carve it." The boss laughed. "Carve one for me. What material do you want? We have many kinds here." "Are they all made of wood?" "Yes, all of ours are made of wood." "I don't really know. Help me choose one that is most durable." "Okay. First pay a deposit of 100 yuan. It's done. Come and pick it up tomorrow morning. It's a bit boring on my own." At around 7 p.m. outside a cafe, Shin Man was bored and playing with her phone. Although many passers-by kept casting glances at her, she wasn't interested. She also dismissed many who came to chat her up. After rolling her eyes a few times, she smiled and sent a location message to Zhang Hao with the words, "Hurry up or you're dead." "What do you want from me again?" After about 20 minutes, Zhang Hao came over. He sat down with a thud and looked at Shun Man across from him with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Even though Shun Man across from him looked a little bit tempting and criminal. "Please don't ask such boring questions in the future. I definitely have something to tell you if I ask you out. Even if I just let you keep me company without doing anything, that's also something." "Who told you that you owe me money?" Shen Man giggled. "Well, if you put it that way, there's no problem, I do owe you." Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. "You don't seem very happy today? If there's something upsetting you, tell me and make me happy." "I'm bored here." Shen Man laughed heartlessly. "Lend me some money?" Zhang Hao asked. Shen Man froze for a moment. After a long while, she asked, "You owe me 300,000 yuan and you still want to borrow money from me? Just tell me if you'll lend it to me or not." Zhang Hao pouted. He was embarrassed to ask Lin Su for the money. The girl in front of him was his creditor anyway, so it didn't matter. "If we weren't handsome guys, what kind of relationship would we have? Where did you get the courage to ask? We just had a car accident." "I don't understand what you're doing," Shen Man said. "Yes. What kind of relationship do we have? It's just a car accident, but you keep asking me out and I have to be available whenever you need me. Tell me, what kind of relationship do we have?" Shen Man looked at Zhang Hao. Cough. "How much do you want to borrow?" 10,000. "You can call me sister." Shen Man blinked her big eyes. Sister." Zhang Hao looked at Shen Man and without any hesitation, he shouted. He was older than her, so shouldn't he be calling her sister? The main thing was that she was willing to lend him money. Well, not a bad mouth and quite sweet. "You just said you wanted to borrow 10,000? I don't usually lend 10,000. I'll transfer you 100,000. Shin Man took out her phone and started to operate it. Are you serious?" Zhang Hao was stunned. After receiving the message and glancing at it, he was stunned and said, "You really transferred it? I drive a Ferrari." 100,000 is nothing to me. The main thing is that I like the idea of you owing me. Then I can bully you. Shen Man giggled. Zhang Hao's mouth once again twitched. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively closed it. The 300,000 yuan was owed, and the 400,000 yuan was also owed. He couldn't pay it back now anyway. At this stage, he really needed the money. The money has been transferred to you, now let's talk. Why did you inexplicably borrow the money? Is that car really rented? Shen Man asked. No car is my wife's. Zhang Hao looked at Shen Man and truthfully replied. Your wife must be very rich to drive a Lamborghini. Why don't you ask her for the money? I can't bring myself to do that. Why not? Shen Man immediately sat up straight and began digging deeper. Hey! To be honest, Zhang Hao told her his situation in general. Perhaps he was feeling very depressed at the moment and wanted to talk to someone. After he finished, he looked at Shen Man and sighed, Hey, it's mainly because my wife is so outstanding. I feel very irritated that I don't think I'm good enough for her. Ha ha. Shen Man suddenly burst out laughing. She covered her stomach and laughed until tears came out. Zhang Hao looked at Shen Man, who was ashen. After a few seconds, he finally couldn't hold back and said with gritted teeth, Hey! Is that funny? No. I suddenly thought of something happy. Sorry. Shen Man stopped laughing for a while. Lin Su's husband is really cute. Zhang Hao was angry. He glanced at Shen Man and then got up and left. He had wanted to talk to someone, but instead he had been made a laughingstock. Who in the world could stand this? Hey, you just got here and you're already leaving? I'm not serving you anymore. Fine. Shen Man shrugged. As she watched Zhang Hao walk away, she muttered something when she remembered something. Lin Su, that bitch, is coming back tomorrow, right? Chapter 23, Finally Meeting Up. But boss, you're quite good at this. The carving is lifelike and beautiful. Zhang Hao said with a smile at around 9 o'clock in a shop. The statue in his hand was not much bigger than an average car key, but it was very delicate and you could tell it looked like him. On the back of the statue were also the two small characters Hao Bao. A decades-old shop definitely has the skills. The boss smiled proudly. Thank you. Zhang Hao paid and took the statue and left. He drove for a few minutes and arrived at Ziyuan Company. Why are you late today, rat? Zhao Dong asked. Did you punch the clock for me? Zhang Hao asked. Of course. Zhao Dong gave an OK sign. By the way, I'll transfer your wife's dowry of 15,000 yuan to you. Zhang Hao sat down and transferred 15,000 yuan to Zhao Dong. Damn! Where did you get so much money? I haven't even spent the few thousand yuan I had yesterday. You don't have to hurry to pay it back. I'll ask you for it when I need it. Zhao Dong said. I borrowed it from someone. I already owe her money anyway. It doesn't matter. Just keep it. How was it for you last night? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Hey! It was okay. The girl is quite pretty. We had dinner and watched a movie together last night. Zhao Dong laughed. Didn't you go to a hotel? Cough. Am I that kind of person? Cut it out. Zhang Hao gave Zhao Dong a look of contempt. You didn't go. Most likely the girl didn't agree. Cough cough. She's an honest girl. Could I be that direct? By the way, I'd like to borrow your car for a few more days. It's really fun to drive. Zhao Dong smacked his lips. You drive it. As long as you don't mind the high fuel consumption. It's fine. I don't drive it to work. Wow. It's pretty frugal? Zhang Hao laughed. There's no way around it. The fuel consumption is really high. Zhao Dong asked with a bitter smile, by the way, your wife said yesterday that she would be home today. How are you preparing? Preparing for what? Just see what happens. Zhang Hao shrugged. Do you have any money right now? I really don't need the 15,000 right away. At worst, I won't be seeing girls for a few days. This is a more important matter for you. Zhao Dong said. Don't worry, I have money. Zhang Hao laughed and patted Zhao Dong on the shoulder. Then came a long wait. At around 11:40 p.m., his phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it nervously. The message was from Lin Su. First, there was a location message, followed by the sentence, "Hubby, I'm waiting for you." "Why, your wife is here already?" Zhao Dong asked with a smile. Well. Zhang Hao's heart suddenly started racing. He had been looking forward to Lin Su's return, and had been thinking about it every night, to the point where it was hard to sleep. But now that Lin Su was really back, he was a little afraid to face her. The large villa from yesterday just wouldn't go away from his mind. The gap between him and Lin Su was just too big. Go ahead. What's the big deal? Zhao Dong laughed. Well, I'll go first. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and stood up. After leaving the company, he drove his BMW to the entrance of a restaurant. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the white Bentley at first glance. There are 2 cows on the hillside to the east. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Hao froze for a moment, took out his phone and connected the video call. "Honey. Hubby, turn your head." Lin Su was smiling like a flower on the screen. Air. Hubby, turning his head, Zhang Hao looks through the glass of the restaurant and sees Lin Su inside in a professional outfit. Her hair is arranged in a bun, she is not wearing any makeup, but she is naturally beautiful. Every expression and smile of hers makes even the most beautiful flowers in the world look a little bit inferior. A white shirt with black suit trousers and a pair of black high heels, very ordinary professional attire on Lin Su, but it looks extraordinary on her. Intelligent, generous and elegant, she is full of merits at a glance. Come in. Lin Su urged. Oh. Honey, I'm coming. Zhang Hao came to his senses and walked into the dining room. As he got closer and closer to Lin Su, his heartbeat quickened. He felt a mixture of surprise, excitement, trepidation, and unease. Lin Su was so beautiful and outstanding, he was afraid that he might not be able to hold her. Here. A present for you. Lin Su pointed at the small box on the table. What is it? As soon as Zhang Hao saw the gift, his heart felt as if it was going to jump out of his chest. He had also prepared a gift for Lin Su, which was cheap but meaningful. You'll know what it is when you open it. Lin Su laughed. Zhang Hao reached out and picked up the delicate little box. He glanced at Lin Su before slowly untying the ribbon. When he saw what was inside, he suddenly froze. Don't you like it? Lin Su noticed that Zhang Hao's expression was not quite right. I don't like it very much. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su strangely and took out a small box as well, saying, Wife, this is for you. Let me see. Lin Su immediately snatched it away. When she opened it, she was also instantly dumbfounded. She first glanced at the gift and then looked at Zhang Hao. Husband, do we think alike? I don't know. Zhang Hao said with a wry smile. He carved a small statue and gave it to Lin Su, meaning to give his whole self to the other person. To his surprise, Lin Su also gave him a figurine. Except that Lin Su's figurine was exquisitely carved from jade. Honey, we even thought of the same gift. Aren't we a perfect match? Lin Su tilted her head and looked at Zhang Hao with tenderness in her eyes. Maybe. Zhang Hao said a little weakly. What perfect match? Compared to Lin Su, he was far from it. Honey, what's wrong? Why do I feel that you're not very happy today? Don't you want to see me? Lin Su suddenly grabbed Zhang Hao's hand. I don't. Zhang Hao's body trembled. Lin Su's hand was very soft, her skin was exceptionally delicate and cool, and it was particularly comfortable to hold. However, he always felt that he couldn't hold on to it. Let's eat first. Lin Su smiled and didn't ask any more questions. When the food arrived, they just chatted with each other without saying much. The atmosphere didn't seem as good as the video chat. Honey, I'll go pay the bill. After finishing eating, Zhang Hao smiled and stood up. I'll do it. Lin Su said. I'll do it. Zhang Yamo smiled and called the waiter. The card was swiped for more than 4,000 yuan, which made his mouth twitch. What did 4,000 yuan mean for 2 people? It was almost equivalent to his monthly salary. Hubby, where are we going this afternoon? Lin Su keenly noticed Zhang Hao's expression change, but she didn't say anything and instead asked with a smile. I don't know. Zhang Hao scratched his head. He suddenly found that he had become very indecisive when he was with Lin Su. There might be some thoughts in his head, but after all, the woman sitting across from him was the CEO of a high-ranking company, and those thoughts in his mind seemed inappropriate to him. Chapter 24, he seems to have a bit of inferiority complex. Honey, you don't know where you want to go, so why don't we go shopping? Lin Su asked with a smile, taking Zhang Hao's arm. That's fine, I'll listen to you. Zhang Hao nodded. He. Let's go. Lin Su took Zhang Hao out of the restaurant together. She noticed that there was a milk tea shop next to it and asked, "Do you want some milk tea?" Sure. Zhang Hao took Lin Su to the milk tea shop. They bought 2 cups and Zhang Hao paid. This one doesn't taste too bad. Lin Su's eyes lit up slightly after taking a sip. She handed the milk tea to Zhang Hao and asked with a smile, "Do you want to try some?" Ah. Zhang Hao subconsciously swallowed. This milk tea is the same one that Lin Su just drank, and she's already handed it to him. And you're not drinking it? Lin Su asked, tilting her head. I'll drink it. Zhang Hao immediately took the straw in his mouth. At that moment, he felt that the milk tea that Lin Su had drunk seemed to taste even better. It was as if the sweetness went right to his heart. Let me try yours and see how it tastes. Lin Su grabbed Zhang Hao's and took a sip. After smacking her lips together, she laughed and said, I think yours is better. I'll trade with you. Okay, you drink mine. Zhang Hao and Lin Su exchanged a cup of milk tea. The more he looked at Lin Su, the heavier his heart felt. He now realized that Lin Su was really outstanding. Not only was she pretty, but she also had a good personality and was easy to get along with. He had never felt so comfortable in his heart before with Lu Min. However, the better Lin Su was, the more panic he felt in his heart. He was afraid that it would ultimately be a dream. And there would always be a day when dreams would wake up. Honey, do you want to buy some clothes or something? Lin Su asked with a smile when they arrived at the mall. I don't need anything. Zhang Hao shook his head. What about other things? Lin Su asked again. You don't need to be polite with me. Really, I don't need anything. Zhang Hao still shook his head. Okay then. Lin Su's mood was a little low, but she didn't show it. After that, they chatted with each other, but there was always a certain distance between them. Perhaps it was because they didn't know each other very well, or perhaps there were other reasons. They seemed more at ease during video chats. Honey, I'm going to the office. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su around 4:30 p.m. and said. Well, you go ahead. Lin Su smiled. Then I'll go. Zhang Hao was a little reluctant. But he turned around and got into his BMW. Why do I feel like an idiot? Something's wrong with my husband's mood today. Lin Su watched Zhang Hao walk away, her pretty eyebrows furrowed tightly. After a moment's hesitation, she took out her phone and called Shin Man. I'll wait for you here at Shenghong. Let's have dinner together. Hurry up. What did Lin Su mean? Shouldn't you be with your husband at this time? What's the point of you calling me over? It wasn't long before Shin Man arrived. You and my husband should have met before, right? Lin Su asked. Why would I look for him if I hadn't? Shin Man's eyes flickered. Do you think I've only known you for a day? Lin Su squinted at Shin Man. Okay, I've already met him. Shin Man pouted. I feel that something is wrong with him when he's with me today. Help me analyze it. Lin Su looked at Shin Man and said. You tell me why you like him. Shin Man laughed. I'm not sure about that either. If I have to give a reason, it's love at first sight. I don't know why, but I really like him. Even though it's only the second time I've met him, I still have the urge to try it with him. Lin Su said. He also told me about you yesterday. But he doesn't know that I'm your best friend. What did he tell you? He thinks you're too good and might be a little inferior. Shen Man said honestly. That shouldn't be the case. I've been very careful when I'm with him. I never mentioned money in front of him or insisted on giving him expensive gifts. Today, I just casually strolled around the mall with him. Lin Su frowned. You just met him. It's only natural that he doesn't know you very well. In the future, when you're with him, try to blend in with his life as much as possible. You're in his circle, so you should also try to get into his circle. Once you've established a foundation of affection and he gets to know you, then you can bring him into your circle. Shen Man suggested. You're right. Lin Su nodded. Actually, your idiot husband is really quite nice. The reason he's like this is because he likes you. Otherwise, why would he be depressed? I really don't know how you managed to meet such an amazing little guy. Shin Man looked at Lin Su with a face full of envy. I was just lucky. Lin Su tilted her head a little proudly. Although she had previously chosen to get married based solely on Zhang Hao's meticulous care of his ex-girlfriend, which was a bit risky. But now it had been proven that she had made the right decision. How was the mouse battle going? Xiao Dong from a certain food stall asked Zhang Hao after sitting down. Nothing much. We just met. Zhang Hao laughed. Are you still worried about your wife being too good? Xiao Dong asked with a bitter smile. A little. I think I'm falling for her. And because of that, I'm afraid we won't get along. Zhang Hao frowned. Why think so much? I'll drink with you. Xiao Dong wanted to say something comforting, but he didn't know what to say, so he was at a loss. In this regard, he is no better than Zhang Hao. Come on, drink. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. Mouse, my sister is coming over too. Xiao Dong poured a drink and was just about to drink when his phone suddenly rang. Which sister? Zhang Hao asked. It's the sister from yesterday. Xiao Dong looked at Zhang Hao and asked, why don't I pick her up? Go ahead, I'll wait for you. Zhang Hao waved his hand. I'll leave first. Xiao Dong smiled and got into the Aston. With a roar of the engine, the Aston Martin turned around and sped off in one direction. This situation attracted the attention of many people around them. Driving an Aston Martin to a food stall is something. That guy. Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly as he looked at the reactions around him. He now understood why Xiao Dong always wanted to borrow his luxury car to drive around. This really is quite a cool ride. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Honey. Zhang Hao took out his phone and quickly answered the call. Where are you, honey? Lin Su asked. I'm outside, about to eat. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Are you alone or with friends? Where are you eating? I'm at a food stall with Dong Gua. Send me your location. Ha? Honey, this is a food stall. Send me your location. Chapter 25. I'm used to it when you're around. Shen Man, my husband is having dinner with his friends. I'm going over to their side. You eat here by yourself. A restaurant. Lin Su suddenly stood up after hanging up the video. It's not Lin Su. What do you mean? You can't be like this, prioritizing your friends over your friends. You asked me out and then left me behind? I'll hate you for this. Shen Man angrily said. You're the one who said I should integrate into his life, right? He's having dinner with his friends right now. I think this is a good opportunity. And help me get my car back. Lin Su took out the car keys. Hey! I drove here too. How can I help you? Shen Man asked. That's your business. You eat first. I'll take a taxi there. Remember to get the car back. I need it tomorrow morning. Lin Su left a sentence and left the restaurant. I owe you? Shen Man was so angry. After rolling her eyes, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Suya came over to accompany her sister to dinner and took a taxi. Shit. Why the hell did my wife come over to my side for no reason? Zhang Hao at a certain food stall was a little depressed. Xiao Dong went to pick up his sister and hasn't come back yet. He can't just leave without ordering anything. Husband. It didn't take long before a taxi stopped. After the door was opened, Lin Su climbed out of the back seat of the taxi. Where's your car? Zhang Hao asked. I didn't take a taxi here. Lin Su asked with a glance, where's Xiao Dong? He went to pick someone up. Oh. You haven't started yet? It's just that I haven't eaten yet. Why don't we go somewhere else, wife? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su and said, I'm afraid you won't be comfortable eating at this food stall. I'm fine. If you and Xiao Dong can eat, why can't I? I'm not as delicate as you think. Lin Su sat down with a thud. Okay. Zhang Hao's soared eyebrows rose. He noticed that there were quite a few stares fixed on his wife. He subconsciously moved the stool next to Lin Su. It was as if he was telling others, don't look at her, she's mine. Fuck. Sure enough, the stares around them changed. How is that guy so capable that he can find such a beautiful woman? Nima, so annoying. Look, I'll show you. Zhang Hao felt the change in those stares and decided to further provoke those guys. With one hand, he slowly reached out and placed it on Lin Su's shoulder. What's wrong? Lin Su turned her head and looked at Zhang Hao. No. I just. Zhang Hao stuttered for a moment. Could he say that he was declaring ownership to those guys with ill intentions? Puff. Are you trying to hug me? Lin Su asked with a smile. Ah. Wife, I. Zhang Hao stuttered again. Idiot, you can hug me if you want. I'm your wife. Lin Su grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and placed it on her waist. You can put your arm around here. I'll go. Zhang Hao's body suddenly tensed. I didn't know my wife's waist was really thin until I put my arm around it. Moreover, Lin Su smelled so good, taking a deep breath intoxicated him. Rat, lie down. After a while, the Aston Martin arrived. Xiaodong got out of the car and saw Lin Su. He was a little afraid to go in, as his steps suddenly stopped. The main reason was that he felt awkward driving Lin Su's car around. Zhang Hao, that guy, really? Lin Su came over, but didn't even say a word to him? This put him in an awkward situation. Brother Dong, is that your friend? Her girlfriend is so pretty. The first thing the girl saw after getting out of the car was Lin Su. For a moment, she was stunned. Cough. Yes. Xiaodong plucked up the courage to go in, sat down, and bowed his head. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. The girl also sat down. Hello. Lin Su nodded with a smile. Winter Melon, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. He took a few looks at the girl and found that she did look quite good and looked to be in her early 20s. Winter Melon, that guy is lucky. Ahem. This is my friend Li Lei over there in the new district. Xiaodong smiled and looked at the girl again and said, Xiaolei, this is my good friend Zhang Hao and his wife Lin Su, whom I told you about. Brother Hao, sister-in-law. Li Lei shouted again, her face turning slightly red. She seemed a little uncomfortable. Don't be so formal. You're all young people, be a bit more generous. Zhang Hao smiled and turned his head, saying, Boss, the food is ready. Hurry up, please. Okay. The boss smiled and started to get busy. Do you have any other activities planned later? Lin Su suddenly asked. Zhang Hao turned his head and asked, Do you have something to do? No. I want to go out with you guys. Lin Su laughed. Shall we go sing karaoke later? Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Dong. Sing karaoke? Zhao Dong looked at Li Lei again. I'm fine with it. Li Lei kept her head down and her face remained red. Then let's go sing karaoke. Zhang Hao and Zhao Dong said in unison. Then they started drinking with great chemistry. Before, it was Zhang Hao who was depressed alone, but now Zhao Dong seemed to be depressed along with him. It was mainly because of the car. Are you a good drinker? Drinking so much? Lin Su asked Zhang Hao. I want to drink. Zhang Hao smiled and planned to get drunk. Anyway, Zhao Dong could drink a lot and could drink beer all night long. He never worried about getting drunk with Zhao Dong. You should drink less. Lin Su reminded him. Don't worry, I'm here for you. I can take care of him and make him pass out in no time. Zhao Dong laughed. Lin Su gave a bitter smile and didn't say anything more. She reached behind her with one hand and put her arm around Zhang Hao's waist. They walked off to sing. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhang Hao stood up. Xiaolei, can you drive? Lin Su looked at Li Lei. I have a driver's license, but I haven't driven much. Li Lei replied. As long as you have a license, you can drive Xiaodong's car and follow us. Lin Su said with a smile. I don't dare to drive that car, it's too expensive. Li Lei looked up and her head shook like a rattle. It's fine, just go slowly. Lin Su said this and got into the BMW. Hey, this car. Li Lei walked over to the Aston Martin and felt a little panicky. However, Zhang Hao and Zhao Dong had both drunk, so she had no choice but to pluck up her courage. Are you worried about something today, honey? Lin Su asked in the BMW. Ah, no, I just want to drink some wine. Zhang Hao felt a little guilty. Okay. Lin Su smiled and didn't say anything else. She drove the BMW and quickly arrived at a KTV under Zhang Hao's instructions. Why don't you go home first, wife? Zhang Hao asked after getting out of the car. You're embarrassed to let me go out and have fun first? Lin Su was dissatisfied. I'm just afraid that you won't be used to it, right? Zhang Hao lowered his head. I'll get used to it as long as you're there. Lin Su locked the car and grabbed Zhang Hao's hand. Chapter 26. What a big idiot. Air. Okay. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose and his face turned slightly red. He was embarrassed by Lin Su. However, the more Lin Su did this, the heavier his mood became. He didn't want to just have it once. But he didn't have a grasp on always having it. Let's go up. In a short while, Zhao Dong and Li Lei came over. They walked into the KTV together in pairs and went to the front desk to open a medium package. The first to come and ordered 3 rounds of drinks. The first thing Zhao Dong did when he entered the private room was order drinks. As a brother, he didn't need Zhang Hao to say much about the drinks or anything else that had to be arranged for this evening. Can you sing? Lin Su asked after sitting down. Not really, just for fun. Zhang Hao laughed. I want to hear you sing Love You 10,000 Years. Lin Su leaned over to Zhang Hao's ear. Okay. Zhang Hao felt the heat from her ear a little unnaturally. He stood up and ordered a song. Actually, he had been a little modest just now. He could sing quite well. Big liar. Lin Su rolled her eyes after hearing Lin Su's singing. But when she looked at Zhang Hao's angular profile, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, and she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Listening to the lyrics, she also felt full of hope for the future with Zhang Hao. Even though they had just met. Brother Hao sings so well and is very deep. Li Lei laughed. Hey. I can sing well too. Zhao Dong grinned and suddenly grabbed Li Lei's hand. What are you doing? Li Lei's face turned red. She tried to pull her hand away twice but failed, so she gave up. That little Lei, I actually lied to you. Zhao Dong was happy to see that Li Lei didn't resist, but he was more worried. What did you lie to me about? Li Lei asked. The sports car I drove isn't mine. Zhao Dong scratched his head and said, I'm just an ordinary working-class person. I know that. Well, when did you know? You don't look like a rich person. Li Lei laughed and said, and you didn't lie when you said that car was yours. Ah. Zhao Dong was embarrassed for a moment. So it turns out that the whole time, the other person already knew that he wasn't rich. It's true that you can't fake charisma. You rent that car? No, it belongs to my wife. She's always got money. Ah. Brother Hao's wife? Yes. The super rich kind. She has a plane at home. Li Lei smacked her lips. Someone with a plane is indeed not ordinary rich. But she doesn't care if there is a lot of money or not. Wife, would you like to sing? After Zhang Hao finished singing, he looked at Lin Su. Okay, I'll sing one too. If I sing badly, don't laugh at me. Lin Su took the microphone. She ordered a song called The Rest of My Life and her voice was clear and soft. Gulu. Zhang Hao couldn't help but start drinking again when he heard Lin Su's soft voice. I'm so annoyed. My sister-in-law sings so well. Zhao Dong immediately jumped up and applauded after the song was over. He wasn't just being polite, he really thought Lin Su sang well. Thank you. Lin Su smiled and sat next to Zhang Hao. She winked at him. I'll sing a song. Zhao Dong picked up the microphone and ordered a song, but then he started to howl like a wolf. He's quite good at drinking. But when it comes to singing, he's not nearly as good. However, with him there, the atmosphere is bound to be lively. Lin Su and Li Lei were both amused. Li Lei was also forced to sing a song, but her voice was small and she was a bit inhibited. But it was still quite good. Bang! Around 11 o'clock, Zhang Hao successfully got himself drunk. The wine bottles on the floor were scattered all over the place. Zhao Dong, is my husband having something on his mind today? Lin Su looked at Zhao Dong. Ah! That sister-in-law doesn't. Zhao Dong laughed sheepishly. Really? Lin Su's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. That I. Zhao Dong was intimidated by Lin Su's aura. He stammered for a long time and sighed, "Hey, sister-in-law, this guy is afraid of losing you." What a fool. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with a face full of pain. My brother is very deeply in love, and he's already suffered once. When he talks about you, he always smiles very happily, and it's completely different from before. In the past, when I talked to him about Lu Min, most of the time he was complaining to me. Lu Min is gone, but he might be able to handle it if you leave. Zhao Dong looked at Lin Su. I won't. Lin Su said firmly. After frowning, she stood up and said, "Help me carry him downstairs." Okay, I'll take him home. Zhao Dong laughed. Why are you taking him home? I'll take him to my place. Really? He's my husband. Where else would he go if not to my place? He's in this condition, doesn't he need someone to take care of him? Lin Su gave Zhao Dong a cold stare. She and Zhang Hao were legally married. And Zhao Dong scratched his head before picking up Zhang Hao. After they got downstairs, he threw him into the BMW and said with a smile, "Take care, sister-in-law. You and Lei should get some rest too." Lin Su nodded and got into the BMW. Good luck, mouse. Zhao Dong looked at the BMW as it drove away and grinned. Brother Dong, you'll take me home, won't you? Li Lei laughed. Oh, sure. Zhao Dong looked at Li Lei and couldn't help smiling. Zhang Hao was taken home by Lin Su, but he couldn't take Li Lei home. Miss, you're back? Suma, who had received the call at the entrance of the villa, was already waiting. Suma helped me carry Zhang Hao inside. Lin Su laughed after getting out of the car. Okay. Suma opened the car door and grabbed Zhang Hao's belt with one hand and lifted him up with such ease. It can be seen that she has some skills. Well. Lin Su followed behind her with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. But she didn't say anything. Miss, I'll go back first. Call me if you need anything. Suma smiled after putting Zhang Hao on the bed. Well, you get some rest. Lin Su nodded. After Suma left, she looked at Zhang Hao, who was unconscious on the bed, and sighed, "Hey, husband, you're such a big idiot." Ugh, my head hurts. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Zhang Hao opened his eyes and patted his head. As his vision cleared, he found that he was in an unfamiliar environment and sat up abruptly. At the moment, he was lying on a soft, large bed. The room was pitch black. The curtains almost blocked all the light, and it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Is this my wife's room? Zhang Hao sniffed and quickly determined where he was. The room smelled like Lin Su's scent, so it must be Lin Su's room. Oh. Did my wife take off my clothes? Zhang Hao lifted the quilt and saw that he was only wearing underwear. He felt embarrassed. He scratched his head. She dressed in the light of her phone and slipped out of the room. Chapter 27. I want to eat what you cook. Sir, you're awake? I'll go prepare breakfast for you. Please wait a moment. In the living room, Suma hurriedly stood up when she saw Zhang Hao. That Suma needn't bother. Zhang Hao stopped Suma and asked, "Where is my wife?" The young lady went to the company. Suma asked, "Sir, aren't you having breakfast?" "I'll just go out and eat something." Zhang Hao had no intention of having breakfast at Lin Su's and felt a little uncomfortable. He went downstairs, got into his BMW and drove home. After freshening up, he arrived at the office at around 10 o'clock without any rush. He's getting more and more daring. Supervisor Sun looked pale when he saw Zhang Hao arrive at work at this hour. He didn't say anything, and he didn't dare say anything now. The Hanyang Group, which Zhang Hao had just signed with, was definitely a hot commodity for their company in a short period of time. However, Zhang Hao felt Supervisor Sun's dissatisfaction but ignored it. He walked over to his workstation and sat down. How was it? Zhao Dong winked at Zhang Hao. What was it like? Zhang Hao shook his head. He didn't remember anything from last night. He had blacked out. Why did you drink so much? But I have some good news for you. Last night I told your wife about what happened. She said categorically that she would never leave you. Zhao Dong laughed. What the hell is wrong with you? Zhang Hao was furious. It wasn't like she forced me to say it. Zhao Dong pouted, feeling aggrieved. You. Zhang Hao was speechless. How could he let Lin Su know about this? Damn you, Winter Melon, you've ruined everything. There were 2 cows on the hillside to the east. When his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Hao didn't need to look at the screen to know it was Lin Su. He took the phone into the bathroom and answered, "Hey, honey." Lin Su's face was beaming on the screen. "Yes, I'm awake. I'm already at the office." "Why are you at the office?" "It's not good to get drunk. You should rest at home for a while." "I feel fine." Zhang Hao laughed. "Well, don't drink like that again." Lin Su rolled her eyes. "I know." Zhang Hao awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. After chatting for a while, he hung up the video and left the bathroom. Phew. I lost again. What a pig of a teammate. What a pig of a teammate. So annoying. 3 p.m. On a chair by the roadside. Shen Man, who had lost another game, was depressed for a while. "Are you bored again?" It wasn't long before Zhang Hao came over. He had wanted to go out in the afternoon to run some errands, but then he got another call from Shen Man. "I owe her money, so I have no choice." "Isn't that right?" Shen Man patted the seat next to her and laughed. "Sit down. I'm just curious. Why did you ask me to come out?" "It feels pointless." Zhang Hao couldn't help but complain after sitting down. "Who said it was meaningless? By the way, you still look preoccupied today. Haven't you figured out the question from yesterday yet? Why do you always create trouble for yourself?" Shen Man asked with a sneer. "Since when have I been creating trouble for myself? You said your wife is very outstanding and you don't think you're good enough for her. Isn't that creating trouble for yourself?" "But I just don't think I'm good enough for her." Zhang Hao was speechless. He felt more and more that Shen Man was mentally ill. "Is your wife very rich?" "Yes, very rich." "And then your wife married you, and you measure yourself against her with something she doesn't lack at all?" Shen Man looked at Zhang Hao like he was an idiot. "What do you mean?" Zhang Hao frowned. "It's very simple. Your wife doesn't lack money at all. Why do you feel that you are not good enough for her because you don't have money? Is it impossible for her to see your other good qualities? Are you not asking for trouble?" Shen Man said with contempt. "It's not me." Zhang Hao froze. He was dumbfounded when he realized something. Yes. His wife doesn't lack money at all. Why should he be depressed because he is poor? Even if he became rich, it would make no difference in his wife's eyes. His wife doesn't lack this stuff at all. "Do you understand?" Shen Man asked. I kind of understand." Zhang Hao nodded. But despite what he said, he still had some doubts in his heart. His wife's excellence is not just about money. In his opinion, Lin Su is like the bright moon in the dark sky. She is extremely outstanding in every aspect. And in his understanding, it is the man who should earn money to support the family. "Let's go catch a doll." Shen Man suddenly took hold of Zhang Hao's arm. "Let go of me." Zhang Hao tried to pull back his arm. "What are you doing?" Shen Man pinched Zhang Hao's face and said, "There are many people who want to get close to me. I'm the one who came up to you, and you're not happy about it? You go find someone else who wants to get close to you." "I'm not going to. I'm going to find you." "No." Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. His arm was pressed against 2 soft things from time to time, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He didn't want to have anything to do with Shen Man. "Let's go." Shen Man didn't care about Zhang Hao's discomfort. She quickly led Zhang Hao to a shopping mall. However, she didn't stay long. Around 5 o'clock, she found an excuse to leave. Crazy, right? Zhang Hao watched as the Ferrari walked away with its mouth rhythmically moving. He couldn't figure out what Shen Man really meant. Every time she called him out, it was always for nothing. They would just hang out for a while and then suddenly break up for no reason. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Hao glanced at it and then answered with a smile, "Honey." "Where are you, honey?" Lin Su's pretty face appeared on the screen. "I'm out. I'm off work. Shall I come and find you?" "You come here." Zhang Hao laughed. Okay, send me your location and I'll be right there. Lin Su hung up the video call. I'm looking forward to it and also a little scared. This feeling is not at all pleasant. Zhang Hao sighed. He looked around and sent Lin Su his location. Honey. Before long, a white Bentley pulled up. What would you like to eat, honey? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Do you have pots and pans at the rental place? Lin Su asked. Well, yes, but I rarely cook myself, so I'll just eat something on the go. Zhang Hao said awkwardly. Honey, I want to eat the food you cook. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with anticipation and asked, will you cook for me tonight? Well, why don't you want to? I'm your wife. If I don't cook for you. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose and said, you drive and follow me to buy groceries first. Okay. Lin Su smiled happily. She drove the Bentley behind the BMW. Chapter 28, I want to start a business. My dear, I'm sorry. This is just a single room, a bit small. You'll have to make do with it. After buying the groceries, Zhang Hao returned to the rented house with a face full of embarrassment. His place couldn't even compare to Lin Su's home, which had a bathroom. It was so shabby that he felt a little embarrassed. The small house looks cozy, I think it's quite nice. Lin Su said with a smile. You sit down, I'll go cook first. Zhang Hao smiled and then carried the ingredients into the kitchen. And as he left Lin Su's line of sight, the smile on his face gradually faded. Although he had been enlightened by Shin Man before, and his heart felt a lot better, the gap was still there. In front of Lin Su, he always felt too small. Do you need help, honey? Lin Su asked. No need, honey. You just sit there. Zhang Hao shook his head. Cooking and stuff, his cooking skills are actually quite good. His mom's cooking is delicious. Naturally, he has also picked up a few tricks in home cooking. He washes vegetables, chops them up and stir-fries them. Before long, a delicious aroma wafts from the kitchen. It smells so good. Lin Su runs to the kitchen door with her big eyes shining like stars. She looks straight at Zhang Hao and asks, Honey, are you a good cook? Not at all. I can only cook a few home-style dishes. Zhang Hao shakes his head. His cooking may be good for ordinary people. However, Lin Su is no ordinary person. Could Su's cooking be bad? This is an obvious question. Honey, you look so handsome cooking. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao like a little fangirl. Ah. No. Zhang Hao was embarrassed by the praise. He smiled awkwardly and said, Go sit outside. The food will be ready soon. I don't want to. I want to watch you. Lin Su said. Well, you're. Zhang Hao was speechless. He didn't say anything else and continued to cook with all his heart. But after 10 minutes or so, the 3 dishes and 1 soup were ready. There was braised pork ribs, chicken with pickled peppers, vegetables, and seaweed soup. When they were served on the table, they were overflowing with aroma. I'll try it first. Lin Su pretended to be full after dinner and sat down at the table. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Her big eyes immediately curved into a pair of crescent moons. How is it, honey? Zhang Hao asked nervously. Try it yourself. Lin Su picked up a piece of chicken and put it in Zhang Hao's mouth. Yeah. It's not bad. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Not just not bad, it's delicious, okay? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao and giggled. Honey, I really didn't think you were such a good cook. If you like it, I'll cook it for you whenever I have time. Zhang Hao laughed. Really, honey? You promised, don't go back on your word. Lin Su looked expectant. I will definitely cook for you if you like it. You are my wife, after all. Zhang Hao said. You are so good, my dear. Come on, eat more. You look a little thin. Lin Su offered Zhang Hao some food. Air. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su's beautiful face and was momentarily lost in thought. He felt incredibly happy at that moment. But soon he sighed in his heart. Honey, let me do the dishes. After finishing all the food on the table, Lin Su stood up with a full stomach and laughed. You don't need me to do it. Zhang Hao got up. You cook and I'll wash the dishes. We'll divide the work. No need to divide the work. You just sit there. Do you not consider me your wife? It feels like I'm just a guest in your house. Lin Su was unhappy. Honey, don't get me wrong. Then why don't you let me do the dishes? I don't want to. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su and started to clean up the dishes. Pop. Lin Su suddenly laughed. Without saying anything else, she walked over to the side and sat down, quietly watching the busy Zhang Hao. Honey, I'm done cleaning up. In a moment, Zhang Hao walked out of the kitchen. After looking at Lin Su, he smiled and walked over to sit down next to her. Honey, I feel very happy right now. In the past, after I got home from work, I was always alone. Although I didn't feel lonely, I wasn't happy either. After I met you, I have something to look forward to every day now. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao. Honey, come on. Zhang Hao scratched his head. You haven't had that kind of experience, so you can't possibly understand that feeling. Sometimes love may come inexplicably and without warning, but it can make people happy. I feel like you're my white moonlight right now. Lin Su's eyes were full of tenderness. Cough. Honey, I'm embarrassed that you say that about me. Zhang Hao lowered his head, his heart pounding. He had actually been flirted with by his girlfriend. And this girlfriend was also a super rich woman. Puff. Lin Su was amused by Zhang Hao's appearance. After sitting quietly for a while, she suddenly stood up and said, Honey, I'm going home. Ah. Wife, Zhang Hao subconsciously jumped up. I'll see you tomorrow. Lin Su glanced at Zhang Hao and started walking. Wife. What? You be careful on the road. Zhang Hao wanted to persuade Lin Su to stay, but he couldn't bring himself to do so, remembering that he only had a small single room. To Lin Su, the house he lived in was too shabby. They had only known each other for a short time. Lin Su's beauty and excellence made him feel even more inferior. Well, good night. Lin Su lingered for 3 or 4 seconds before leaving. As she closed the door, she sighed and said, What a fool. What a fool. The next morning at the office, Zhao Dong greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Zhang Hao sat down. He picked up the jade statue that Lin Su had given him and looked at it in awe. The statue was exquisite and as beautiful as Lin Su. Shit. Why do you look like you're about to die? I'm really worried about you like this. Don't get depressed from fucking love. Zhao Dong nudged Zhang Hao. How could that be? It's quite possible in your current state. Zhang Hao gave Zhao Dong a cold stare. He touched the little face of the statue and suddenly turned to look at Zhao Dong and said, Melon, I want to start a business. Zhao Dong froze for a moment and asked, What did you say? I said I want to start a business. You're in a negative equity state right now and you're telling me about starting a business? Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. Let's just say I don't have much money. Zhao Dong said, And do you have any good projects right now? Just say you want to start a business? Chapter 29, Come with me somewhere. Winter Melon, I'm serious. I want to start a business. At the very least, I need to earn a down payment for a house or something in a short period of time. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Dong seriously. Last night, he lay in bed and kept thinking until the middle of the night. Although he didn't know what would happen next, he already had a preliminary plan. I know I'm also talking to you very seriously. Do you have any money now? What about the project? Zhao Dong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He felt that his friend was a bit obsessed. Is that damned pride so important? His wife is so rich, why start a business? He had no doubt that no matter what project Zhang Hao was working on, he would earn more money in a month than the pocket money he cried and begged for from his wife. Lin Su, what is the amount? He simply couldn't estimate how much Lin Su had. I know a rich woman, let's see if we can get some capital. Zhang Hao said, I plan to take her for a ride. What does that mean? Zhao Dong froze. After a long while, he asked, How do you know another rich woman? Ugh. Winter Melon. Zhang Hao don't know what to say. He felt very strange himself. Originally, he had no relationship with Shen Man at all. However, he casually mentioned that he wanted to borrow some money, and Shen Man transferred 100,000 yuan to him. He felt that he should be able to talk about it. Damn it! You've fallen into a nest of rich women? How come there's another rich woman popping up? Zhao Dong cursed. He just wondered why he didn't have this kind of luck. If the heavens wanted to give him a rich woman, he could just create a hair business and hold her thighs every day. This is very strange. Zhang Hao helplessly told the whole story. Damn it! Is there such a stupid rich woman? She's quite pretty? Buddy, aren't you going to introduce me? Zhao Dong suddenly grabbed Zhang Hao's hand. Godfather, I'm putting my happiness in your hands. Get lost. Zhang Hao pushed Zhao Dong away. That's too much. Zhao Dong squinted at Zhang Hao with a face of resentment. Although he wasn't handsome enough, he still had a chance to hook up with a rich woman, so he could still try harder. At least he should try to rescue the situation, right? I'll go out first. Zhang Hao didn't care about Zhao Dong's displeasure and got up and left the company. He got into his BMW and drove to the entrance of a shopping mall, where he sent a message to Shen Man. Hey, little brother, why did you suddenly want to go out with me? Are you impressed by my beauty? Don't worry, sister, I'm definitely on your side. As long as you divorce your wife, I can seamlessly join you and get married right away. It wasn't long before Shen Man arrived. When she got out of the car, her big eyes kept blinking, which was really cute. Cough, cough, get in the car, I'll take you somewhere. Zhang Hao coughed. Where are we going? Shen Man frowned but got into the car anyway. Just follow me. Zhang Hao didn't say much else, and with a kick on the gas, they sped off. Hey, you're not thinking of selling me, are you? Why are we on the highway? I'm telling you, don't try anything. I've been trained. Shen Man didn't say anything at first. When she noticed that the BMW was speeding all the way to the highway, she immediately became uneasy. Don't worry, I'm not going to sell you. I'm going back to my hometown. If I really have to sell you, I'll definitely have to find a place far away. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. Why are you dragging me back to your hometown? To introduce me to your parents? Isn't that a bit too soon? Shen Man asked. You're thinking too much. Don't I owe you money? Don't I have to find a way to pay you back? You'll just have to follow me anyway. Zhang Hao gave a mysterious smile. Fine. I'll see what kind of tricks you're playing. Shen Man didn't say anything else. She took out her phone and entered the game. In a short while, she started to curse. What a pig teammate. What a pig teammate. He can't even keep up with the group. He's always late. Why doesn't he just die? Zhang Hao glanced at Shen Man and was a little dumbfounded. This girl is a bit unrestrained. He didn't bother Shen Man and continued driving in concentration. It was almost 12 o'clock when he turned the wheel and entered a service area. Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Shen Man asked. Aren't you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Zhang Hao looked at Shen Man. What's good to eat in this service area? I can still hold out. Shen Man shrugged. I'll go buy some snacks. Zhang Hao opened the door, got out of the car and walked into the store. He first bought some snacks for Shen Man and then made himself a bowl of instant noodles. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull is with the cow. At this time, the phone rang. Zhang Hao took out his phone and asked, after checking the call, have you finished for the day, honey? Yes. Why are you eating instant noodles? Lin Su's eyebrows furrowed on the screen. I'm going back to my hometown. I'm in a highway service area, so? Zhang Hao felt quite embarrassed. His wife was worth a fortune, yet he was eating instant noodles here. It looked a bit shabby if she saw him. You only went back a few days ago. Do you have to go back now? Is there something at home? If there is, you have to tell me. I'm your wife now. Lin Su reminded. Don't worry, honey, it's no big deal. I'm just going back to the town to take care of some things. I won't be going home. Zhang Hao laughed. Well, when will you be back? I was thinking of going over to your place for dinner tonight. Lin Su asked with some disappointment. Honey, I definitely won't be able to make it tonight. I won't be back until tomorrow. Zhang Hao scratched his head. Oh, in that case, I'll just go home tonight. Actually, I want to go to your place. I just think my husband makes the best food. Lin Su pouted. Really? If you like, I'll cook for you tomorrow night. Come straight over after work. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su and suddenly felt an indescribable joy in his heart. His wife liked the food he cooked, which proved that he still had some merits. Yes, I'll definitely come over tomorrow night. Lin Su giggled. By the way, do you have any favorite dishes? I'll see if I can cook it. Zhang Hao asked. Hubby, I like spicy food. I especially like that chicken dish you fried. And the spare ribs. Lin Su said. No problem, tomorrow I'll fry some more chicken and spare ribs. Zhang Hao laughed. After finishing the cup of instant noodles, he said a few words to Lin Su before hanging up. Back in the car, he threw the snacks to Shin Man and said, Sister Man, you eat some snacks to fill your stomach first. We won't get off the highway until 5 o'clock. What is this? I'm not eating it. Shin Man looked disgusted. But after walking for a while, around 2 o'clock, she seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. She casually picked up a bag of snacks, opened it and took a bite. It's delicious. Cut it out. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. Cough cough. Just drive, sister. I'm just hungry. Shin Man coughed dryly and said, normally I wouldn't eat this. Chapter 30 I voted. Phew. Finally off the highway. Driving is tiring. At around 4:40 p.m., a BMW pulled out of the highway exit in Qingxi town and headed straight for the town. After another 10 minutes, the car stopped in front of a small restaurant. Zhang Hao got out of the car and said, Sister Man, we're here. What did you bring me here for? Shin Man got out of the car and asked puzzledly. You'll see. Zhang Hao smiled and walked into the restaurant, saying, Boss, cook us some of your specialty dishes. Okay. Just a moment. The boss was about 50 years old and gave the impression of being quite honest. Seeing that there were guests at the door, he quickly went to work. Isn't there a better restaurant in your town? Can't you be more generous? Didn't I transfer you 100,000 yuan? Shen Man looked disgusted. The restaurant was so small that there were only 4 tables at a glance. It looks a bit old. Sister Man, don't let the small size of the restaurant put you off. The food is absolutely delicious. You probably won't believe me if I just tell you. You'll see for yourself. Zhang Hao laughed. Ha! Shen Man pursed her lips and asked, so what did you bring me here for anyway? Let's eat first. Zhang Hao played hard to get. The food is here. It wasn't long before the owner brought a dish to the table. He served Zhang Hao and Shen Man and then smiled. The first one is stir-fried kidney beans. You try it. This is one of my specialties. Great. Thanks, boss. Zhang Hao smiled and couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. He really couldn't say enough about the taste of this small restaurant, which he had to try every time he came back for the new year. This time, it was indeed the same taste. The kidney beans were tender and very refreshing. Ha! I'm shallow. Shin Man couldn't resist and tried a bite when she saw Zhang Hao's face in raptures. Her eyes lit up. As the owner brought 2 more dishes one after the other, she tried each one and gave a thumbs up. Zhang Hao's cooking is really good. If it wasn't good, could I have brought you here? Zhang Hao laughed and asked, Sister Man, do you think there's any point in us poaching this owner and opening our own restaurant? You want to open a restaurant? Well, my wife is so good, I have to try to improve myself, don't I? Then you don't need to open a restaurant. Shin Man laughed bitterly. Realizing something, she asked again, you didn't drag me all the way here just to ask me to invest, did you? Sister Man is really smart. I just want you to invest. Zhang Hao nodded. With this owner's cooking skills, there is a high probability that the restaurant will make a profit if it opens. But I don't agree with you opening a restaurant. Isn't starting a company more appealing? Shen Man said. What kind of company can I start in this market? In comparison, I think the success rate of the catering industry is higher. After all, we have a great chef here, as long as the taste is good, we won't have to worry about business. Lin Su said with a smile. What success rate? There are so many people in the catering industry now. If I'm not wrong, your wife is running a company, so you want to get into an industry that doesn't conflict with your wife, right? That's a good idea. Shen Man realized what was going on and laughed. Congratulations, you guessed right. My wife's company is already big enough. Why would I start another company? The catering industry is nothing like my wife's business. Zhang Hao nodded. He had indeed considered this. Okay, I'll invest. Shin Man smiled and readily agreed. No. You're just going to agree? The boss's cooking is really good. The chances of making money are very high. Why wouldn't I invest? Let's get one thing straight, I don't have any money. Zhang Hao looked at Shin Man. I'll pay for the money. You can manage the restaurant. You get 60% of the profits and I get 40%. Well, Sister Man, you're being a bit generous. I just want you to owe me. Shin Man laughed. You've got me confused. Why do you want me to owe you? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. What do you care? Shin Man said, anyway, if you do it, I'll invest the money. How much can you give? There's no upper limit. Sister Shin, you're not joking with me, are you? How did you come up with an upper limit? Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. How much can you spend just on opening a restaurant? You can't just rent a shopfront and install some renovations and get tens of millions out of it, can you? I don't care if it's a little more or a little less. Shen Man shrugged. If you put it that way, there's nothing wrong with it. But I think I'll probably need 2 or 3 million. Since you've already confirmed the chef's cooking, we should at least make it a slightly larger scale. Zhang Hao first gave Shin Man a reminder. 2 or 3 million is nothing I can't afford. Don't worry. Shin Man always looked carefree. It was a joke. This business is a sure profit for her. Why would she need to worry about that? If she really loses money, she can ask Lin Su to reimburse her. That woman has a lot of money anyway, and she can't spend it all. Didn't you all just discuss opening the restaurant without asking me if I agreed? The boss sat there, a little speechless, and asked. He had heard the whole conversation between Zhang Hao and Shin Man. They were talking about him. Cough. Boss, how much does this restaurant make a month? Zhang Hao asked with a dry cough and a smile. This is a small restaurant, so I'd say 5 to 6,000 yuan a month in net profit. The boss replied. I'll pay you 30,000 yuan a month. Zhang Hao asked. Sure. Who doesn't like more money? The boss nodded. Good. Then we have a deal. You will be the head chef when you start working there. Your salary can be increased when the restaurant becomes successful. But boss, let me warn you in advance. You will have to teach your apprentices, right? Zhang Hao looked at the boss. It's just cooking, what's the big deal? Besides, I'm just a bachelor. If I don't pass it on, will it just stay with the soil? Actually, I recognize you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out. The boss laughed. Do you remember me? Zhang Hao asked in surprise. You come here a lot, you just haven't talked to me. It's rare that you like the food I cook, so I'll consider it a favor. When you're done over there, just give me a call. The boss laughed. Then, thank you, boss. What for? Aren't you going to pay? Besides, foot massages are convenient in big cities. Zhang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem. Shen Man was also choked. In the end, was this the reason why the boss had agreed so readily? She had been slightly moved just now. And this was the result? Chapter 31, Being too good isn't a good thing. Sister Shin, we'll be staying in this town tonight. I'll get you a room. You'll just have to make do. At around 9 o'clock, Zhang Hao left the hotel after saying goodbye to the boss. As he had no relevant experience, he had just spent quite a while chatting with the boss. Aren't you from this town? It's not too late. Why don't you take me back to your place instead of staying in a hotel? I don't want to stay here. Shen Man said disdainfully. The hygiene conditions in hotels in small towns like this can't be guaranteed. Are you thinking of coming to my place? Zhang Hao asked in surprise. What? I can't go to your place? Not really. Let's go. Shen Man decisively got into the passenger seat of the BMW. Oh, I'll have to trouble my mom again. Zhang Hao sighed and helplessly took out his phone to call his mom. Then he drove to his house. Oh, I need to tidy up the guest room. Grisa popped up from a small 2-story house in a village. Why are you tidying up the room? Zhang Yangda asked curiously as he walked into the living room. Your son is back. It seems he has brought a female friend and they are going to sleep at home tonight. Why has the boy been coming back so often recently? Grisa asked in puzzlement. That boy is back again? Didn't he just come back a few days ago? Zhang Yangda frowned. I'm quite puzzled too. Guli glanced at Zhang Yangda and said, I need to go tidy up the room. What's he running for? Zhang Yangda muttered to himself and walked to the door. Before long, two beams of light shone through and a BMW pulled up at the front gate. Dad! I'm back. Zhang Hao got out of the car and smiled as he said hello. Hello, uncle. Shin Man also shouted after getting out of the car. Zhang Yangda looked at Shin Man and froze. Where did his son find such a beautiful girl? Although she was slightly older than his son, she was also very pretty and had a great temperament. After recovering from his surprise, he quickly walked up and asked, Young lady, are you Lin Su? Dad, she's not your daughter-in-law. We're just casual friends, so don't mistake us for each other. Zhang Hao reminded him. Uncle, my name is Shin Man, not Lin Su. Shin Man laughed. Did I make a mistake? Zhang Yangda scratched his head. The last time he had a video call with Lin Su, he hung up before he could see clearly, so he wasn't really sure what Lin Su looked like. He just knew that his daughter-in-law was incredibly beautiful. Coincidentally, the girl in front of him was also very pretty. Sister Man, go in first. Zhang Hao led Shin Man into the living room. Oh, you must be Su Su, right? Come on, let me take a look. At this time, Guli came downstairs. When she saw Shin Man, she froze for a second and thought that this was her daughter-in-law back. She had really grown up to be pretty. When she had called earlier, her son had lied to her and said that they were just friends, and that she should prepare a guest room. Her daughter-in-law had returned and she was going to clean a guest room? Hello, Auntie. My name is Shin Man, not Su Su. You've got the wrong person. Shin Man said with a bitter smile. Ah, you're not Lin Su? Guli was embarrassed. Mom! I already told you, she's just a friend of mine. Zhang Hao said. Oops. Sorry, I thought you were my daughter-in-law back. You guys chat first, I'll go make some tea and get some snacks. Guli quickly went to get busy. Xiao Hao, why did you suddenly come back? Zhang Yangda asked curiously after sitting down. Dad. I came back to take care of some business. Zhang Hao replied. What business? You didn't know to give us a call and make a special trip back? Zhang Yangda frowned. You really can't do this. To be honest, I plan to open a restaurant in Hangzhou. I came back this time to look for a chef. Zhang Hao said. You want to open a restaurant? You're a university graduate, so why did you suddenly want to open a restaurant? Besides, our family doesn't have the capital. Zhang Yangda was puzzled. Son, what are you doing? Guli also looked puzzled. Dad, don't worry about the money. My friend has agreed to invest. She doesn't need money either. As for why I want to open a restaurant. Dad, Mom, it's mainly because your daughter-in-law is so outstanding that I have to improve myself, right? If I just work a regular 9-to-5 job, when will I be able to afford a house? Zhang Hao said with a long face. Su Su is outstanding? Guli asked with a smile. Not only is she outstanding, she's simply excellent. I went to her house last time, and the scale of it really surprised me. Anyway, she's rich. Zhang Hao said. Rich? Worth millions? Guli's mouth dropped open. What do you know? My son said she's rich, so she must be worth millions. Zhang Yangda chimed in. Ahem. Shin Man, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. Girl, what's wrong? Guli quickly brought a tissue and patted Shin Man's back. Auntie, I'm fine, thank you. Shin Man quickly waved her hands. Dad. Mom. What's a few million more or less when you're so small-minded? Your daughter-in-law is definitely worth billions. Just the cars and stuff in the house are worth hundreds of millions. A few million is just the price of one of their cars. Zhang Haoyu's words were shocking. Puff. Zhang Yangda, who had just swallowed his tea, spat it out and asked, How much did you say, son? A few billions? Guli was also shocked. My goodness, how much is that? The boss of the one in their town is worth tens of millions and is still considered awesome. And the daughter-in-law of their Zhang family is actually worth billions? Puff. Shen Man, however, burst out laughing. Zhang Hao doesn't seem to have a big vision either. Billions? Not to mention Lin Su's huge background behind her. The value of a single person has already exceeded hundreds of billions. On the surface, Lin Su was the chairman and president of the Asia Group, but behind the scenes, there are still many successful investments. That woman simply cannot spend all her money. What are you laughing at? Zhang Hao looked at Shen Man in puzzlement. I'm not laughing at anything. Shen Man shook her head. Is Lin Su really that amazing? Our family is not even close to being on the same level as her. Guli became anxious. Zhang Yongda's brows also tightened. Their family's conditions and Lin Su's conditions were not compatible at all. Suddenly, he began to worry. That's why I have to improve myself, Dad and Mom. It's impossible for me to catch up with Lin Su in this life. But I have to be able to protect myself at least. Otherwise, the pressure on me will be too great. Zhang Hao said with a wry smile. Son, do you get along with Su Su? Guli asked. There's no problem getting along. Your daughter-in-law is quite nice. Dad. Mom. You don't need to worry about this. I'll bring her back when the opportunity arises. You'll definitely like her. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Hey. Guli and Zhang Yongda glanced at each other inside together. It's not a good thing that their daughter-in-law is too outstanding. What talents does their son have? Chapter 32. I want to buy my own house. Hey, what's Lin Su doing? At 11 p.m., Shen Man asked from her bed in the room. I've just finished showering and am getting ready for bed. Lin Su replied. Come on, guess where I am. You're so unpredictable, how would I know where you are? Just guess. Shen Man sat up and took her phone in her hands, spinning it around. Look at the decoration of this room. Your room seems a bit ordinary. With your personality, would you live in a room like this? You are quite picky even with a homestay. I really can't guess if you ask me to guess. Lin Su's eyes were full of surprise. I'm at your husband's house. This room is their guest room. Surprised? Shen Man said with a smile. Shen Man, why did you go to my workplace? Lin Su was surprised. It's because of your husband's pride that he insisted on starting his own business and buying a house, and dragged me along? I'll tell you a secret, Zhang Hao is going to open a restaurant. We're here today to recruit chefs. Shen Man said. Hey, that's just how he is. Actually, I don't really care about all that, but I can't say anything to him. I could sense it at his house yesterday. Lin Su sighed. Just let him be. As long as he's happy, isn't that all that matters? Besides, a man should have some backbone. I really admire him for that. He said before that he would never be able to catch up to you in this life, but at least he can protect himself. Shen Man laughed. You're right. He should have some backbone. Otherwise, he definitely won't be able to pass the test with my family. I haven't told my family yet. I'm afraid that. Lin Su suddenly scratched his hair and looked very annoyed. Your family is difficult. You can't look down on Zhang Hao's family at all. I don't know if he can handle it. Other things don't really matter. Shen Man said. We'll see. By the way, what are my in-laws like? Are they easy to get along with? Lin Su asked. Auntie and uncle are very nice and warm towards me, so you don't have to worry about that. You can tell from Zhang Hao's personality what his parents are like. You definitely won't be unhappy after you marry into the family. Besides, they won't dare let you suffer. You don't know that Zhang Hao shocked your in-laws when he guessed your worth as being billions of dollars. Shen Man laughed. Well, as long as he is easy to get along with. Lin Su let out a sigh of relief. I think you don't have to worry about this side at all. The main thing is that you have to deal with your family's side. That guy Zhang Hao is quite a handful. The gap between the two families is too big. Shen Man reminded. She knew Lin Su's family background. The volume far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people, and it is definitely a giant. If it weren't so, Lin Su would not have been able to become worth hundreds of billions of dollars at such a young age, and there would still be so many groups begging Lin Su to invest. Many times, Lin Su's investment in some companies was completely out of her hands. She really couldn't bring herself to do it. Dad. Mom. We're leaving. Zhang Hao laughed around 8 o'clock the next morning. Uncle. Auntie, sorry to bother you. Shen Man also laughed. Why do you say that, girl? There's nothing much for you to entertain yourself here, Auntie. If you have time in the future, just come over and hang out. Other than that, you can stay here as long as you don't mind eating and sleeping here. Guli laughed. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll definitely come again. Shen Man nodded with a smile. This is her best friend's home from now on. How could she not come to visit? Well, she should let Lin Su rebuild the house sometime, otherwise it's not very comfortable to live in. She still has requirements for these things. Let's go. Zhang Hao got into the BMW. Bye, Auntie and Uncle. Shen Man waved her hand before getting into the passenger seat. Sister Man, do you have any good suggestions for the restaurant business? Zhang Hao asked while driving. Why are you asking me? Didn't I say I don't care? If you insist on dragging me around, I'm not investing. Shen Man said with a pout. You don't care at all? I'm lazy. Zhang Hao was speechless for a moment. This was the first time he had seen someone talk so plausibly about laziness. Concentrate on driving, I'm playing a game. Shen Man gave Zhang Hao a look and didn't say anything else. After arriving in Hangzhou at around 4 p.m., she said, See that coffee shop up ahead? Put me there. Your car is not on this side. Zhang Hao said. I don't know. Take a taxi over there? Shen Man said, You can just turn around in front and drop me off at the coffee shop. Okay. Zhang Hao shrugged. After dropping Shen Man off, he went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients before returning to the rental house. Honey, I'm here. Around 6 o'clock, Lin Su arrived at the rental house. Honey. Zhang Hao greeted her with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept over Lin Su's body. Today Lin Su was dressed in black professional attire as usual, with a white shirt, just a slightly different style. Moreover, he noticed that Lin Su didn't seem to like wearing skirts. Except for the cheongsam she wore on the day they got married, she always wore pants. As for the first time they met, he didn't pay much attention. Did you take care of things? Lin Su asked with a smile. Yes, I did. Zhang Hao nodded and smiled. You take a rest first, I'll go cook. Hubby, let me help you. Lin Su said. No need. I've already done the preparation work. It'll just be a quick stir-fry. Zhang Hao laughed. Okay then. Lin Su smiled but didn't go in. She scanned the room with her eyes, and when she saw a wardrobe, she curiously opened it and couldn't help but frown. She found that there were just over 10 pieces of clothing hanging in the wardrobe, and they were for all 4 seasons. Dinner's ready, honey. In a short while, the meal was ready. Zhang Hao served it one by one and then served 2 bowls of rice. Your cooking is delicious. Lin Su sat down and took a bite, her face full of satisfaction. She tilted her head and asked Zhang Hao, Honey, can I come over to your place every night for dinner from now on? Every night? Zhang Hao froze for a moment, embarrassed, and said, My place is so small. How about you come over to my place? Lin Su asked again. Honey, Zhang Hao bowed his head and was silent for a moment. What's wrong? Lin Su wanted to probe Zhang Hao's innermost thoughts. Honey, I want to buy a house that belongs to us through our own efforts. Zhang Hao looked up and said. That's fine. Lin Su smiled and said, I respect your thoughts. Well, thank you. Zhang Hao then smiled. Soon, the meal was finished and all the food was gone. After tidying up the mess, he saw Lin Su sitting on the sofa with a frown on her forehead and couldn't help but ask, Honey, what's wrong? Chapter 33, Really Cute and Silly. Honey, it's fine. It's just that something happened at the company, but I've already taken care of it. Lin Su looked up and smiled at Zhang Hao. That's good. Zhang Hao sat down next to Lin Su. Looking at Lin Su like this, his heart rate suddenly increased. He found that Lin Su was really beautiful. No matter which angle you look at her from, she is so naturally beautiful that it is intoxicating. Honey, do I have something on my face? Why are you looking at me like this all the time? Lin Su felt a little embarrassed by the way she was being looked at. Two red clouds appeared on her fair face, making her look even more charming. You're so beautiful, my dear. Zhang Hao took Lin Su's hand. It was so smooth and tender, as delicate as a newborn baby's skin. You're quite handsome too. Lin Su leaned on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Ha ha! Zhang Hao giggled. Taking a deep breath of the fragrance from between Lin Su's hair also made him feel as if he had entered a sea of flowers. His happiness index was at its maximum at this moment. Honey, shall we go to the movies? Lin Su suddenly asked. Let's go. Zhang Hao immediately jumped up. After leaving the rented house, he got into Lin Su's Bentley and said with a smile, Honey, you drive your car there, and I'll take a taxi back. Okay. Lin Su got into the passenger seat. The Bentley sped all the way to the nearby cinema. Zhang Hao bought 2 tickets and, with Lin Su's hand in his, walked into the projection room amidst envious stares. They arrived just in time, as the movie was about to start. A sci-fi movie? Lin Su asked with a smile as she looked at the screen in front of her. Then she threw her arms around Zhang Hao's shoulders and rested her head on his shoulder. Fighting aliens. Zhang Hao said with a smile. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. He realized that Lin Su's figure was a bit too impressive. Usually, Lin Su's clothes seemed to be of the loose-fitting type, which did not show off her figure very well. At the moment, as Lin Su leaned so heavily on him, he felt what it meant to have a figure that was worth talking about. Subconsciously, he rubbed his hand against it. Hubby, what are you doing? Lin Su suddenly looked up and asked with a breath like orchid. Ah. I didn't do anything. Zhang Hao replied embarrassedly. Is it big? Lin Su blinked. Well, it is. Zhang Hao subconsciously replied. When he felt something was wrong, he tensed his body again. Wife. Lin Su couldn't help but burst out laughing. He found that his silly husband was so cute. Air. Zhang Hao touched his nose tip and didn't dare to look Lin Su in the eye. He still doesn't have the confidence after all. After that, he started watching the movie without any distractions. The atmosphere gradually became exceptionally warm. Finally, the movie ended. After leaving the movie theater, Lin Su brushed her hair in front of her forehead and said, Honey, I'm going home. Okay, honey, be careful on the way home and give me a call when you get there. Zhang Hao nodded. His eyes showed a little reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. Thinking about his shabby one-room apartment, he didn't even have the courage to try to keep Lin Su. Of course, they had only known each other for a few days. Some things could not be rushed, even if they had already been married. Honey, I'll go first. Lin Su smiled and got into the Bentley. After starting the engine and driving out of the parking lot, she sighed. She felt that her husband was really cute in his stupidity. Mouse, where have you been for the past 2 days? Zhao Dong, from Ziyuan Company, asked curiously when he saw Zhang Hao come in at 8 a.m. I went back to my hometown. Zhang Hao laughed. Why did you go back again? Zhao Dong smiled bitterly. I'm going back to my hometown to open a restaurant and recruit chefs. Zhang Hao sat down with a thud. Are you going to open a restaurant? Zhao Dong was dumbfounded. His brother's career choice was a bit far-reaching. Thinking about Zhang Hao's super-rich wife, he had a whole bunch of things he wanted to say but didn't say. People with money are not afraid of losses. Even if Zhang Hao has a strong sense of self-esteem, his wife is still his wife. Lin Su would never stand by and watch her husband lose all his underwear. That's the kind of backing people have. Yes. Open a restaurant. Zhang Hao laughed. I'll give you a discount when you come over to eat. Great. Now there's a place to get free meals. Zhao Dong smiled happily. Thinking about it, his brother opening a restaurant seemed like a good thing. At least he could go there occasionally for a treat. As for the risks, they didn't exist. A few million was nothing to Li Su. This shop is not bad. Zhang Hao logged onto a website to look for information on shops for rent. He was quite lucky. There was a 2-story shop for rent nearby, about 400 square meters. The upstairs and downstairs combined were almost 1,000 square meters. Standing up, he said, Melon, do a good job. I'm going out for a while. Do you want me to go with you? Zhao Dong asked. No, I can handle it myself. Zhang Hao smiled and then left the company. He then drove his BMW for just 10 minutes before finding the shop for sale. Can I help you, sir? A middle-aged man behind the counter asked with a smile. Are you the owner? Zhang Hao got straight to the point. Yes. Are you here to buy the shop? The owner stood up quickly. Well, I'll have a look around. Zhang Hao nodded and started to look around the shop. It was quite a coincidence. This was also a restaurant, and the style of decoration and the size of the shop suited him perfectly. If he bought the shop, he could even save a lot of money on renovations. With a few minor changes, he could open for business right away. Brother, let me tell you, this place is quite lively. The flow of people is relatively large on weekdays. If you want to open a restaurant and buy this shop from me, it will definitely be profitable. I just renovated the interior not long ago. The owner kept following Zhang Hao. It looks pretty good to me. How much is the rent? Zhang Hao asked. I signed a 5-year lease with the landlord, so I still have 3 years left. You only need to pay 300 yuan for the transfer fee. The boss laughed. That's a bit high. As for the previous talk about the flow of people and the location, it's all fine, but as for whether it can make money, it's really hard to say. After all, you are about to transfer it, so there must be a reason. Zhang Hao was about to bargain. Brother, I won't hide it from you. I am in urgent need of money. Otherwise, I definitely would not have transferred this restaurant. Look, the renovations were all done this year. The boss laughed. The decoration is good, but your store obviously doesn't have much business. At this time of the day, how many waiters do you have in the store? If business is good, would there only be this many people? I won't say much more. If you agree to 2.88 million, I'll take it. Zhang Hao looked at the boss and said. Brother, you're cutting it too harshly. This is the price I'll give. Okay, 2.88 is 2.88. I'll consider it a friendship. Chapter 34, Pick me up at the bus station. Sure. Boss, go get 2 copies of the contract and I'll take a look at the shop. If everything's fine, we'll sign it today. Zhang Hao didn't want to drag things out and wanted to get things settled as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go right away. The boss smiled and left. Why was there no business at this shop? Was it because of the chef or something else? Zhang Hao watched the boss leave and then wandered around the shop again. He had to make sure there weren't any problems. Boss, are you renting this restaurant? Suddenly a woman in her 30s came over. Yes, why? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Can we still work here after you rent it? The woman asked. The other waiters also came over. Why did your boss suddenly want to sell? Zhang Hao looked at the woman. Business is not very good. There are only 10 tables a day, and the boss can't handle it anymore. The woman replied. No repeat customers? It's almost like that. I see. Zhang Hao nodded. The lack of repeat customers meant that it wasn't a problem with the restaurant but with the chef. If the food didn't taste good, business would naturally be bad. After thinking for a moment, he said, if you have any ideas about running the place, you can stay. I'm also opening a restaurant later. Boss, if you're going to open a restaurant, you'll have to change the chef. The woman glanced in the direction of the kitchen and whispered, the chef here isn't very good, but there's no way to get rid of him because he's related to the boss. Oh? Is there something fishy going on? If that's the case, your boss is being a bit too lenient, isn't he? If the chef can't cook, he definitely has to be replaced. Zhang Hao was puzzled. How can you replace someone's brother-in-law? The woman said. Okay, I understand. Zhang Hao nodded. Now he was almost certain that the restaurant's poor business was the chef's problem. As for the boss's family matters, he had no interest in asking. He believed that with the culinary skills of Chef Guo from their hometown, the restaurant would definitely be able to turn a profit. After all, the chef's skills were there for all to see. The contract with the young man is done. In a moment, the boss rushed in. Well, let me see. Zhang Hao took the contract and read it carefully. The young man, some of our employees, you. The boss looked at Zhang Hao. The waiters can stay, the chef I have someone else. Zhang Hao replied. Well, that's fine. It depends on you. The boss nodded. Okay. Zhang Hao made sure there were no problems with the contract and signed his name. Then he directly transferred 2.88 million to the boss. Little brother, you are generous. After the boss confirmed that the money had been received, he began to pack his things. After packing all his belongings, he glanced at the restaurant, as if he was reluctant to leave, but in the end, he left without looking back. Zhang Hao, why did you call me over? At around 2 p.m., Shin Man arrived at the restaurant in her car. Sister Man, I have already rented the restaurant for 2.88 million. What do you think? Zhang Hao sat in the restaurant and said with a smile. As for the waiters, he told them to go home for a few days. You've already bought it, so why do you need me to come and look at it? Shen Man complained. Hey, Sister Man, you were the one who said you didn't want to get involved. I didn't want to get involved, but why did you ask me to come? You have to recognize the business, don't you? You'll own a share of the restaurant, so it wouldn't be right if you didn't even know where it was, would it? And we still need to decide on a name. Zhang Hao said. I'll recognize the business, but you can think of a name. I'll say it again. I don't care about anything in this restaurant. Just give me my share of the profits at the end of the year. I'm just lazy. Shen Man said shamelessly. Well, okay. Since you have no objections, the restaurant will be called Drunken Immortal Restaurant. I'll have someone come over later to make the sign and slightly change the decorations. Zhang Hao was defeated by Shen Man. This was the first time he had met such a domineering partner. Thinking about it, he was also quite puzzled. Did Shen Man really trust him so much? Not to mention that the restaurant looks pretty good. I'll take a photo first. Whenever Shen Man remembered something, she took out her phone and started taking photos all over the restaurant. She even took a few photos outside. Shen Man, what do you mean by those photos you just sent me? Around 3 o'clock, the office of the president of the Hanya Group. Lin Su looked at the message Shen Man sent and directly called her on video. A slightly muffled moan came from the phone. And Shen Man was lying on a large bed. Eek! What are you doing? Lin Su frowned. I'm massaging. This auntie is too strong, but it's very comfortable. As for those pictures, your husband's restaurant. I'm just reporting the news. Shen Man said with a nod. My husband? His restaurant is done so quickly? Lin Su asked in shock. Isn't it? The rent cost 2.88 million. Lin Su, I'm telling you, if his restaurant loses money, you have to reimburse me. I transferred 3.6 million to him. Shen Man said. It's just a little over 3 million, what's the big deal? Lin Su rolled her eyes and said, and don't worry, his restaurant will definitely pick up. Are you planning to help him? What else? He's my husband, I have to help him. Don't make it too obvious. Shen Man said, Zhang Hao opened the restaurant because he didn't want to rely on you. If you still. I'm not stupid. You can be really stupid sometimes. Honey, what do you want to eat tonight? At 4 p.m., Zhang Hao sent a video to Lin Su from in front of a supermarket. Honey, I've been a little busy these past 2 days, so I won't be able to come over for dinner. Lin Su felt a little let down. You're so busy that you don't even have time to eat? Zhang Hao frowned. I have to work some extra shifts these past 2 nights. Well, okay then. Just take care of yourself and don't get too tired. I know, my dear husband. Lin Su blinked and said, I'm a bit busy right now. Let's chat when I have some time. Okay, you go ahead. Zhang Hao hung up the video call after 3 seconds of feeling concerned. His wife didn't have time to come over for dinner, so he didn't bother going to the supermarket to buy food. He started the engine and was about to go find a food stall to eat at when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He took out his phone and looked at it in surprise before answering, Hey, Ing Bao, what made you think of calling me? Come pick me up at the bus station. A female voice came from the phone, faintly excited. Zhang Hao was stunned and asked, You're still almost a month away from vacation, why did you come to Hangzhou? I was bored at home. Don't be so wordy. The car will be arriving at the station soon, so hurry up and come pick me up. I never noticed before, but you're so annoying. As soon as the words fell, the other party hung up the phone. Chapter 35, My sister-in-law is so easy to seduce. This bitch is always like this. She never calls ahead and just shows up, leaving me with no chance to prepare. Zhang Hao listened to the busy signal on his phone and his lips curled up in a rhythm. Ying Bao's name is Rening and she is his cousin. That girl stayed at his house until high school, so she has a very special relationship with him. After sighing, he drove to the bus station helplessly. My brother. Long time no see. It wasn't long before Rening came out with her bag. She was just over 1.6 meters tall and quite pretty. Her dark hair was tied up in a ponytail, which gave her a hint of mischief. When she saw Zhang Hao, she gave him a quick glance, then took a running start and jumped up high. I'll go. Zhang Hao quickly rushed up to catch Rening. After stabilizing his body, he said impatiently, "Stupid girl, you're a big person, but you still play around like this? Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be intimate? You're going to get married in a couple of years. You're my brother, what the hell is there to be intimate about?" Rening didn't care about that. She sat on Zhang Hao's body, pinched his face, and then laughed. "Brother, you seem to have become even more handsome." "Get off me." Zhang Hao let go of Rening with both hands. Then he opened the door of the BMW and said, "Get in, I'll take you to dinner." "Huh? Have you become rich, brother? You're driving a BMW?" Ren Ying's eyes lit up. "Ahem. This is someone else's car." Zhang Hao coughed. "I told you you've suddenly become rich." Ronning smiled and asked after getting into the passenger seat, "By the way, didn't Lu Min come with you?" "We broke up." Zhang Hao said. "Huh? Really? Have you suddenly woken up?" Ren Ying's eyes lit up. "What do you mean you're happy I broke up with her?" "Humph. You know I don't like that woman being too pretentious." Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. It's true that this girl doesn't really like Lu Min, and she has never called him brother-in-law. Even when he was with Lu Min, Ronning rarely came to find him, even though she was studying at Hangzhou University. "Brother! Lu Min, that woman is gone, are you living alone now?" "What else?" He. "I'll sleep at your place tonight," Ronning said with a smile. "If it's not me, it'll just be a single room." "You'll sleep with me?" Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. "Of course. I'm here for a part-time job, but I can't have some fun for a couple of days? I don't want to stay in a hotel anyway." Ronning pouted. "You're the only person I'll obey in this world." Zhang Hao was a little speechless. But Ronning wanted to stay, so he couldn't just throw her out, could he? He first found somewhere to eat dinner, and then drove back to the rented room. He. "With Lu Min gone, your room feels a lot more spacious. It just feels so comfortable." After scanning the room, Renning asked with a broad smile on her face as she lay on the bed, "Brother, you should have some quilts here, right? I'll get them for you." Zhang Hao took a quilt out of the cupboard. "Huh? There's so much girl's hair here, brother. Something's wrong." Renning had sharp eyes. When she noticed a long hair on the floor, she suddenly jumped up and asked, holding the hair, "Did you find another one? Couldn't it be Lu Min's?" Zhang Hao shrugged. "Judging from your current state, you and Lu Min must have broken up for a while. Even if you've broken up, why would Lu Min still come to your place? I know that woman pretty well." Running laughed. "This is your sister-in-law's. Your official sister-in-law is not a wild one. We got married." Zhang Hao looked at Running. "No. When did you get married? You're moving pretty fast. Could it be that you were inspired by Lu Min and just picked someone?" Renning was shocked. "Don't talk nonsense about your brother. Am I that kind of person? Your sister-in-law is much better than you think. You will have the opportunity to meet her in the future." Zhang Hao replied. "Do you have a photo? Let me take a look." No. How is that possible? You are all married and you don't have a photo of her?" Renning looked unconvinced. "There really isn't one. She never posts to her moments, let alone takes selfies. I've never taken a photo with her either." Zhang Hao glanced at Renning and said, "You sit here for a while, I'm going to take a shower." He. Renning was not idle. After seeing Zhang Hao walk into the bathroom, he decisively picked up Zhang Hao's phone and successfully unlocked it. Sure enough, he found a note in Zhang Hao's contacts that said, "Good girl, it must be his sister-in-law." Rolling her eyes, she sent a friend request to her using her own messaging app. Ding dong. The friend request was quickly approved. The other person sent a message, hello. Who are you? He. Guess. Running sent a mischievous emoticon. Who are you really? The other person asked again. Didn't I say? Guess. Running replied. After waiting a while and not seeing a response from the other person, she sent another message only to find that she had been deleted. This situation made her a little confused. Is my sister-in-law really that easy to get along with? What are you doing? At this time, Zhang Hao came out. Seeing Ren Ying's strange expression, he frowned and asked, You little brat, are you up to no good? No. What could I possibly do? Ren Ying shook her head like a rattle. She was afraid that Zhang Hao would pursue the matter, so she quickly jumped up, grabbed her clothes, and walked into the bathroom. What? I'm going to take a shower too. Ying Bao got up. Early the next morning, Zhang Hao nudged Ren Ying. Ha? What time is it? Ren Ying rubbed his eyes, sat up, and asked with a laugh. It's almost 8 o'clock. Ah. Why did you wake me up so early? Didn't you say you wanted to come work part-time? Lying in bed won't get you a part-time job. Zhang Hao looked disgusted. If you don't want to get up, I'll go out first. You can figure out lunch on your own. Brother. Don't. I'll get up now. Ren Ying got up quickly. If you want to sleep, keep sleeping. I'm going out to run some errands. Zhang Hao said. No. I need to buy clothes. Ren Ying sped up. In just 10 minutes, she was ready to go. You can just go buy your own clothes. Why do you have to follow me? Zhang Hao complained as they left the rental house. I want you to keep me company. Ren Ying asked, hugging Zhang Hao's arm. We haven't seen each other for months. Don't you miss me? I really don't. Humph. Do you believe I'll tell your wife on you? Zhang Hao froze for a moment. What's going on? What's going on? He suddenly felt like Ren Ying had him by the balls. This is not a good sign. Chapter 36 Zhang Hao has a new love? He. My brother is still comfortable in this city. Shopping, drinking milk tea, and watching a movie is just too good. In a shopping mall, Ren Ying had one hand on Zhang Hao's arm and the other holding a milk tea, feeling very happy. Didn't you come here to buy clothes? Look around. Zhang Hao couldn't help but complain. What's your hurry? Is this how you usually spend time with your sister-in-law when you go shopping? Brother, I can see that you have no patience for me anymore. Do you not want your sister-in-law anymore now that you have a wife? Ren Ying looked at Zhang Hao with resentment. You can just go shopping as much as you like, I'll just keep you company, okay? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. Sometimes he really couldn't do anything about Ren Ying. Does that guy want to die? Meanwhile, somewhere in the mall, Shin Man was dumbfounded. That Zhang Hao guy actually has a new love? And he's out shopping with someone? Instinctively, she took out her phone and took a few photos. She had to tell Lin Su about this. Ah. Brother, a classmate of mine is here, I might have to go. On the other side, Ren Ying picked up her phone and looked at it before suddenly looking at Zhang Hao and asking, Why don't you go buy me some clothes? Is your friend a man or a woman? Zhang Hao frowned and asked. A woman. No man. Ren Ying said. Okay, you can go, but you have to come back tonight. As for clothes, you buy them yourself. Zhang Hao's face darkened. Oh, come on. You're already here, just help me buy some. You've helped me buy things before. I still trust your judgment. He. I'm leaving, brother. Ren Ying giggled. She said the last sentence on tiptoe, leaning in close to Zhang Hao's ear. Did you kiss already? Somewhere, Shin Man decisively took a photo. That guy is in trouble. What does Zhang Hao mean by this? Does he have other women? President's Office, Hanyang Group. Lin Su's face immediately turned gloomy when she received the photo sent by Shin Man. Especially the last one, where they were kissing directly. Taking a deep breath, she decisively sent a video to Zhang Hao. What's wrong, honey? The video quickly connected, and Zhang Hao's handsome smiling face appeared on the screen. What are you doing, honey? Lin Su forced down her anger and asked with a smile. I'm at the mall. What are you doing at the mall in the morning? Are you alone? Yes, I'm alone. Okay, that's fine. Lin Su hung up on him with a cold smile. Shin Man has taken photos, and that guy actually said that if you're alone, there's definitely something fishy going on. She gritted her teeth and sent Shin Man a message to keep an eye on him. What do you mean, not my wife? Zhang Hao was a little confused. Did he just hang up on someone who was shopping in the mall and was about to tell his wife about his sister's shameful behavior? Considering that Lin Su might be too busy, he didn't think much of it. He continued shopping along the shops. After walking through several shops, he helped Renning pick out 2 outfits before leaving the mall. Wow, you even bought someone clothes? Shen Man followed him secretly. She took photos of anything suspicious. Zhang Hao didn't know that he was being followed. After leaving the mall, he went to the hotel. After opening the door, he sat down on a stool and first called Chef Guo to ask roughly when he would arrive, and then called Li Wan. This Li Wan was the waitress who had spoken to him yesterday. He planned to let her temporarily try her hand at being a manager. Boss, you wanted to see me? It wasn't long before Li Wan came over. Sit down for a moment. Chef Guo will be here in a while. When he arrives, you can discuss the recruitment of a chef with him. He only has 3 people on his side, which is definitely not enough. Since you have some time, you can also tell me about the previous situation of this restaurant. Zhang Hao smiled slightly. Okay. Li Wan nodded and sat next to Zhang Hao. Then she began to talk enthusiastically. Boss, we're here. Not long after, Chef Guo walked into the restaurant with 2 middle-aged men. He glanced around the restaurant and smiled. I didn't realize that your restaurant was actually quite large. Uncle Guo, can you handle it? Zhang Hao stood up. You underestimate me, don't you? Back home, I helped people with banquets a lot. I've also worked in restaurants before that were even bigger than yours. Chef Guo laughed. That's great. You saved me the trouble of learning. Come on, Uncle Guo, let me introduce you. This is Li Wan. She's the manager of our restaurant for the time being. In the future, if there's anything at the restaurant, you can just talk to her. Zhang Hao introduced her. Okay. Chef Guo nodded. Hello, chef. Li Wan hurried up and said hello. After that, the group began to discuss some of the things they needed to do next. Brother. At 3 p.m., Running took a taxi to the restaurant. Seeing that there were only a few people inside, she froze for a moment and asked, Brother, why are you eating here? My restaurant is here, so I'm eating here. Zhang Hao said with a smile. What do you mean your restaurant is here? Running sat down next to Zhang Hao and asked puzzledly. I own this restaurant. Zhang Hao said. What? You own this restaurant? Renning just sat down and then jumped up, saying, Brother, don't joke around. What joke would I play with you? Zhang Hao said, I really do own this restaurant, but it hasn't opened yet. It's not you. Renning couldn't figure out when Zhang Hao had become so cocky. Before, Zhang Hao had been miserable, and even when his little sister occasionally extorted some pocket money, it was like squeezing toothpaste from a tube. Now, her brother was actually opening a restaurant? Uncle Guo, Sister Wan, my sister is here. That's all for today. If there's anything, give me a call. Zhang Hao smiled and stood up. Good. Boss. Chef Guo and Li Wan nodded together. Ying Bao. Let's go. Zhang Hao put his arm around Ren Ying's neck and dragged her out. Brother. What's going on? Renning asked with big, puzzled eyes. Why are you asking so many questions? Right, didn't you want to get a summer job? Come work for me then. I'll pay you a good wage. Zhang Hao laughed. Ah. Really? Ren Ying's eyes lit up and she asked, Brother, how much are you going to pay? We'll see how you do. Zhang Hao gave a mysterious smile. Ha? Renning pouted and said, Brother, I want to eat hot pot tonight. Eh? Why do you want to eat hot pot? I just do. Okay, we'll eat hot pot tonight. I'll invite your friend Winter Melon to join us. Zhang Hao said. Has Winter Melon found a girlfriend yet? Renning laughed and said, it feels like he's quite tragic. Cough. He should have found one, right? Zhang Hao coughed dryly and said, "Don't say that in front of your friend Wintermelon. He's been recently traumatized." Traumatized by what? Ren Ying was suddenly like a curious baby. Why are you asking so clearly? Zhang Hao didn't go into detail. Zhao Dong was traumatized mainly because he found a good wife. Can he make this kind of thing clear? Chapter 37, has it come to this? Have I been deceived by Zhang Hao? He said he liked me and we were engaged, and now suddenly there's a new love interest? Lin Su, in the president's office of the Hanya Group, was in no mood to work. Her face was gloomy, as if it were about to bleed. Although she was over 30, this was the first time she had been in love. And the first time she had been attracted to a man. And now her first time had been so cruelly deceived. President Lin. Suddenly the office door was pushed open and Suya walked in. General Liu from Aurora came over. Tell him to go back. Lin Su said. Ah. General Lin, he's already here. I said to tell him to go back. Oh. Okay. Suya's body trembled with a bad feeling. For the first time in several years, she saw Lin Su's face look so ugly. In the past, even if Lin Su was angry, it was difficult to tell on the surface, but today things were not right. Hey, Ingbao, when did you get here? Zhao Dong from a certain hot pot restaurant asked with a smile after sitting down and lighting up. Hee, Wintermelon, I got here yesterday. Today, thanks to me, you get to eat hot pot, so shouldn't you thank me? Ren Ying giggled. You bet. Later, let's go for milk tea, my treat. Zhao Dong said. Where's Li Lei? Can she come out? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Let me ask first. They're still chatting. Zhao Dong took out his phone. After getting a reply, he looked up and said, Where's your car? You didn't drive? Zhang Hao asked. Cough cough. You drive this car. Fuck. I can't afford it at all. I'd better drive the little BMW. Zhao Dong took out the Aston Martin keys and switched them with the BMW keys. Zhang Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You can't afford it, but I can? Thinking that he still had hundreds of thousands of dollars on him, he felt slightly reassured. Did Wintermelon go pick up his girlfriend? Ren Ying asked with a smile. Well, he's been talking to one for a while now, so I think it'll work out. That girl seems nice. Zhang Hao laughed. Speaking of which, if Wintermelon went to pick up his girlfriend, where was his wife? Don't you call your wife when you eat hot pot? Ren Ying asked. She's been a little busy these past 2 days, so I don't want to bother her. When she's done, I'll ask her to come out. Zhang Hao said. What do you mean she's busy? Ren Ying pouted. Her brother is a handsome guy. They suddenly got engaged, and she's curious about what kind of woman he's with. And she cares a lot about her sister-in-law's character. After all, this is a lifelong matter. She and her brother get along so well, she'd be annoyed if her sister-in-law was difficult to get along with. Did that guy go to the hot pot restaurant? Shen Man gritted her teeth in anger in a car on the street. That bastard Zhang Hao was having hot pot in the restaurant while she was starving outside. She was a little angry. She hadn't even eaten lunch yet. If she didn't want to ruin Lin Su's good deed, she really wanted to rush up and beat the crap out of Zhang Hao. How, I'm here. It wasn't long before Li Lei arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Seeing a pretty girl sitting next to Zhang Hao, she froze for a moment before asking awkwardly, This is my cousin Ren Ying. You can call her Ingbao. Zhang Hao introduced Ingbao, this is your Wintermelon brother's girlfriend Li Lei. Hello, sister-in-law. Ren Ying smiled. Ah. Hello. Li Lei's face flushed slightly. Zhao Dong, however, was sitting nearby, grinning. Oh, that's right, your sister-in-law didn't come? Li Lei asked. She hasn't had time these past 2 days. Zhang Hao replied. Li Lei, have you met my sister-in-law? Ren Ying asked with a twinkle in her eyes. I've met her before. Isn't she pretty? What do you think? Your sister-in-law is very pretty. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She's also very gentle and easy to get along with. Li Lei laughed. Cheeky. Li Lei, you're lying to me, aren't you? Ren Ying looked unconvinced. It's not Ingbao. What do you mean? Zhang Hao was unhappy. Humph. I don't believe it anyway. Running pouted. I'm not lying. Your sister-in-law is really pretty. I was amazed when I first met her. Li Lei looked serious. If you say so, I'll have to see for myself. Renning became more and more excited. Li Lei is pretty. Even Li Lei thinks she's stunning. She shouldn't be bad. Naturally, she hoped her sister-in-law would be pretty. Soon, the hot pot was finished. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Dong asked, "How's Yingbao? Li Lei and I are going to the movies. Do you guys want to come? Are you going?" Zhang Hao looked at Running. He. Why would we go to the movies with you guys? Running laughed. Ahem. We're leaving first. Zhang Hao laughed and got into the BMW with Li Lei. Yingbao. We're going home too. Zhang Hao walked over to the Aston and opened the car door. At that moment, it attracted the attention of many passers-by, who secretly admired the car. Not my brother. Where did you get this car? Renning swallowed hard and said, "No wonder Wintermelon brother said he couldn't afford it. It's your sister-in-law's." Zhang Hao said. "Ha? Is my sister-in-law that awesome?" Renning asked with wide eyes, "My brother, are you riding on the lap of a rich woman?" Sort of. Get in the car and stop beeping. Zhang Hao smiled wryly and got into the driver's seat. This car is so cool. Brother, when school starts, you have to take me to install a wave of coercion. Running said. Silly girl, study hard and hug your sister-in-law's thigh, she can give you one. Ah. Really? Is your sister-in-law so generous? If you don't believe it, you can try. Zhang Hao laughed. He. I'm looking forward to it. Ran Ying's big eyes suddenly lit up. Your sister-in-law is getting more and more mysterious. Shit. Are we home already? Shen Nan was dumbfounded when she followed Aston in her car and arrived at a rental building. She swallowed hard and quickly called Lin Su. What do you mean Zhang Hao took someone back to the rental? Lin Su, the president's office of the Hanya Group, did not go back and was very heavy-hearted. After receiving Shen Man's call and learning that Zhang Hao had returned to the rental, she jumped even more. Her face instantly turned cold as the cold air of Siberia. After taking several deep breaths, she stepped out of the office. President Lin. In the underground parking lot next to the Bentley. 3 men in suits stood respectfully. They greeted Lin Su in unison when they saw her coming. Get in and follow me. Lin Su got into the Bentley and hit the accelerator. The car fishtailed as it sped out of the garage. Shit. Follow me quickly. The 3 middle-aged men were shocked to see Lin Su driving so recklessly. They got into an Audi A8 and quickly started the engine to follow at high speed. Chapter 38, Is my wife that fierce? I never thought that. My brother has actually found a rich woman. So does that mean I'll have a lot of pocket money in the future? In the rented room, Ronning lay in bed, happily thinking about her bright future. She felt that with her relationship with her brother, this immature idea should work. What are you thinking, girl? Zhang Hao couldn't help but give Renning a glare. I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on your sister-in-law. Why? You don't know that my monthly salary is not enough to cover my expenses. Doesn't your sister-in-law have money? Shouldn't she support you a little? Renning pouted. You. Zhang Hao wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. His aunt's family was not in a good situation. So much so that. Bang. The door to the rented room was suddenly kicked open. 3 big men in suits rushed in one after the other. Shit. Zhang Hao was startled. He instinctively picked up a stool and shielded Renning behind him. Ah. What do you want? Renning was also shocked, her face suddenly turning pale. Zhang Hao. Lin Su walked into the rented house with a pale face. Seeing that Zhang Hao was indeed with a pretty woman, her eyes suddenly shot out 2 murderous intent. Old wife? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Shouldn't you explain to me? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao coldly. What do I need to explain? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su, confused. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. Is it that scary for his wife to lose her temper? He was really shocked by Lin Su's appearance at the moment. Is this your sister-in-law? Renning was also trembling with fear. She felt that Lin Su's aura was really too strong. Staring at her, she even felt that she had some difficulty breathing. My friend saw you shopping in the mall with this woman and even buying clothes for her. Then I sent you a video. What did you tell me? Are you alone? Lin Su pressed her advantage, her eyes full of murderous intent. My sister. This is my sister. Zhang Hao finally understood why Lin Su had rushed over with someone. Which son of a bitch snitch told on me? Without first figuring out what was going on? Your sister? Lin Su suddenly froze. Renning is my cousin's niece's daughter. Zhang Hao replied. Lin Su's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Shen Man is indeed unreliable. She was also in a temper before, and she didn't even ask clearly and then looked at the three middle-aged men. She said, "You go back first." The three men were a bit confused. Go back. Lin Su repeated. Yes. The three men turned together and left the room. That. Your door is broken. Lin Su whispered, pointing at the door. You previously thought that I had found a woman behind your back? Zhang Hao asked with a dark face. Aha. Lin Su nodded awkwardly. You. Zhang Hao didn't know what to say. He was really shocked. Fortunately, it was a misunderstanding today. If it were true, he had no doubt that Lin Su would definitely ruin him. Damn it. There are risks in looking for rich women. My brother. What's going on? Ran Ying was still hiding. Zhang Hao seemed to be very afraid of Lin Su. She blinked her big eyes and didn't dare to look directly at her, only peeking at her secretly. However, the woman in front of her was indeed very beautiful. She was so beautiful that it was hard to believe. She's just too cold. And she seems a bit fierce. She was really scary just now. This is your sister-in-law Lin Su. Zhang Hao introduced her. Ah. Renning jumped up. She quickly hid under the quilt. Hello. Lin Su greeted Renning. Renning glanced at Lin Su and quickly lowered her head. Ying Bao, come here. Didn't you say you wanted to hug your sister-in-law's thighs? Hurry up. If you don't ask to hug someone's thighs. Zhang Hao gave Renning a wink. Sister-in-law. Renning called weakly. HM. Your name is Ying Bao? Lin Su walked over to the bed and sat down, smiling. I'm sorry, I just thought your brother was cheating on you, so. I know. Renning pouted. Are you guys planning on crowding in this room? Lin Su turned to Zhang Hao. She had a good relationship with me when she was little, so. Zhang Hao said, I was going to get her a hotel room, but the little brat refused. You'll be living in a hotel by yourself with no one to talk to. Renning said. Are you going to your sister-in-law's place? Lin Su asked with a smile. I'm not going. Renning shook her head. Zhang Hao, come out for a second. Lin Su frowned, stood up, turned around, and walked out of the rented house. What's wrong? Zhang Hao followed her out of the room and closed the door behind him. Did I scare her? Lin Su asked awkwardly. Don't even mention her, I was scared too. Zhang Hao replied with a bitter smile. Honey, I'm sorry. This is the first time I've fallen for a man, so I got a little carried away. You have no idea. When I saw the photo my friend posted, I felt like the sky had fallen. Lin Su tugged on Zhang Hao's sleeve. Honey, I feel like there's a risk being with you. You just acted like you wanted to kill me. Thinking about it now, I'm still a little scared. Zhang Hao said weakly. What do you mean? Are you really planning to cheat on me? Lin Su glared. No. I was just joking. Zhang Hao laughed. Close your eyes. Air. What do you mean? Close your eyes. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a look and suddenly became charming. Air. Zhang Hao obediently closed his eyes. I'm apologizing to you. Lin Su hesitated for a moment and suddenly slowly leaned in and kissed Zhang Hao's lips. Zhang Hao was stunned. Almost subconsciously, he hugged Lin Su. This kiss was simply beautiful to the heart. Honey, wait. After a while, Lin Su suddenly pushed Zhang Hao away and said, We're outside. Don't be too reckless. Ugh. You're so sweet, honey, I couldn't help it. Zhang Hao laughed, it just felt like you weren't very good at it, so I had to practice more. It's my first kiss, of course I'm not good at it. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao another look and asked, how's your sister? She'll be fine in a bit. If you want to comfort her, just take her somewhere delicious to eat. She's very easy to comfort. Zhang Hao said. Do you have a way to make her go back with me? It's too crowded for the two of you to sleep here. She won't go with you for now because she doesn't know you well. What if I take her out to play tomorrow? Lin Su asked. Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Hao nodded. Then I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Lin Su took a few deep breaths before walking into the rental house and saying, Ying Bao, I'm really sorry about just now. If you don't want to go to your sister-in-law's place, she'll go home first. See you tomorrow. Chapter 39, Don't You Need Your Husband? Oops. Renning subconsciously nodded, still a little afraid. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Her sister-in-law had looked at her as if she wanted to kill her. I'll go back first. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a wink and left. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Be careful on the way. Zhang Hao nodded. He saw Lin Su off downstairs and watched the Bentley drive away before going upstairs. Seeing Renning still in a daze, he walked up to her, rubbed her head and laughed, Were you scared just now? Of course. When she came in, she looked at me with the same expression as if she hated me. I've never seen such a terrifying look before. Renning said with a lingering fear. Actually, your sister-in-law is quite nice and gentle. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Brother, do you want to hear what you're saying? You're telling me she's gentle? I may be small, but I'm not stupid. Renning pouted. She really is gentle. Humph. I don't believe you. Anyway, I'm not really brave enough to get along with her. None of your girlfriends are normal. Cough cough. You're completely wasting your energy worrying about that. Everyone has a bottom line. With your relationship with her, there's no way you'll ever cross that line. So what are you worried about? What I should worry about is that I will easily cross that line. Zhang Hao said with a sad face. Really? Renning asked, looking at Zhang Hao. What else? She was so angry because she misunderstood that I had cheated on her. Would she have been so angry if it were just any other matter? She is not crazy. Zhang Hao said matter-of-factly. That's right. Renning nodded thoughtfully. Your sister-in-law said that she will take you out tomorrow. Get some rest early. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Ah, brother. Are you going or not? Yes. Phew, that's good. Renning let out a sigh of relief. If it was just me, I definitely wouldn't dare go out with him. Shen Man, are you crazy? You're reporting false information without even finding out what's going on. Lin Su roared at the phone in a villa. When she learned that the woman Shen Man was talking about was Zhang Hao's younger sister, she really wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She had never been so embarrassed or so panicked before. What's more, she had scared Zhang Hao and Renning. Now the two siblings didn't know how to look at her. Ah. They're siblings? Shen Man was dumbfounded. What else? You didn't even confirm their relationship before saying that Zhang Hao had a woman? Where am I supposed to confirm that? Weren't you afraid that guy was cheating on you? You really got me into trouble this time. Lin Su lay on the bed, her mind filled with Ren Ying's dull, slightly frightened eyes. She had the vague feeling that Zhang Hao seemed to have some thoughts too. Cough, cough. I'm going to sleep first. Shen Man coughed dryly and quickly hung up the video call. Nima, you've caused trouble. How come those two are brother and sister? Ying Bao got up. The next day, at around 7:30, Zhang Hao pulled Renning out of bed. Brother! Up so early again? Renning sat up dazedly, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. I told you to go to bed early, but you just wouldn't. You can't even get up in the morning. What kind of schedule is that? Zhang Hao looked at Renning with disgust. I'm used to it. Renning pouted. When she saw Zhang Hao staring at her, she gave a dry laugh and quickly jumped up. After washing up, she followed Zhang Hao downstairs. The horn sounded. At the end of the street, a Rolls-Royce drove up, attracting the attention of many people. That figure was as graceful as a noble goddess. Brother! A Rolls-Royce. Ren Ying's eyes lit up. You seem to know a lot about cars? Zhang Hao turned his head. No. I just know a lot about expensive things. Ren Ying giggled. Want to try it? Of course I want to. But will they let me sit in it? I've never sat in a Rolls-Royce before. That car belongs to your sister-in-law. Zhang Hao said. Ren Ying froze for a moment and then looked again. It was Lin Su driving the car. After she recovered, she turned to her brother and asked, How rich are my sister-in-law and brother-in-law? Can they afford a Rolls-Royce? Just ask her yourself. Zhang Hao laughed and took Ren Ying to the side of the road. Good morning, Ying Bao. Lin Su got out of the car and greeted her with a smile. In order to make herself look less serious, she had deliberately changed into a warm-colored dress today. Paired with a pair of white high heels, she looked like the big sister next door. Air. Hello, sister-in-law. Ren Ying subconsciously waved her hand. Hubby, you drive. Lin Su threw the car keys to Zhang Hao and pulled open the back seat door, saying, Ying Bao, get in the car. Gee. You're really dressed up today, wife. Zhang Hao laughed. When Lin Su came over, he reached out and pinched her waist. What are you doing? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao in puzzlement. Nothing, I just think my wife's waist is really thin. Zhang Hao laughed. Hurry up and get in your car. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a dirty look before getting into the back seat. So happy. Zhang Hao looked at the stunning Lin Su and felt his heart swell with joy. He got into the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce and turned his head to ask, Where are we going? Let's go to Jiuhetang. Ha? Why are we going there? For breakfast. Lin Su looked at Ren Ying and then at Zhang Hao and asked, Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Zhang Hao shook his head and stepped on the accelerator. He drove for 10 minutes or so to Jiuhetang as instructed by Lin Su, and then asked in surprise, Honey, why are we here at the hotel when we just had breakfast? Isn't that your sister here? I don't know what your sister likes to eat, so I thought this would be the best place to come. Jiuhetang has the most complete range of food. Lin Su laughed. This place looks so fancy. Ren Ying's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ying Bao, let's go in. Lin Su took Ren Ying's hand. Air. Zhang Hao followed behind a little depressed. Having a younger sister means you don't need a husband, right? Just leave him behind? Hello, Mr. Lin. Several greeters at the door bowed. It was obvious that Lin Su was a regular here and the waiters all knew her. Ying Bao, what do you want to eat? Lin Su asked with a smile as they walked into the lobby. I don't know. Ren Ying shook her head. There are samples and details over there, I'll show you. Lin Su pointed in a direction and started walking. Wow, so many delicious things? Ren Ying was dazzled as she followed Lin Su all the way down the line. How do you eat this? Zhang Hao was also dazzled. There were so many things, he didn't know what to eat. Chapter 40, You Don't Consider Me Family. Ying Bao, the crab roe buns here are very good. There's also bird's nest and white fungus soup. There's also mixed flour and soup flour over there. Lin Su saw Ren Ying standing stupidly in place and started to introduce. Sister-in-law, there's so much here. I'm so dazzled that I don't know what to eat. Why don't you help me choose? Ren Ying looked at Lin Su and asked with a smile. That's fine. If you don't like it, we can change it. Lin Su looked at the menu and ordered a few dishes for Ren Ying. Seeing that Zhang Hao also didn't know what to eat, she asked with a smile, What would you like to eat, honey? Shall I pick a few dishes for you too? You choose. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose. Then I'll make the decision for you. If it's not tasty, you can't blame me. Lin Su winked mischievously and ordered a few more dishes. Before long, the food arrived. Wow, the buns here are delicious. Ren Ying took a bite of the crab roe bun and her eyes lit up. This is the life of the rich. Even breakfast is so sumptuous that it makes people dizzy. Ying Bao. After breakfast, where are we going? Lin Su asked, looking at Ren Ying. Have you and my brother really got married? Ren Ying asked. Yes, we have. Your brother and I are now a legal couple. Lin Su nodded with a smile. Sister-in-law. I want to go shopping for clothes. Running hung her head. Cough, Ing Bao, didn't I buy you clothes yesterday? Zhang Hao next to her coughed dryly. He knew exactly what Ing Bao was up to. She was just jealous of the shabby clothes he bought her and wanted some big brands to make her look good. Why are you coughing? Ing Bao just wants to buy some clothes, so just go shopping later. Lin Su glared at Zhang Hao. It's not like the wife doesn't have any clothes to wear. Zhang Hao replied. I have clothes, and as her sister-in-law, I can buy them for her. I just met her. Lin Su ignored Zhang Hao's dissatisfaction and looked at Renning and said, Sister-in-law Ing Bao will take you shopping later. Great. Thanks, sister-in-law. Renning suddenly revealed a look of triumph. This is her sister-in-law. It's reasonable for her, as a younger sister, to take a little advantage, right? She's still a student. Hey. Zhang Hao sighed. After breakfast, he drove Lin Su and Renning to a shopping mall. This is the place where all the luxury goods in Hangzhou are gathered. Ah. Sister-in-law, are we going shopping here? Renning was dumbfounded after getting out of the car. At first, she just wanted to buy a few slightly high-end clothes. Unexpectedly, her sister-in-law took her straight to buy luxury goods. High-end and luxury goods are not the same concept, and the price difference between the two is more than just a little. Let's take a look first. Lin Su could see a hint of longing in Ring Ying's expression. So much so that she walked straight in. Zhang Hao followed behind her, frowning but unable to do anything about it. After all, Running was his sister. He often felt quite distressed about it, but he just didn't have the ability to change the situation. Ah. Sister-in-law, the clothes here are really expensive, aren't they? This dress alone costs 76,000? This. Entered a shop, Running was shocked when she saw the price of a dress. But a dress costs more than 70,000 yuan? Do you like it? Lin Su asked with a smile. If you like it, it's just a bit too expensive. Renning reluctantly put the dress down. She wanted to take advantage of her sister-in-law, but she didn't realize that she was taking advantage of her too much. If you like it, buy it. Sister-in-law, it's too expensive, I don't want it. It's okay, 76,000 yuan is not that expensive. Lin Su laughed. To me, 76,000 yuan is no different from 77,000 yuan, 78,000 yuan, or 79,000 yuan. Ha! Renning was stunned. She thought of her sister-in-law's Rolls-Royce and quickly felt relieved. Yes. Your sister-in-law's car is worth millions, so 76,000 yuan is really nothing. But for her, it's still a bit too much to ask for. Go try it on. Why be polite with your sister-in-law? We're family. You're my sister, and I, as your sister-in-law, love you. Who else would I love? Lin Su gave Renning a reassuring look. Okay. Renning gritted her teeth, took the dress and walked into the fitting room. Since her sister-in-law had said that, if she continued to act coy, it would seem pretentious. Deep down, she really liked the dress. Her husband, Ing Bao, seemed to like luxury goods, didn't he? Lin Su saw Renning walk into the fitting room and then come over to Zhang Hao. She doesn't like luxury goods, she just wants to use them to raise her status. Zhang Hao replied. Isn't that what people who buy luxury goods do? The really rich are more reserved. A lot of their clothes are custom-made. There isn't even a brand. Lin Su said. Ing Bao is different. She likes luxury goods not to show off, but because she needs to be treated fairly. If she were an ordinary woman, she might not feel the pressure. She has a very high level of beauty, but because of her family's financial situation, her standard of living is lower than those around her, which attracts some discrimination and ridicule. Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. Do you mean someone at school is targeting her? Lin Su frowned. Well, she often complained to me that someone deliberately spread rumors and other things to make her feel inferior at school. It's normal for someone to want to suppress her because they're jealous of her good looks and figure. Her situation has hardly changed since she was little. Zhang Hao nodded. With Ing Bao's conditions, there should be quite a few boys at school chasing after her, right? Lin Su asked. That's for sure. But she has her own bottom line. Apart from fleecing me to the death, she basically doesn't pay much attention to the boys at school who pursue her. She'll want to take advantage of you if she finds out you're rich. Zhang Hao said awkwardly. Ying Bao's family is in a poor condition? Lin Su asked again. Well, my uncle passed away when Ying Bao was 10. There were 2 elderly people in the family, and basically my aunt supported them alone. From then on, Ying Bao started living in my house. She didn't go back until she went to high school. Zhang Hao nodded. Is Ying Bao that pitiful? Lin Su's sympathy was beginning to overflow. Looking in the direction of the fitting room, she said, It's okay, I'll take care of her in the future. And, wife, don't be so overbearing. Zhang Hao reminded her. What am I doing? Is this a requirement? And I'm your wife. Is there anything wrong with taking care of your younger sister? I feel like you don't consider me part of the family. Lin Su complained discontentedly. Wife, Zhang Hao didn't know what to say for a moment. This is quite awkward. Chapter 41, Discovery of a New Continent. Brother. Sister-in-law, do you think I look good in this dress? Before long, Renning came out. She twirled in front of the mirror and then looked at Zhang Hao and Lin Su with a little expectation in her eyes. Yes, it looks good. Zhang Hao and Lin Su nodded with a smile. Renning was naturally good-looking and quite tall, so she looked good in anything. It's just a little expensive. Renning was still struggling with the price. If you like it, just buy it. Your sister-in-law has money. Zhang Hao could tell that Renning really liked it. It would be a bit heartless of him to nag at this point. Lin Su could definitely afford it. Ying Bao, try this one on. Lin Su took another dress off the shelf and handed it to Renning. Sister-in-law, I only need one. Renning bit her lip. Lin Su's generosity made her feel a little uncomfortable. It was mainly because it was too generous. A dress that costs tens of thousands of yuan is bought just like that. Even if you don't lack money, you wouldn't dress like this. Your brother told me about your situation. With your wife's conditions, how could you still be suffering? Lin Su looked at Renning. What did my brother tell you? Renning looked at Zhang Hao, pouting her lips as if she was blaming Zhang Hao for blabbing. She's your wife, can I hide it from her? What's wrong with your eyes? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. It's also. Renning scratched her head when she realized something. It was the first time they had met, and there had been no build-up beforehand. She hadn't had time to put Lin Su in the right place in her heart. It was so sudden that she had thought that Lin Su was just her brother's girlfriend. Hurry up. Today, your sister-in-law has changed you from head to toe. From now on, you'll be the princess. Lin Su pushed Renning. Sister-in-law. Thank you. Renning was moved by the whole thing. We're all family, what's there to say thank you for? Lin Su gave Renning a white look. He. Renning smiled and walked back into the fitting room with the dress. Wife, come here. Zhang Hao suddenly waved his hand. What, honey? Lin Su walked over to Zhang Hao. These stockings are quite pretty. Zhang Hao smiled. You want me to buy them? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with a smile. Well, I just think they're pretty and they have letters on them. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose. Are you asking me to buy them? I was just saying. Puff. Lin Su couldn't help laughing at the way Zhang Hao looked. Is this little guy shy? She whispered in Zhang Hao's ear, I have some stockings at home. I got a lot of them when I bought clothes before. Really? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Why would I lie to you about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can go to my house and see dozens of pairs in the closet. There are all kinds of styles. Lin Su blushed. This. Zhang Hao was tempted. Why didn't he open the closet and take a look last time at Lin Su's house? Careless. I basically don't wear stockings. But if my husband likes it, I can wear it. Lin Su whispered. Then you can just wear it at home. If I wear it out, I'm afraid people will keep staring at you and I can't let others take advantage of it for nothing. You usually have to wear a short skirt with stockings. Zhang Hao laughed. At the same time, he couldn't help but grab Lin Su's little hand. It was soft and tender and very comfortable. Brother and sister-in-law. Before long, Renning came out. She twirled around in front of the mirror and looked very pretty. I'll take both. Lin Su took out a black card and paid. Then she rummaged in her bag and took out another bank card and handed it to Renning. Ing Bao, you take this card. Ah. Sister-in-law, why are you giving me a card? Renning was puzzled. This is my supplementary card, so you can use it as you like in the future. Lin Su smiled. Sister-in-law, I don't want it. You have to take it. If you don't, I'll be angry. Ah. Is that how you behave, sister-in-law? Renning was stunned. Improving your quality of life is not just about clothes. Lin Su slipped the card into Renning's hand. Then she took Renning and walked into a bag store diagonally opposite. After buying bags, they bought clothes and shoes. She even bought a watch. She didn't forget the jewelry either. Damn it. Zhang Hao followed behind her, his heart pounding. He roughly calculated that in this one round, Lin Su had spent more than 4 million yuan on Renning. What the fuck is that? He opened a restaurant and the investment was only about 3 million yuan. After leaving the mall, Renning really became a princess. Even Lin Su herself didn't dress like this. Brother. Renning looked at Zhang Hao and her heart skipped a beat. She never imagined that her previous words would cost Lin Su so much. She never dared to think about it before. Hey. Zhang Hao gave Renning a look and didn't say anything. He just sighed in his heart. With Lin Su's wealth, what's the point of him opening that restaurant? It's totally not enough. What's wrong with you guys? Lin Su looked at Renning and then at Zhang Hao. Why are these two acting so stupid? How much money do you have, sister-in-law? Renning asked curiously. I haven't counted it. But Ing Bao, don't worry. You and your brother definitely won't be able to spend it all. Lin Su said with a smile, flicking her hair. Zhang Hao's heart sank. He suddenly realized that it was a bit embarrassing to have opened that restaurant. Very embarrassing. He had really seen very little of the world. No. Renning was also shocked. She asked her sister-in-law how much money she had, and she told her she couldn't spend it all. Is this how rich you can get? Where do you want to go in the afternoon? Lin Su asked. I don't know. Renning shook her head. I don't know where to go either. Zhang Hao looked at them with a look that said, don't look at me. How about going to the amusement park? Renning suddenly suggested. What's the point of going to the amusement park? Lin Su frowned. She wasn't interested in those things. Are you crazy again? Zhang Hao asked. Brother. Sister-in-law. You just have to go with me. Renning suddenly grabbed Lin Su's hand and started to pout. As for Zhang Hao's opinion, it didn't matter. Let's go. Let's go to the amusement park. Lin Su gritted her teeth and took a step forward. Damn girl. Zhang Hao glared at Renning, helplessly got into the Rolls-Royce, and drove all the way to the amusement park. Buy a ticket and enter. Lin Su suddenly grabbed Zhang Hao's hand and said, honey, later, when Ing Bao wants to play something, you can play with her, and I won't go. What do you mean? Honey, you're not afraid to play, are you? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up when he remembered something, feeling like he had discovered a new world. No, I just don't want to play. Lin Su blushed and said. Ha ha. Zhang Hao suddenly laughed. Does his wife still have things she's afraid to do? Chapter 42. You're bad. You're bad. What are you laughing at, husband? Lin Su squinted at Zhang Hao. No, I'm not laughing at anything. Let's go in first. Zhang Hao put his arm around Lin Su's waist. Brother, sister-in-law, there's a roller coaster up ahead. Let's go for a ride. After walking for a while, Renning suddenly pointed ahead. Let's go, wife. Zhang Hao took a step and walked that way. I'm not going, husband. You take Ing Bao and have fun. Lin Su shook her head. Looking closely, her face was slightly pale. Are you afraid of heights, honey? Zhang Hao asked. No, I just don't like riding those things. Lin Su whispered. If you're not afraid of heights, then it'll be fine. Let's give it a go. Zhang Hao laughed. You just play with Ing Bao. It's no fun without you. We came together, so we'll go together. But Lin Su really didn't want to. However, Zhang Hao put his arm around her and wouldn't let go. Almost as if she was being pushed onto the high platform, she broke free once again and said, "Hubby, let go of me." "Let's go. We're already here." Zhang Hao didn't let go of Lin Su and carried her up in one go. Just kidding. It's not every day that he finds a game that Lin Su doesn't dare to play, so he has to try it? As long as she's not afraid of heights, there shouldn't be a problem. This is very exciting, it's vertical. I've never played it before. Reneng, however, looked very excited. She just loves this kind of exciting game. You guys. Lin Su felt a little restless. Even though the safety lock is on, she still doesn't feel safe. Her heart is pounding. She clings to Zhang Hao's hand, her body trembling slightly. "Honey, you seem scared?" Zhang Hao looks at Lin Su. I just don't like roller coasters," Lin Su says stubbornly. Zhang Hao laughs and says nothing more. Ka ka ka. After a while, the roller coaster slowly starts moving. It goes higher and higher, and soon reaches the top. Going further, it will experience a 90-degree vertical drop. Husband. Lin Su looked down and her face suddenly turned pale. Wife. It's okay. Zhang Hao comforted with a smile. Whoosh. Suddenly the roller coaster dropped. Ah. Lin Su let out a high-pitched scream, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. That feeling was very unpleasant. Then the roller coaster turned left and right and spun around, making her want to vomit. Is my wife okay? Zhang Hao asked. I'm fine. Lin Su was still being stubborn. Finally, the roller coaster reached the end at a very high speed and then slowly slowed down. In just 2 minutes, it felt like she had experienced a century. After getting off the train, her legs were a little weak and she almost fell into Zhang Hao's arms. Had ha. Zhang Hao smiled happily as he put his arm around Lin Su's waist. This was the first time he had properly held Lin Su. It felt soft and fragrant and very comfortable. Honey, did you do that on purpose? Lin Su glared at Zhang Hao. No, I just wanted to give you a taste of it. Zhang Hao smiled and touched the tip of his nose. You did it on purpose. You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. I never noticed before how bad you are. Lin Su reached out and gave Zhang Hao's waist a hard pinch to vent her dissatisfaction. SSSHH. Zhang Hao gasped. Wife, you're really strong. Huh? Did I hurt you? Lin Su was a little worried. HM. It really hurts. I can't get better without a kiss. Zhang Hao nodded. You're annoying. Lin Su pounded Zhang Hao again, turning his face red. But she was quite happy in her heart. This guy is starting to flirt with her. Brother. Sister-in-law, everyone else has left, so don't be clingy. Running asked helplessly from the side, should I not have come today? I feel like the third wheel. Cough cough. Let's go. Zhang Hao felt a little embarrassed and quickly took a few steps. Lin Su's face also turned slightly red. Although he and Zhang Hao had gotten married, they had not known each other for long, so it was only natural that they would feel a little awkward. If they could, she would like to be with Zhang Hao all the time. Wow, there's a haunted house ahead. Brother and sister-in-law, shall we go in and have some fun? After walking for a while, Ren Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. You guys go in. Lin Su subconsciously stopped in her tracks. My wife is here. Zhang Hao smiled, put his arm around Lin Su and walked inside. It wasn't a holiday, so there weren't many people at the amusement park, and there was no need to wait in line. For example, there were only the 3 of them in the haunted house. He. I'll go first. Renning was not afraid and, with a laugh, ran into the haunted house first. After a short while, the mechanism inside started and the sound of a ghost crying came from inside. Honey, I really don't want to go in. We're already at the door. Lin Su felt a chill run down her spine at the sound from inside and didn't dare take a step. What are you afraid of, when you have your husband with you? Zhang Hao laughed, we've already bought the tickets, so we can't just go around the corner and go back out, can we? Why do you have to drag me along? I don't know, I just want to drag you along. You're so bad. Lin Su knew exactly what Zhang Hao meant. He definitely wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Let's go. Zhang Hao dragged Lin Su into the cave. No! Lin Su was unable to refuse as she was being dragged along. Once they entered the cave, the environment suddenly became dark, and some places even gave off a eerie green light, making her heart race. Every now and then, she saw some terrifying elements, which made her body tense up. Wow! Zhang Hao suddenly let out a cry. Ah! Lin Su jumped 3 feet into the air and jumped onto Zhang Hao. Feeling something wrong, she pinched Zhang Hao again. You want to die, husband? Ha ha! Zhang Hao suddenly burst into laughter. So what if you're the CEO? Lin Su is a woman after all. That little pinch just now was so cute. You're still laughing. Lin Su was furious, waving her little fists and repeatedly hitting Zhang Hao's chest. Wife, you're so cute. Zhang Hao laughed and leaned forward to kiss Lin Su's mouth. Ooh. Lin Su suddenly froze. Under Zhang Hao's fierce attack, her body became more and more limp. After a while, she pushed Zhang Hao away and said, Honey, this is a haunted house, why are you? I haven't kissed you in a haunted house before. I want to try it. Zhang Hao laughed. You're so bad, I'm not going to. Lin Su jumped off Zhang Hao and ran forward. However, after she had run a few steps, she found it airy in front of her and quickly returned to Zhang Hao's side, blushing and saying, I'm scared, you leave me. Chapter 43, What are you looking at here? It's not brother and sister-in-law, what are you doing in the haunted house? Why did it take you so long to come out? Renning asked with a curious face at the exit of the haunted house. It only took her brother and sister-in-law 3 or 4 minutes to go from the entrance to the exit, but they were stunned for more than 10 minutes. We didn't do anything, we just saw some weird stuff and looked at it for a while. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Let's go to the next attraction. Lin Su didn't want to discuss this matter anymore and quickly changed the topic. Just now in the haunted house, Zhang Hao did his best to make things difficult for her. Hee. Let's go play on the big swing. Ning didn't think much about it. With a smile, she headed straight for the next exciting place. Zhang Hao took Lin Su by the hand and followed behind. Originally, according to his wishes, he wanted to drag Lin Su along for a while longer to experience some more of the attractions. But Lin Su was dead set against it. He didn't want to force her. Until they left the amusement park, Lin Su didn't play anything else. They found a fancy restaurant. After dinner, Lin Su asked, Bao, is there anywhere else you want to go? Ah, sister-in-law, I'm done. I'm a bit tired today. Ning shook her head. She had been walking all afternoon and had also enjoyed a lot of exciting activities. She didn't have the energy. Why don't you come to my place? Your brother's place is really small, and it's not convenient for you to all squeeze together. Lin Su looked at Ning. Is my brother coming? Instead of answering immediately, Ning looked at Zhang Hao. Although she felt that her sister-in-law was actually quite nice, she was still a bit unfamiliar with her after all. It would be a bit embarrassing for her to go alone. So what? Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment. Don't you want to go home with me? Lin Su's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She was now married to Zhang Hao, so logically her home was Zhang Hao's home. But Zhang Hao always seemed to reject the idea of going to her home. She knew that this was Zhang Hao's pride talking, thinking that as a man, he could not live in his wife's home. In fact, there are many things that need to be flexible. Thankfully, today she helped Bao buy a lot of things, and Zhang Hao did not stop her. She felt that Zhang Hao's ideas should slowly change in the future. Okay, I'll go with you. After some hesitation, Zhang Hao reluctantly agreed. Today, Lin Su's spending had stimulated him. His restaurant. To be honest, even if it is a hit, it doesn't seem to be of much significance. Get in the car. Lin Su was delighted and pulled Ning into the Rolls-Royce. Zhang Hao continued to act as the driver. After walking for almost half an hour, he arrived at Lin Su's luxurious villa on the hill for the 3rd time. Wow! Sister-in-law, is this your home? In the car, Ning was surprised by the outside courtyard before they even arrived at the villa. Other people's courtyards are calculated according to square meters, but her sister-in-law's courtyard must be calculated according to mu. Finally, the villa was reached. Zhang Hao drove into the garage after Lin Su and Ning got out of the car. There was a small garage next to the villa that could park 4 or 5 cars. Miss. Master. Su's mother greeted them with a smile. This is Zhang Hao's younger sister, Rening. Lin Su introduced. Miss Run. Su's mother nodded with a smile. Ah, hello. Rening replied. Following Lin Su, she walked into the villa and said with a smack of her lips, "Sister-in-law, your villa is really too big, isn't it? You call this big? It just looks so to me." Lin Su laughed. Isn't this big? Our house doesn't even have a living room as big as yours. And the interior decoration is also very beautiful. Running scanned the surroundings with her eyes, as if she were a country bumpkin entering a big compound, feeling incredibly fresh. The first impression of the simple and elegant interior is not luxurious, but there are details everywhere that will amaze you. Suma, tidy up the guest room. Ing Bao is going to stay here for a while. Lin Su looked at Suma. Ah, that's sister-in-law, I still have a part-time job. Running laughed. Silly girl, didn't I give you a card? You can just swipe it. What's a part-time job? Lin Su gave Rening a dirty look. I want to help my mother reduce the burden a little. I still have grandparents. Rening lowered her head. If your family needs money, you can just swipe the card. Isn't your mom my aunt? Why are you suddenly so stupid? Lin Su gave a bitter smile. Air. Rening suddenly froze. Seeing Lin Su's serious expression, her lips moved but she didn't say anything else. You'll be living with me until the semester starts. As for your brother, I don't care where he goes. Lin Su said. Zhang Hao couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to remain silent. He didn't know what to say. From the tone of her voice, he could tell that she was angry. Miss, your room is ready. Mom Su came down a little while later. Thank you, Mom Su. You can go rest first. I'll call you if there's anything else. Lin Su smiled. Yes, miss. Mom Su nodded and turned to leave. She had a small house not far from the villa, and she didn't usually sleep here. Oops, sister-in-law, I didn't bring any clothes with me. It's okay, sister-in-law, I have some new ones here. Lin Su laughed. But, sister-in-law, I don't think I can wear yours, they're too big. Rening looked down and her face turned red. I have some small ones here. Your figure is similar to a close friend of mine, so you should be able to wear them. She has quite a few clothes here that I've never worn. Lin Su smiled and turned to go upstairs. Honey, I don't have any clothes either. Zhang Hao reminded her. I've also bought some for you, they're in my closet, you can look for them yourself. Lin Su glanced at Zhang Hao. Damn it! My wife even bought me clothes? Zhang Hao was stunned. After recovering, he quickly rushed upstairs to Lin Su's room and opened the closet. Sure enough, in addition to some women's clothing, there were also quite a few men's clothes hanging. There were even underwear and other things. As for the sizes, it is not a big problem to estimate the approximate size of men's clothing based on height and weight. Hey! Zhang Hao suddenly discovered quite a few good things during his inspection. His wife hadn't lied to him, there were really stockings in the closet. The rows of them hanging in the closet were eye-catching to say the least. There were quite a few styles. What are you looking at here, husband? Lin Su suddenly walked in. She leaned over to Zhang Hao's side, her beautiful face wearing a meaningful smile. Chapter 44, Oh, this is embarrassing. I wasn't looking at anything. It's just that there are too many clothes, and I don't know which one to choose. Zhang Hao said with a smile, touching the tip of his nose. Are there really that many clothes? I've only bought you 3 sets of pajamas. Is it really that hard to choose from just these few? Lin Su asked with a smile. Well, it's quite hard to choose. I don't know which one to wear. Zhang Hao looked at the 3 sets of pajamas hanging in the closet, feeling his face grow hot. In fact, he could be considered an experienced man. He hadn't never not had a girlfriend. However, when faced with Lin Su, his mentality was always unstable. It was true that he had had a girlfriend before, but he had never had a girlfriend worth billions or even tens of billions of dollars, so he had no relevant experience. There's a quilt over there, you can sleep on the floor tonight. Lin Su walked over and pulled open the door of the closet, smiling. Ah, sleep on the floor? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su and was a little confused. He had thought that he would be able to celebrate the new year today, but Lin Su told him to sleep on the floor? In that case, he might as well go back to sleep. What do you want? Lin Su asked with a smile. I don't want anything. I've slept on the floor before. I'll just sleep on the floor. Zhang Hao walked over to the closet and took down a quilt, which he spread out on the floor. I'll go take a shower, you can tidy up. If you're missing anything, just find it yourself. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a glance, took some clothes from the closet, and then went into the bathroom. Wow, black. Zhang Hao couldn't help but smack his lips. The color of the underwear Lin Su took was a bit unexpected. He felt that Lin Su should like more elegant colors. You can tell from the clothes. Professional clothes are usually mainly black. However, Lin Su suddenly taking a set of black underwear was really a bit out of Lin Su's usual style. Wow. Suddenly there was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Lin Su started taking a shower. Zhang Hao stood in the room, feeling far from as calm as he looked. As he had said before, although he was an experienced man, his past experience was useless when it came to Lin Su. Her status was only one aspect. The main thing was that Lin Su was just too beautiful. In the past, he would never have imagined that he could find such a beautiful wife. Go ahead, you go in and wash up. Before long, Lin Su came out of the shower. She was wearing a white silk nightdress, her hair still damp. There was a hint of rosy color on her fair face. I'll go now. Zhang Hao took the clothes and walked into the bathroom. As he glanced around, he found Lin Su's freshly changed clothes in the basket. Lin Su didn't seem to have any intention of hiding them. The white underwear was just sitting in the basket, making it particularly conspicuous. He touched the tip of his nose, but didn't think much of it and turned on the shower. Hubby, the shower gel and other things are all there, so you can just use them, Lin Su reminded him from the doorway. Okay. Zhang Hao agreed and started showering. It's not like the equipment on this side of the room is different. Anyway, it feels really good. There is also a large bathtub in the bathroom that is big enough for 3 people to lie in. Due to time constraints, he didn't bother to try it. Idiot, what a fool. In the room, after Lin Su dried her hair, she sat on the bed and looked at the floor in front of her, unable to stop her mouth from twitching. She had just casually said for Zhang Hao to sleep on the floor. What she didn't expect was that Zhang Hao actually did it. If Zhang Hao had said no, she wouldn't have forced him to do it. Unfortunately, the guy wasn't cooperative. Phew. I'm done. A moment later, Zhang Hao came out. He took the hairdryer, blew dry his hair, and then lay down on the floor. Good night. Lin Su said and turned off the light. Zhang Hao actually wanted to chat with Lin Su. After all, it was still early. Considering that Lin Su still had to go to work tomorrow and had wasted the day, he didn't say anything more. Wow, that feels good. The next morning, Renning got up early. Perhaps it was because she was a bit uncomfortable at Lin Su's house that she got up quite early. However, she slept quite soundly last night. Her sister-in-law's bed was much more comfortable than her brother's. Good morning, Ying Bao. Lin Su walked out of the room and said hello. Good morning, sister-in-law. Renning asked with a smile, are you going to work today? Yes, I'll go to the office in a while. Lin Su nodded. Where's my brother? Renning asked. He's still sleeping. Lin Su smiled and lifted her foot to go downstairs. Still sleeping? Did my brother work too hard last night, so he's not awake yet? Renning walked to the door and glanced out, smiling. She knew that Zhang Hao usually got up at home before 7 o'clock. But now Zhang Hao was still sleeping. Oh, this is embarrassing. In the room, Zhang Hao had actually woken up a long time ago. He just hadn't gotten up from lying on the ground. Lin Su knew exactly when she went to the bathroom to change. He just didn't understand why Lin Su had to go to the bathroom to change, ruining his dream of seeing Lin Su's figure. Nothing happened last night either. Sighing, he gathered up the bedding and other things, changed his clothes, and left the room. Brother, breakfast is ready. Renning sat at the table and smiled. Lin Su was still there too. She looked at Zhang Hao and smiled without saying anything. What are you having for breakfast? Zhang Hao asked. Your sister-in-law said you like noodle soup, so Mrs. Su made beef noodle soup. Renning said with a smile. Oh? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He wasn't really interested in buns and such. But he is partial to noodles. He just didn't expect Lin Su to greet Suma over such a trivial matter. Hubby, I'm full. I'll go to the office first. Take care of Ing Bao. Lin Su finished her breakfast slowly and then stood up. Okay, you go ahead. Zhang Hao nodded. He watched Lin Su leave and then sat down at the table. After finishing his breakfast, he said to Ing Bao, if you're not busy today, stay here with your sister-in-law while I go to work. Ah. Brother, you're not going to mind me? Run Ing asked. In the past, she naturally would not bother Zhang Hao going to work. Now Zhang Hao still needs to go to work? His sister-in-law can just give him some pocket money, and he can't even spend it all. I don't have time for that. You can take care of your own entertainment. Your sister-in-law gave you a card anyway, so you can just spend it as you like. Zhang Hao didn't mean to ignore Ren Ing. He went to the garage, took a look at the Aston Martin that was open, and then left the door. Chapter 45, Can I be a kept man? Mouse, what's the situation? You look like you're in a bad mood. What's wrong again? Zhao Dong from Ziyuan Company looked at Zhang Hao and asked with a smile. Nothing. Are you hoping for me to have a problem or what? I'm just thinking about things. Zhang Hao shook his head. Cut it out. What are you thinking about? You really shouldn't have any worries right now. Zhao Dong laughed. Zhang Hao glanced at Zhao Dong and ignored him. He was considering whether he should resign. There was not much point in staying. Although the restaurant he owned did not affect his continued employment. He felt that whatever he did seemed to be meaningless. The money he earned was really too little. Just yesterday, when he was shopping, his wife spent 4 million on Ing Bao. What was the concept? According to his current salary, he would never be able to earn that much in a lifetime. Even if his restaurant was popular for a year, he was not sure if he could reach that amount. Yet his wife casually spent 4 million. Tell me what you think. Zhao Dong laughed. Winter Melon, do you think I should start a business? Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Dong. In my opinion, there is no need. Zhao Dong said. According to what you said, if I don't start a business, I will become a kept man, right? By then, if my wife's family looks down on me, I won't even have the room to argue. Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. You can argue back if you make a few $100,000 or even $1 million a year running a restaurant? Zhang Dong rolled his eyes and said, You're just being pretentious. Put. At least I can say with confidence that I'm not spending my wife's money. Zhang Hao said. It's as if you don't spend your wife's money and your wife's family will look up to you. If I'm not being a friend, I'll tell you that you've been on this path ever since you followed Lin Su. No matter how hard you try, you'll still be looked down upon. There is no way you can change this reality. If I were you, I would just take advantage of her. This is a man's skill. As long as you have a thick skin, no one can do anything. Zhao Dong Dao. Get out. I'm just wasting my breath. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. But after Zhao Dong reminded him, he thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. He should still look down on her. Even if he opened a restaurant and made a lot of money, it was still far inferior to Lin Su's. Although he hasn't asked Lin Su what she does for a living, from Lin Su's wealth, he can guess with his toes that she is the chairman and president of a major company. Can other businesses make this much money? At least in his understanding, other industries should not be able to reach this level of wealth. Brother, you're thinking too much. Let's say for a moment that you know for sure that your wife's family looks down on you. You haven't even met her family yet, have you? Zhao Dong Dao. In TV dramas, aren't all those big families about matching social status? Zhang Haoda. You know it's a TV drama. Take my advice, don't think too much. Just take things one step at a time. Since your wife chose to marry you, she must have a way to deal with it. Zhao Dong Dao winked at Zhang Hao. You're thinking too much. Zhang Hao glanced at Zhao Dong Dao and didn't think so. At least Lin Su hasn't mentioned her family's situation to him so far. If there were no concerns in this regard, he felt that Lin Su should have told him. Unless it hasn't been completely settled over there. Even Lin Su hasn't told her family. Damn it. I'm going out to run some business. You're now leaning on a big tree and don't have to worry about food and clothing. I'm not the same. I don't know how much the bride prices for Li Lei's family. Zhao Dong suddenly stood up. What do you mean? You're already talking about marriage? How long have you known Li Lei? Zhang Hao asked in shock. Damn it! How can I be faster than you? I don't even know what's going on and you're already getting married. Zhao Dong said. Well, I'm different. Zhang Hao laughed awkwardly. Let's go. Zhao Dong didn't say much to Zhang Hao. He just left the office with a stride. Manager Tan, I want to resign. At 3 p.m., Zhang Hao went to the human resources manager with his resignation letter. Zhang Hao, what's wrong? Why do you want to resign? Manager Tan asked with a frown. Now Zhang Hao is considered a celebrity in their company. After all, he has brought a wave of fame and fortune to their company by winning the business of the Asia Group. Now many companies will prefer to cooperate with him. Those running the business are also relatively relaxed. I opened a restaurant and don't want to work anymore. Zhang Hao said honestly. He has considered it all morning today. No matter what, he will resign first. It really doesn't make sense to stay here for a few $1,000s a month. It's just a little higher this month. Whether or not he wants to be a kept man is not the point. Once his restaurant opens, it will definitely generate some income. If not, he will really be a kept man. You. Manager Tan looked at Zhang Hao with some hesitation. Manager Tan, just to prove it. The Hanyar Group should not be affected. Zhang Hao laughed. Okay. If you still want to come back, you are always welcome. Manager Tan sighed and signed. Thank you. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. After leaving the office, he returned to his workstation, gathered his things, and smiled, saying, Goodbye, everyone. Hey, Zhang Hao, why did you resign? I don't understand why you left. I'll miss you. Several colleagues stood up and smiled. Zhang Hao, you. Xiao Cheng bit her lip in the corner, unable to say anything. She had already learned from Zhao Dong that Zhang Hao was married, so. Goodbye, everyone. Zhang Hao didn't say much, grabbed his things, and left the company. Driving his Aston Martin, he returned to his rented apartment and suddenly felt a little heavy-hearted. His place was no match for his wife's mansion. There were 2 cows on the hillside to the east. When his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Hao took it out, looked at it, and answered, What's up, honey? Where are you, honey? Lin Su asked. I'm in my rented apartment. I just quit my job. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Oh. You quit your job? Lin Su asked in surprise. Yes, there's no point in staying there. What are you going to do next? Honey, can I live off you? You have so much money anyway. Zhang Hao joked. Sure. Lin Su winked at Zhang Hao. Ahem. Honey, I actually opened a restaurant. It will open in a few days. Zhang Hao laughed. Really? Lin Su laughed. I want to try it when you open. I'll let you know when the time comes. Zhang Hao laughed. Chapter 46, It's enough to be with you. Has Zhang Hao suddenly become a wise guy? He actually proposed to be a kept man. Although it was just a joke. In the president's office of the Hanyar Group. After Lin Su hung up the phone, a smile appeared on her absolutely beautiful face. In fact, she had never approved of Zhang Hao starting a business from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Hao never mentioned it to her from beginning to end. However, with the size of their family, no matter how hard Zhang Hao tries, he cannot surpass it. The Lin family has worked hard for many generations. Hey, I wonder if my grandfather, parents, and brother will like Zhang Hao. This seems to be a big problem. Lin Su suddenly sighed as she thought of something. She is the only daughter of the Lin family, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is the apple of their eye. The family loves her to the extreme. Because of this, the family's control over her marriage is extremely strict. This is perhaps the only thing in her family that she does not have absolute autonomy over. Up to now, she has not dared to tell her family that she has already married someone, for fear that it will have some kind of impact on Zhang Hao that is beyond her control. Lin Zong, Master Chiu from the Futu Temple, has sent news. He said that the concentric lock you ordered has been made and that you should go there tomorrow morning. But it seems that you won't have time tomorrow morning. Suddenly Suya walked into the office. Can't it be 2 days later? And it seems that the concentric lock has to be picked up in person, right? Lin Su frowned. Master Chiu said he would be leaving the temple to travel tomorrow afternoon, so. Suya was quite worried. Their CEO had an important meeting with a client tomorrow, and Master Chiu would not wait for them. The main thing was that the concentric lock had to be picked up in person. Can Zhang Hao go? Lin Su asked. In theory, it should be possible. The concentric lock belongs to both of you. Suya asked, Lin Zong, do you want Zhang Hao to go? If I can't get away, he'll have to go. Lin Su thought for a moment and said, tomorrow, don't go with me to meet the client. Take Zhang Hao to Kuta Temple for a while. Okay. Suya nodded with a bitter smile. It turned out that the responsibility fell on her again. She really didn't want to go to Kuta Temple. The boss chef has already been recruited. Chef Gui is currently being trained in getting used to the environment. Li Wan from the Drunken Immortal restaurant smiled. Well, it's good to have everyone here. How does the food taste? Zhang Hao asked. He knew that Chef Gui's cooking skills were second to none. But a restaurant could not rely on just the chef, it also needed the support of the people below. It's very good. Much better than before. But according to Chef Gui, it's still not good enough and needs more practice. I guess it will take a few more days. Li Wan laughed and said, Chef Gui is still very meticulous when it comes to stir-frying. Our restaurant should be able to do well. That's good. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. After chatting with Li Wan for a while, he took a cigarette and walked into the kitchen, saying, Uncle Gua, are you busy? Boss, you're here? Chef Gua smiled and quickly walked to the door. Here, take this cigarette. Thanks for your hard work. Zhang Hao laughed. Boss, you. Chef Gua froze for a moment, but he was not rude. My wife said she would come over for dinner later, so could you cook a few dishes? No problem. The restaurant has all the ingredients. Okay, thank you. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. Originally, he had agreed with Lin Su to come by when the restaurant opened. Considering that there might be a lot of people at the opening and he hadn't decided where to go that night, he simply asked the person to come here. Honey. Not long after, Lin Su walked into the restaurant. Ran Ning followed. Wife, you're here? Zhang Hao greeted them and asked, what do you think of my restaurant? It looks okay. Lin Su smiled. You're probably just saying that. Zhang Hao scratched his head embarrassedly. With the status of his wife, she could never look down on his small restaurant. This was a great compliment. My husband must be very happy. Lin Su winked. You're not wrong, my cooking is pretty good. Zhang Hao bragged. He had specially brought the chef from his hometown. If he hadn't known about such a good chef, he wouldn't have thought of opening a restaurant. There are many uncontrollable factors. The food is served. In a moment, Chef Gua brought the food to the table. The 4 dishes and 1 soup were overflowing with aroma. The taste is really good and refreshing. Lin Su tasted it and praised it. Brother! Your restaurant is going to be popular. Ran Ning also gave a thumbs up. If you like it, you can come here often. I won't charge you. Zhang Hao laughed. Humph. One is your wife and the other is your sister. How can you charge them? Ran Ning gave Zhang Hao a dirty look. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? I had Master Chiu make a pair of locks of hearts at the Kuta Temple. If you're free, go pick them up with Suya. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao. What locks of hearts? It's the ones I prayed for at the temple to bind us together forever. Wife, why do you still believe in this? Zhang Hao asked with a bitter smile. Whether it works or not, let's just consider it good luck. It's not a big deal. Lin Su laughed. Okay, I'll go with you Jie tomorrow. Zhang Hao nodded. Soon, the meal was over. Ran Ning jumped up and said, Brother and sister-in-law, I'm going out to play with my classmates tonight. Male or female? Zhang Hao asked. Female. There's no male. Ran Ning pouted. Okay, come back early. You can't stay out all night. Zhang Hao said. I know. Ran Ning waved her hand and left the restaurant. You're quite strict with your sister. Lin Su said. She's a bit of a tomboy, and I'm afraid she'll get cheated. Although she's an adult now, I don't object to her having a boyfriend, but she must learn to protect herself. I'll definitely have to see her boyfriend first. Zhang Hao laughed. Hubby, where are we going? It's still early, I can't sleep. We can go somewhere to have some fun. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao. Where do you want to go? I don't know. Isn't this about where you want to take me? How about a walk by the river? Zhang Hao suggested. Sure. As long as I'm with you. Lin Su laughed. Let's go. At this time of day, the riverbank is quite lively. It's also cool there at night. Zhang Hao took Lin Su out of the hotel. Then they got into a Rolls-Royce and drove to the river. Chapter 47, Tell them to make another one. It was only about 7 o'clock, and the riverbank was at its peak. Some elderly people in the neighborhood like to come here for a walk after dinner. The breeze feels particularly comfortable. There are also many young people or couples from afar who come here from time to time. Is it this lively? Lin Su was still here for the first time, and it felt quite novel. The evening breeze was also particularly cool. Of course. It's very cool here at night. Compared to the park, this side will be more popular. Zhang Hao said with a smile. He took Lin Su's hand and walked side by side with her. Let's find a place to sit for a while. Lin Su smiled and quickened her pace. There were quite a few stone benches along the inner side of the riverbank, but they were all occupied. If you want to sit, there's a lawn in front. Zhang Hao laughed. You seem to be quite familiar with this place? Have you often brought women here before? Lin Su asked, turning her head. No, I've only been here more often when I'm alone. As for bringing women here, I've only done it once. Zhang Hao said awkwardly. Would his ex-girlfriend Lu Min come to a place like this? Wherever they went out, it was a place that required money. Not wanting to discuss this too much, he quickly changed the subject and asked, by the way, my wife, I still don't know where you're from. I'm from Beijing. But our Lin family's roots are in the south. That's why I like coming here to start a business. It feels like the south suits me better than the north. Lin Su walked over to a clean spot and sat down. How many people are in your family? Zhang Hao asked again. My grandparents, my parents, and 3 brothers. Our family is quite large. Lin Su laughed. You have 3 brothers? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. At the same time, his heart began to pound. 3 brothers are not easy to deal with. What if they don't like him? Are you worried about not being able to pass my family's test? A bit. And your family is quite large. My family's test is indeed not easy to pass. Honey, you have to be prepared. Lin Su reminded him. Ah. Honey, then I'm in trouble, right? Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver. You have to go through with it even if it's tough. You can't just not marry me if my family doesn't like you, can you? I'm your wife now, your registered wife. Lin Su squinted at Zhang Hao. No way. Just like you said, I'll go through with it even if it's tough. Zhang Hao smiled. Ha, that's more like it. Lin Su leaned on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Hey. Zhang Hao grinned and took Lin Su's waist without permission. He wondered when his wife would truly accept him. Now it's okay for him to flirt with Lin Su occasionally, but he's a bit unsure about actually doing it. After all, they've only known each other for such a short time. Getting a marriage certificate can be considered a kind of restraint or a means, but it doesn't mean that Lin Su can really give him everything. As he glanced around, he noticed a young couple kissing not far away. He laughed and said, Look, honey. Do you want to too? Lin Su blushed as she glanced over. I do. Zhang Hao turned his head and looked at Lin Su's rosy lips. No way. Ah. Why? I'm not used to doing that in public. Lin Su shook her head. Okay. Zhang Hao scratched his head and had to hold back. After sitting for a while, at about 9 o'clock, he stood up and asked, Honey, shall we go home early? You have to go to work tomorrow. Okay, let's go. Lin Su nodded and stood up. Getting into the Rolls-Royce, she asked, Are you coming over to my place tonight? No. Zhang Hao shrugged. What's the point of sleeping on the floor? Whatever. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a dirty look but didn't say anything more. She first dropped Zhang Hao off at the rented house and then drove back to the villa by herself. Sister-in-law. Didn't my brother come over today? Running returned around 10 o'clock. She was a little embarrassed when she didn't see Zhang Hao. She still felt a little uncomfortable letting her stay alone with her sister-in-law. After all, her sister-in-law gave her the image of a strong woman. And last time she was also shocked. He didn't come over. Lin Su pulled Renning and said, "You can just stay at my place." "What does it matter?" "Oh." Renning pouted, but she couldn't leave again. "Are you going to sleep with me tonight?" Sister-in-law, why would you want to sleep with me?" "I want to talk to you about your brother." Lin Su laughed. "Okay." Renning thought about it and didn't refuse. She took her clothes, went upstairs, took a shower, and then ran to Lin Su's room. Seeing Lin Su lying on the bed wearing a white silk nightdress, she looked so beautiful that she couldn't help but smack her lips. "Sister-in-law, you have a great figure." "Yours is not bad either." Lin Su laughed. "Mine is not as good as yours." Renning reached out and squeezed Lin Su's breasts. "Air. Don't you have any? Why are you touching me?" Lin Su's body trembled. Why does this girl have this hobby? He. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean anything, I just wanted to see how big yours really is. Renning laughed. "Don't keep staring at my breasts and talk about your brother." Lin Su lifted the quilt to indicate that Renning could come in and asked, "I haven't known your brother for long, I don't know what kind of person he really is." "What can I say about my brother? He's pretty good. In the future, the criteria I use to find a boyfriend will definitely be based on my brother's template. He's got a good temper, doesn't lose his temper easily, and is pretty attentive to people." Renning said. "What does it mean to have a missing link in the brain?" Lin Su was intrigued. "It means he's confused and silly. He doesn't know things that everyone else knows. But for you, sister-in-law, this is definitely a good thing. It's different for us. His ex-girlfriend used to keep him under control." Renning felt angry when she talked about Lu Min. "What are his hobbies? My brother doesn't seem to have any particular hobbies. If I had to name one, I guess he likes cars." "I have cars." Lin Su asked, "What about anything else? Does he have an M5? Huh? What's an M5? I've never heard of it." "I don't really know either. It's like a BMW and it has an E-chassis." Renning Dao, my brother said last time that when someone likes something, they can't afford it, and when they can afford it, it's discontinued. And when he couldn't afford it, it was discontinued. A BMW M5 with an E-chassis? Lin Su muttered to herself, then took out her phone and dialed a number. She asked, "Do you know the BMW M5 with an E-chassis?" That car was discontinued a long time ago. Tell them to produce one for me." "Sis, don't be silly. I'll pay them to produce it." Chapter 48 Lin Su, I love you. Can't you just talk to them? Money is not a problem. Sister, it's not a problem to produce it, but it will take a while. It seems that there is a car in stock at the BMW factory. I don't want a second-hand one. New cars that aren't second-hand are either expensive or have never been driven. Can you contact them and buy it for me if possible? Okay, I'll ask. As soon as possible. Lin Su hung up after saying that. Not sister-in-law, you just called BMW and asked them to produce another car for my brother? Renning swallowed and asked, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Didn't you say your brother likes it?" Lin Su laughed. "Coco, you don't have to do this," Renning said with a bitter smile. "Are rich people all so selfish? As long as he likes it, it doesn't matter if it costs a lot of money," Lin Su said with a smile. "My brother has been blessed in past lives to be able to marry you, sister-in-law?" Renning envied her. Yes, even her younger sister envied her. It seems that with her sister-in-law, as long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Is there anything in particular that you like? Your sister-in-law can buy it for you. Your brother is quite reluctant to let you go. So you and your sister-in-law don't need to be polite. Just tell me directly what you want. Lin Su looked at Renning. Cough. Sister-in-law, I don't want it. Renning shook her head. She is not the kind of person who is insatiable and knows when to stop. Even if your sister-in-law doesn't mind. It's fine. Family members can just say what they want. I really don't want it, sister-in-law. If that's fine, I'll take it that you haven't thought about it yet. Lin Su laughed. Just let me know when you've thought about it. You're so nice, sister-in-law. Renning suddenly snuggled into Lin Su's arms. Air. Lin Su froze for a moment. Subconsciously, she petted Ren Ying's head and gave a small smile. You really have a big chest, sister-in-law. At some point, Ren Ying pinched Lin Su's chest a few times. Ying Bao, what are you doing? Lin Su was speechless. Her eyes rolled as she began to sneak up on Ren Ying. Then the two of them started to fight. Their relationship seemed to have made a great leap forward. Hangzhou is really a beautiful city. No wonder Su Su chose to settle here. I kind of like it here too. 9 p.m. Airport. The cold moonlight shines down on a young man who lights a cigarette and takes a drag, a faint smile on his face. Young master. A middle-aged man trots up to the young man and says with a smile, the hotel has been arranged. First show me around Hangzhou. After taking a drag on his cigarette, the young man stepped up to a Maybach. Almost half reclining in the back seat, which was like a first-class cabin, he asked again, how are the roses I asked you to prepare? Don't worry, young master, 999 roses are already in place. The middle-aged man laughed. Good. Very good. This is really something to look forward to. The young man's gaze looked out the window, his mouth curling up slightly, outlining an elusive smile. Are you working today, sister-in-law? Ren Ying rubbed her eyes and asked around 7:30 in the morning at a villa. Well, I have an important client today. Lin Su smiled and nodded, taking off her nightgown. Wow, sister-in-law, how do you take care of your skin? It's so good. Ren Ying exclaimed as she looked at her. At the moment, Lin Su was wearing a set of white underwear, and her exposed skin was as white and smooth as a piece of jade. She didn't see even the slightest flaw on Lin Su's body. It's just the way it was born. Lin Su laughed. I wish I had skin as good as yours. Ren Ying looked envious. Yours isn't bad. Is that a way of praising me? No way. My skin really isn't as good as yours. You don't even have a single pimple. Ren Ying pouted. I'll go wash up first. You can make your own arrangements for today. Lin Su smiled slightly. Sister-in-law, can I go to the office with you? Ren Ying asked. You want to go to my company? I want to go and have a look. Sure. Lin Su nodded and said, but you need to get up quickly now. I'll get up now. Ren Ying giggled and jumped up. After washing up and having breakfast, she got into Lin Su's Bentley. When she arrived at the Han Yen Group, she saw a dozen people in suits standing in front of the company entrance and couldn't help but be a little surprised. She blinked her big eyes and asked, Sister-in-law, are those all your company's people? Yes. The clients will be here in a while, so they are waiting here in advance. Lin Su nodded. Does your company own this building as well? Ren Ying asked again. It was built 2 years ago. Lin Su said. You really are a big shot, sister-in-law. Ren Ying said with a smirk. Get out of the car. As soon as the car pulled up to the company entrance, a middle-aged man quickly walked up and opened the car door for Lin Su. Thank you. Lin Su said, and then climbed out of the car. Hello, Lin. A dozen people at the entrance greeted her in unison. Your sister-in-law is so impressive. Ren Ying was shocked by the scene when she got out of the car. She subconsciously ran over to Lin Su's side and blinked her big eyes as she looked around. Who is this, Mr. Lin? A senior executive asked. My sister. Lin Su replied. Ha? The senior executive froze for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Hello, sister. Hello, sister. The others also came over. Hello. Ren Ying greeted them mechanically, feeling a little intimidated. In the past, any one of these people would have been someone she looked up to. But today, they were all licking her face, which made her feel like she was in a dream. After a while, a Cullinan drove up. After the car came to a stop, an old man in his 60s got out. President Su. Lin Su smiled and walked up to say hello. The others also gathered around. President Lin. After getting out of the car, President Su shook Lin Su's hand. Drops. Just then, a large truck pulled up. Whose truck is this? Lin Su looked up and frowned. President Su looked at the truck and was also a little puzzled. The others were the same. Why did the truck pull up in front of the Hanya group? Soon the truck stopped. Two middle-aged men jumped out of the truck. They opened the doors of the cargo box on the left and right. Suddenly, a truckload of roses was revealed to everyone. Among the pile of roses were the words "Lin Su, I love you" that stood out. Su. A young man in the box slowly walked out and jumped off the truck. He had a big comb-over and a confident smile on his face. Chapter 49, The Rich Second Generation Blocking the Road. Hey, why do we still have to go to Kuta Temple? Zhang Hao got up at around 8 o'clock the next morning. After washing up and going downstairs, he had just finished breakfast when Suya arrived. Today, Suya was dressed in black professional attire with a white shirt, as usual. The difference was that she wasn't wearing a skirt today, but had instead changed into a pair of trousers. And she didn't drive today, riding a handsome motorcycle instead. What do you mean, sister Ya? Why did you ride a motorcycle over here? Doesn't it smell good to drive? Zhang Hao frowned and asked after surveying Suya. Kuchuo Temple can't be driven up, there are still about 4 or 5 kilometers of mountain roads behind it, so you can only ride a motorcycle. Suya said, get in. Okay. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose and got in. This motorcycle feels a bit crowded for 2 people. He got on and was stuck next to Suya, which was a bit unnatural. Zhang Hao, didn't you notice that there's a small seat in the back? Why are you sitting here with me? Suya's face turned slightly red. Ah. Really? Zhang Hao got off the motorcycle and looked. He was instantly embarrassed. He had never been particularly interested in motorcycles and had never ridden one before. As he got off the motorcycle, he noticed with embarrassment that there was indeed a small seat behind him. He immediately sat down. Hold on to me. Suya said. Okay. Zhang Hao looked around and grabbed Suya's clothes. To be honest, this motorcycle is really hard to ride. The front seat is short and the back seat is high. Suya is a small person compared to him, and he didn't know where to hold on. They set off. Suya suddenly twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle tilted directly. Shit. Zhang Hao was in a panic, and in a flurry, he hugged Suya. He knew that Suya was quite a fierce driver, and the throttle screamed when she stepped on it, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce on a motorcycle as well. Zhang Hao, your hand. Suya reminded. Ah. Sister Ya, what's wrong with my hand? Zhang Hao asked in puzzlement. He tried to grab it a couple of times, and it was soft and quite plump, which made him dumbfounded. What have I grabbed? You're still pinching it? Suya's face turned red. Cough. Sister Ya, I'm sorry, I was just shocked, so. Zhang Hao's hands hurriedly moved downwards. Nima, this is embarrassing. Drip. Before long, a McLaren sports car caught up. After honking a few times, a young man in the car lowered the window and laughed. Hey, little lady, this car is pretty cool. Why don't we have a race? Get lost. Suya glanced at the young man and ignored him. What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on people? The young man in the car was unhappy and turned the wheel, slowly moving the car to the side. As a well-known figure in Hangzhou, he had never been snubbed like this before, even though the other party was quite a pretty woman. This bastard. Suya watched as the road in front of her grew narrower and her face grew ugly. Eventually, she was forced to stop. She couldn't just ride her motorcycle head-on into someone else's car unless she wanted to die. What do you want, pretty lady? The McLaren stopped and the young man got out of the car. Squeak. With a few brake sounds, a few more sports cars followed. The doors opened and one young man after another got out of the car. What's going on, yeah? Zhang Hao frowned and asked. This is encountering a few second-generation rich kids who don't have eyes. Suya had a dark face. She didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing when she rode out on a bike. The main thing is that it's quite urgent over at Kutao Temple. Are they planning to cause trouble for us? Zhang Hao frowned and jumped off the bike, protecting Suya behind him. Buddy, who are you? The young man in charge looked at Zhang Hao and asked. Never mind who I am, what are you guys planning to do? You intercepted us for no reason? Zhang Hao looked at the young man. Well, I stopped you, so what are you going to do about it? The young man asked Zhang Hao. His arrogance was unparalleled. He looked down on Zhang Hao and Suya, and saw that they were at their wits' end. In this city, they could also walk sideways. Not. Zhang Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth a few times. He really had no way of dealing with the few people in front of him. Get out of the way. The young man pushed Zhang Hao aside. He walked up to Suya and grinned. Hey, pretty girl, you're quite pretty and have a nice figure. Why don't you have some fun with me? Fuck you. Zhang Hao suddenly kicked the young man in charge, sending him tumbling to the ground. Oh no. The other men instantly became enraged. Together, they rushed up to Zhang Hao and held him down. Oh no. Suya's face changed slightly. She subconsciously took out her phone and dialed Lin Su's number. Lin, something's happened. Xia Weihong, why are you in Hangzhou? On the other side, in front of the door of the Asia-Pacific group, Lin Su's eyebrows were tightly knitted. She knew the young man who had come very well. When she was young, that guy had always followed her around. When she grew up, he also caused her a lot of trouble. It was 2 years ago when Xia Weihong left for abroad that she was finally able to have some peace and quiet for 2 years. However, today, Xia Weihong had actually returned? Su. A day without seeing each other is like a year apart. You really missed me, didn't you? Xia Weihong walked up to Lin Su and said with a smile. I don't know you well. And don't call me Su in the future. Your little tricks are useless to me. Lin Su looked at Xia Weihong with disgust. Although they could be considered childhood sweethearts, Lin Su knew Xia Weihong's personality all too well. That guy just can't sit still. I don't know how many women he's messed with. Is this guy seriously pursuing her? Lin Su, you. Mr. Su looked at Lin Su with a wry smile. He had come today to discuss a business collaboration with Lin Su, but instead, he encountered this situation. It was hard to say whether Lin Su would have time or not. Mr. Su apologized for the unexpected situation. I will get rid of the person as soon as possible. Lin Su was quite embarrassed. Glaring at Xia Weihong, she asked, what do you mean by this? Su, I like you. Xia Weihong laughed. I'm sorry, I don't like you, so you can go back to wherever you came from. Lin Su's face turned cold. Su, don't be like this. I came all the way from Kyoto. Xia Weihong's face was full of smiles. Ada threw this guy out. Lin Su didn't bother to waste words. Sir, please leave, or don't blame me for being rude to you. A middle-aged man strode forward. What do you want? Xia Weihong's face suddenly turned gloomy. Not leaving? Ada reached out and grabbed Xia Weihong by the collar, lifting him up with one hand. Shit. Xia Weihong's mouth twitched. The guy in front of him actually dared to lay hands on him? Does he fucking know who he is? Chapter 50, when he doesn't exist as a man? President Lin is quite embarrassed. If you don't have time today, shall we talk next time I come? President Su asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Lin Su. He doesn't have much time. After finishing the discussion here, he will leave Hangzhou at noon. How can they discuss business when there is such a commotion? The sincerity of the Hanya group is obviously not enough. President Su, let's go in if it's okay. Lin Su didn't even look at Xia Weihong as if he didn't exist. Shit. Let go of me, you motherfucker. Xia Weihong broke away from Ada's grip and said coldly, do you know who the fuck I am? How dare you use force against me? I don't think you'll change your mind until you see the coffin. Ada didn't indulge Xia Weihong and once again grabbed his collar and dragged him directly out the door. You're fucking looking for death. Xia Weihong struggled endlessly. However, he was just a rich second generation, how could he break free from Ada's control? Lin Su is quite domineering. Su Zong couldn't help but smile wryly at this scene. After all, Lin Su came here to declare his love, and this is a bit of face not given? His face looked a little better. At least it proves that Lin Su still values this cooperation. Su Zong, let's go in. Lin Su didn't pay any more attention to what was going on at the door and walked towards the inside. Well, the sooner we sign the sooner I can go. President Su nodded and didn't waste any more time. He followed Lin Su into the Han Asia group. Ring ring ring. At this time, a cell phone rang. Lin Su took out her phone, answered it, and then her face changed slightly. President Lin, something else happened? President Su saw that Lin Su was not quite right and said with a bitter smile, if you really don't have time, then we won't sign the contract now. If we don't sign it, we won't sign it. Lin Su hung up the phone, glanced at President Su, and then turned and walked out. President Lin, you. President Su was dumbfounded. Deep down, he really wanted to cooperate with Hanyang Group. However, as the dominant party, he was more or less a bit arrogant. He felt that Lin Su had too many troubles. He was just venting a little while ago. At this moment, when he saw that Lin Su really wasn't going to sign, he suddenly felt confused. What the fuck is going on? The Hanyang Group has been in contact with them for quite some time and has now reached the final stage. Lin Su actually said no and refused to sign? At this point, if they give up directly, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? President Su, I'm sorry, but my husband has encountered some trouble. If you still want to cooperate with us, I can have President Fu sign with you. If you don't think that's a good idea, then we'll have to cooperate next time. Lin Su's face looked a little unpleasant. Just now, she received a phone call that Suya and Zhang Hao were on their way to Kutao Temple when they were blocked by a few rich second generation. With her husband in danger, she had no mood for business. President Lin, I've come in person. It's not very fair for me to ask the vice president of your group to sign with me, is it? President Su asked with a frown. I said you can sign or not. Lin Su strode forward and said, Ada, go with me to a place. Okay, President Lin. Ada threw Xia Weihong aside. He got into the Audi and followed the Bentley in front with the accelerator to the floor. President Su, shall we go in? Fu Zong walked up and asked. What's going on with your boss Lin? Didn't you say you were going to sign the contract today? Su Zong asked discontentedly. Everyone has unexpected situations. Please forgive me, Su Zong. In fact, speaking of which, our Hanyang Group still really hopes to cooperate with your company. Our boss Lin just said that you can sign with me. Now that our boss Lin has left, if you are willing, we can go in and talk about it in detail. Fu Zong smiled and said. Let's go in. Su Zong gave a bitter smile and ultimately chose to take a steady step. The strength of the Hanyang Group is here, and he will not easily give up this opportunity. On the surface, it is true that the Hanyang Group is in need of them, but in fact, who is the Hanyang Group not cooperating with? Their background is deeper than his. Kid, you have some fucking nerve. You dare to hit me? The young man leading the way on a certain street jumped up and glared angrily at Zhang Hao. After all, he is a well-known figure in Hangzhou. In the past, only he bullied others and no one had been bullied by him. Today, he was actually kicked over? Riding a motorcycle and thinking you're so awesome? So what? Zhang Hao looked at the young man in charge. Just now, the bastard in front of him clearly had his eye on Suya. Could he bear it? Let him go. Suya looked at the young man in charge coldly. Hey, pretty girl, are you heartbroken that I've captured your man? The young man in charge asked with a smile. Let him go. Suya gritted her teeth. If I don't release him, what can you do about it? The young man in charge tilted his head and looked at Suya with a provocative smile. If you don't release him, your end won't be good. Don't blame me for not warning you. The guy you're holding down right now is Lin Su's man, the chairman of the Hanya Group. If you dare to harm a hair on his head, prepare to bear Lin Su's wrath. Suya reminded him. Ha, you're killing me. Do you think we're stupid? When did Lin Su, the chairman of the Hanya Group, ever have a husband? Beauty, if I'm not mistaken, you're not from here, are you? Chairman of the Asia Group, what's your temperament? You don't know anything at all. The young man in charge suddenly burst out laughing. The others also looked at her with contempt, thinking that Suya was treating them like children. Chairman of the Asia Group, Lin Su does have some skills. No one dares to mess with her in Hangzhou. However, there is some gossip that Lin Su has never had a boyfriend. She has never been tempted by any of her suitors. The beautiful woman in front of her actually said that the guy they held down was Lin Su's husband. Is she joking? Well. Suya saw that no one believed her and was a little speechless. Thinking about Lin Su's past persona, she quickly felt relieved again. When Lin Su first said she wanted to get married, didn't she also feel shocked and think it wasn't quite real? Even she didn't quite believe it, let alone anyone else. Beauty, if you want me to let your boyfriend go, it's not impossible. As long as you accompany us for a day, what do you think? I'm a very easygoing person. The young man in charge looked at Suya. The gazes of the other men also fixed on Suya. They had met many beautiful women before, but few could compare to Suya. As a result, they had all become a little interested. Fuck you. Zhang Hao suddenly broke free from the control of the too rich second generation and rushed up, grabbing the young man in charge by the hair. Although Suya was not his girlfriend, these guys in front of him were brazenly flirting in front of him, which was too much. As if he didn't exist? Chapter 51, I won't let him go. Shit. Let go of me, you motherfucker. Do you know who I am? How dare you pull my hair? The young man in charge was furious and tried to break free from Zhang Hao's control. He felt a piercing pain on his scalp, but he didn't dare to use too much force. Let go of me, you motherfucker. Several other people quickly rushed up to try to pull Zhang Hao away. Ouch, ouch. The young man in charge was screaming in pain. His little friends were really stupid. They didn't realize that his hair was being tugged and kept tugging for what? Zhang Hao, you. Suya was beside herself with worry. At the same time, she was also a little moved. There were several people on the other side, but Zhang Hao was the only one who still rushed over without hesitation. She now felt that Zhang Hao was not without his merits. At least he was a man. Damn it, you dare to hit my sister, ya? I think you have eaten the guts of a bear. Zhang Hao then grabbed the hair of the young man in charge and would not let go. As for the several people behind him, he did not care at all. Although he had not had much contact with Suya, he still had quite a good impression of this sister. Most importantly, from Suya's earlier words, he learned an important piece of information, and that was that his wife seemed to be very powerful in Hangzhou. Since he has a powerful backer, he has nothing to fear. As long as he doesn't die, he will do whatever it takes. Stop. Suddenly, a Bentley sped up. An Audi followed behind. After the car came to a stop, Lin Su climbed out of the Bentley with a pale face. How dare those guys hold her husband down? President Lin. Suya quickly walked up and told her what had happened. Humph. They've got some nerve. Lin Su's face was extremely ugly, as if covered in frost. She walked over and slapped the young man in charge in the face, angrily shouting, "Let go of me." Shit. The young man in charge was stunned by the slap. The others also looked at Lin Su with a stunned expression. They all knew about Lin Su's existence, but they didn't know her. Usually, Lin Su never appeared in public. At the moment, they were all a little confused to see a girl suppressing them. Are girls so awesome these days? Wife, why are you here? Aren't you meeting an important client today? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su and asked in surprise. You've already fought with someone, how could I still care about any clients? It doesn't matter who you do business with, there's no rush. Lin Su saw that Zhang Hao seemed to be fine, so she let out a sigh of relief. Fuck. What do you mean, woman? The young man in charge glared at Lin Su. He noticed that Lin Su was extremely beautiful, like a fairy, and he suddenly froze. They actually have such an exquisite woman in Hangzhou? The women they hooked up with before were not even close to the girl in front of them. He laughed and said, "Sorry, I didn't notice." Is the beauty really that pretty? You want to die. Ada saw the young man leading the group actually dare to molest Lin Su and took a step forward. He grabbed the young man's hair and pressed it against the car. Fuck. Let go. Do you know who I am? The young man leading the group roared. Why the fuck does everyone dare to beat him up? What are you doing? You even dare to touch Yu Xiao. Are you tired of living? The other few people were about to go up and help. Get out of here. Ada lifted his leg and kicked a young man flying far away. Not. The few remaining people were all stunned in place. Just from that kick alone they knew that the guy in front of them was definitely a martial artist. Pop. Lin Su gave the young man in charge another 2 slaps on the face and asked, "What did you mean by that just now?" Shit. How dare you hit me? The young man in charge glared and yelled, "I am the young master of the Qi family." Are you out of your mind? Qi family? So Qi Guozhong is your father? Lin Su asked with a cold face. That's right. Dare to show off with me, and you will be in trouble in no time. Qi Zhangyu said with a gloomy face. What a Qi family. Lin Su sneered and said, Ada, these guys are all yours. President Lin, don't worry, I promise to make them want to die and go to heaven. Ada nodded. Honey, let's go to Kuta Temple. Lin Su didn't bother with Qi Jiangyu and the others anymore. She told Suya to drive back and then got on the motorcycle. Air. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose and jumped onto the back seat. His wife seems a bit ruthless. She's practically a different person from the impression he had of her. Except for the last time when she suspected him of cheating, Lin Su always gave him the impression of being quite gentle and not having a temper. But today, he felt like his perception of Lin Su had been subverted. This sister seems like a domineering female CEO. You sit tight. Lin Su reminded her, then twisted the throttle and sped off. Kuchuo Temple was not close to the city. Master Chiu had to go out and travel the world after lunch. As a result, they didn't have much time. Slow down, honey. Zhang Hao was shocked and quickly embraced Lin Su. Suya didn't know how to help when he was riding a bike, but now that it was Lin Su's turn, he didn't have as many qualms. Damn, Su is actually married? On the other side, Xia Weihan was dumbfounded after making inquiries at the entrance of the Hanya group. This news took him by surprise and broke his heart. He came to Hangzhou to pursue Lin Su, but an employee of the Hanya group told him that Lin Su was already taken. Young master, this. The middle-aged man next to Xia Weihan looked quite embarrassed. He knew how much his young master cared about Lin Su. Although this did not prevent their young master from continuing to sow his wild oats, his love for Lin Su was absolutely genuine. Now that he had learned the news that Lin Su had already married, something was bound to go wrong. Their young master would never allow another man to lay a finger on Lin Su. That kid wants to die. Xia Weihan's face gradually grew dark. Lin Su has always been his forbidden fruit, and no one can do anything about it. Before, he always thought that there were not many people in the world besides himself who were worthy of Lin Su. Based on his knowledge of Lin Su, he wasn't worried about being outdone. But today he realized that he was wrong. Lin Su, who seemed to have no interest in men in the past, not only found a boyfriend, but also got married. This is fucking life-threatening. Young master, do you want to check out that guy? Since he was able to impress Miss Lin, I'm afraid that guy's background is a bit complicated. The middle-aged man said. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy dares to lay a finger on my woman, I must find out. No matter what his background is, I won't let him go. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 52, Brother Lin is truly blessed. Lin Su, is this your lover you were telling me about? In a room in the back courtyard of the Kutao Temple. Master Chiu looked at Zhang Hao and a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. Well. Master Chiu, is there a problem? Lin Su asked with a smile. Your lover's fate is quite good. There may be some twists and turns between the two of you, but it shouldn't be a problem. In the future, you two need to learn to be more tolerant of each other and not get impatient when things happen. Master Chiu said with a smile. Master, you can tell fortunes? Zhang Hao, however, scoffed. He didn't really believe in fortune-telling or palm reading. Nowadays, fortune-telling has a set of templates. As long as the birth dates are the same, the fortune calculated will be the same. However, will there be two people in the world with the same fate? I will occasionally calculate it, but not often. This fortune-telling is a gift for you and your husband. Remember, in the future, don't be impatient when encountering things. Being more careful will never do any harm. If you let your temper get the better of you, I can't say what will happen to you. Master Chiu laughed. Ah. Are you saying that we won't last? Lin Su panicked for a moment. She came here to pray for a lock of hearts, wasn't it just to prevent any accidents between her and Zhang Hao? But now Master Chiu had said that she and Zhang Hao might not have a future? It's not that you won't last, but there might be some unexpected situations along the way. As long as you know how to be patient, there shouldn't be any major problems. Master Chiu laughed. Husband, can you be patient? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao. Wife, it seems Master Chiu was talking about you, right? Zhang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. He felt that if he lost his temper, it would most likely be Lin Su who would suffer. Why me? Lin Su asked. I think I will definitely accommodate you. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Really? Lin Su suddenly smiled happily. Both of them need to accommodate each other, not just one party. Master Chiu interrupted. Well. Zhang Hao was embarrassed for a moment. This Master Chiu is really good at undermining people. It's almost time. You guys go ahead. I'm going out after I finish eating. Master Chiu suddenly stood up. Thank you, Master Chiu. Lin Su followed suit and bowed to Master Chiu. When they were outside the courtyard and outside the Kuta temple, she looked at Zhang Hao and asked, Husband, will we have conflicts? I don't think so. Then Master Chiu's words aren't necessarily right. Zhang Hao said. But he is quite famous in Hangzhou. Many people say that he really has those abilities. If not, I wouldn't have come here to ask him for a lovelock. Lin Su was a little worried. No one wants to have a smooth life, and she was no exception. My dear, don't worry. Nothing bad will happen to us. Didn't Master Chiu just say that as long as we know how to accommodate each other, there won't be any big problems? No matter what happens, I will definitely accommodate you. Zhang Hao said with a smile. My dear, you said it. Lin Su laughed. Of course. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. What more could he ask for with such an outstanding wife? As long as nothing irreparable happened, he would definitely not give up on Lin Su. Damn, is this going to end before it even starts? In the evening, at a food stall. Zhao Dong gulped down a mouthful of beer and gave a wry smile. Winter Melon, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly in a bad mood for no reason? A little while later, Zhang Hao arrived at the food stall in his Aston Martin. Hey, don't mention it. Something happened between me and Li Lei. Her mother doesn't seem to like me very much. Zhao Dong sighed. Holy shit. You've only known Li Lei for a short time and you're already meeting the parents? Zhang Hao widened his eyes. Meeting the parents is not that big a deal. But Li Lei's mother came here specifically for a medical examination, and as her boyfriend, I couldn't not be there with her, so we met. According to my future mother-in-law, my income is a bit low. Zhao Dong said depressedly. What did Li Lei mean? Zhang Hao asked. Li Lei didn't say anything and never talked to me about income. It's just that her mother's side cares a lot about financial conditions. After all, Li Lei's figure and appearance are there, and she is indeed qualified to find a better one. Zhao Dong said. As long as Li Lei has no objections, what are you afraid of? If I'm not wrong, Li Lei should have a younger brother, right? This situation is very common. Zhang Hao laughed. You guessed it right, Li Lei does have a younger brother. Well, I reckon the bride price will be at least 200,000 yuan. Shit, what am I going to give them 200,000 yuan for? Zhao Dong's mouth twitched. Your brother-in-law is going to need a girlfriend too. If your future in-laws are not very capable, they will just take advantage of you. If they don't have this idea, as long as Li Lei is willing, what does it matter how much you earn? Zhang Hao said. Isn't it possible that they just want to find Li Lei a better match? Zhao Dong still held a glimmer of hope. There was nothing wrong with parents loving their daughters, but conditions were at most suggestions and would not be taken as hard and fast standards. If your future mother-in-law was just saying it casually, then there would be no problem and you would not need to feel too much pressure. If your income does not meet the standard and your mother-in-law prevents you from getting together, then you will have to start preparing for a bride price of 200,000. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Dong and said. My future mother-in-law hasn't made a final decision yet. She just seems to be dissatisfied with me. Rat, if my future mother-in-law insists on 200,000 yuan, will you help me? I can only rely on you now. Zhao Dong asked with a smile. If you insist, can I refuse? The question is, are you sure you really want to marry Li Lei? If your future mother-in-law insists on 200,000 yuan, what you need to consider is not just the relationship with Li Lei, but also the relationship between the two families. It is an immutable truth that a poor couple will have a hard time getting along. This must also be brought to the table. Zhang Hao reminded. It is still a bit early for Li Lei and I to talk about marriage. After all, we haven't known each other for very long. But in my opinion, Li Lei is quite a nice person. I should marry her without any surprises. It is not easy for someone in my position to find a pretty girl like Li Lei. If I had your looks, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Zhao Dong said with a bitter smile. You can't envy my looks. Besides, looks don't mean much these days. I'm just lucky. Zhang Hao laughed. Damn it. Have you finally come to your senses? Before, you were always thinking that you had to rely on your own efforts. Now you're ready to live off someone else's hard work? Zhao Dong asked with a smile. Chapter 53, Can't I just hold back a little? Open your eyes, my ass. I'm being forced to do this. My wife is too big. I can't catch up in my lifetime. Zhang Hao sighed, with a hint of compromise to reality. Is he destined to be a softie for the rest of his life? You know better. We're just ordinary people with no background. Where can we get such a big fortune? If you can't catch up to your wife, your efforts will be in vain. Zhao Dong said with a smile. Come on, drink up. Why think about it? I'm just going to take things one step at a time. Some things can't be rushed. Zhang Hao lifted his glass. His relationship with Lin Su was definitely not in trouble. After spending some time together, he felt that Lin Su still liked him quite a bit. The main thing was that he wasn't sure about the Lin family's reaction. Come on, cheers. Zhao Dong lifted his glass and clinked it with Zhang Hao's. This guy really makes me angry. Compared to his troubles, Zhang Hao's are nothing. At most, it's a bit embarrassing. However, as long as his wife doesn't mind, Zhang Hao's troubles are not really troubles. This is different for him. Without money, he can't even get the girl he likes. You must be Zhang Hao, right? Suddenly, a young man walked into the food stall with two middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men quickly took off his jacket and placed it on the chair. Who are you? Zhang Hao looked at the young man with a confused expression. Is this guy a bit too pretentious? He even asked someone to prop up his jacket to cushion the bench. Is the bench really that dirty? Who I am is none of your business. I'm here today to give you a warning, stay away from Lin Su in the future. She's not someone trash like you can touch. If I see you associate with Lin Su again, don't blame me for being unfriendly. The young man left without another word and turned around to leave. The two middle-aged men gave Zhang Hao a warning look before following. Holy cow! What's going on, Mouse? Why did an unexpected rival suddenly appear? The guy driving the Maybach seems pretty awesome too. Zhao Dong looked at Zhang Hao in shock. I don't know why an unexpected rival suddenly appeared. Zhang Hao smiled bitterly. He had previously considered the future of himself and Lin Su and also thought that there would definitely be difficulties when facing the Lin family. But he really didn't expect there to be a love rival. And that guy has quite a background. Mouse, what are you going to do? We can't compete with that guy. Who else can I ask? Zhao Dong was at a loss for words. Yes. Zhang Hao is just like him, just a small clerk. What can you do against those second-generation rich? It's as easy as playing for them to get rid of them. There are 2 cows on the eastern hillside. The bull said to the cow, I love you. Suddenly the phone rang. What's wrong with Ingbao? Zhang Hao took out his phone and answered. Brother! Why haven't you come to see your sister-in-law these past 2 days? I'm not having fun here alone. Why don't you come over here tonight and sleep over too? Running said with a smile. Why do you want me to come over? Aren't you and your sister-in-law getting along well? Or are you not comfortable there? Zhang Hao asked. No. I'm doing fine here with my sister-in-law. It's just that 2 people aren't as much fun as 3. Brother, I'll hang up now. Just come over directly. Running said. I'm not going. Your sister-in-law told me to sleep on the floor. What? Sleep on the floor? Yes, I went to her place and she told me to sleep on the floor. Isn't that torturous? Zhang Hao said dejectedly. Oh, anyway, just come over. I'll hang up first. Running hung up the video after saying that. Damn it. If you're not my buddy, why haven't you climbed into your wife's bed yet? Zhao Dong asked in surprise, you seem to have a good relationship. I thought you guys had already done it. Your wife is a beauty. It's not that easy. How long have we known each other? Even if we get married, we can't rush things. If Lin Su thinks I'm a frivolous person, I'll be shooting myself in the foot, won't I? Zhang Hao said. You're right. You got married too quickly. You've only known each other for 10 days. If you just go ahead and get married, who knows if your sister-in-law won't be upset. You've already got the certificate, so it doesn't hurt to be a bit more stable. Zhao Dong nodded. Lin Su is the kind of princess who makes every man treat her with care. It would be embarrassing to lose out. Sister-in-law, You don't let my brother go to bed at night? No wonder he doesn't want to live here with you. In the villa on the other side, Running turned her head and looked at Lin Su. I didn't tell him to sleep on the floor. Last time I just casually mentioned it. But he didn't say a word and just agreed. I'm a girl after all, I should at least be a little bit reserved, right? Lin Su blushed. Well, that's just my brother. He clearly wants to, but just doesn't act on it. You haven't known my brother for long, and he's the kind of person who always thinks of you. If you don't take the initiative, he really wouldn't dare do anything. Running laughed bitterly. Ah, your brother thinks of me and everything? Lin Su's eyes lit up. Yes. If he didn't want the best for you, he would definitely find a way to climb into your bed. He just thought you might be upset, so. Sister-in-law, why don't you ask my brother to come over? You just asked me to send him a video to come over. Running winked at Lin Su. I don't want to. Lin Su put on a little womanly act. It's embarrassing for a woman to seem so eager for a man to come to her bed. Even if that man is her husband, she still feels a little embarrassed. Well, my brother should be here soon. You can decide whether he should continue sleeping on the floor or in the bed. Running said with a smile. Didn't your brother just refuse to let you come over? But he didn't say he wouldn't come. Then how can you be sure he'll definitely come? Because he's my brother. Lin Su was suddenly a little interested. Running seemed to know absolutely everything about Zhang Hao. Ding dong. After a while, the doorbell rang. Look, my brother is here. Ren Ying immediately jumped up and ran to the door. When she opened the door and saw Zhang Hao, she immediately jumped over to him. Ha, brother, I knew you would come. Ugh, you're such a big person, don't keep jumping on me, okay? Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. Seeing Lin Su looking at him with a smile, he scratched his head and then smiled and said hello. So, what's up, wife? You're off work? Chapter 54, Wife, what do you mean by this? Husband, what do you mean by this? I told you to come, but you didn't. Your sister told you to come, and you came like a little puppy, right? Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Wife, when have I not come when you told me to? Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose. Have I ever asked you before? You were asking me if you wanted me to come. If you wanted me to come, I would definitely come. You. Lin Su was at a loss for words for a moment. How could she just ask Zhang Hao to come over? Of course she asked. She was too assertive and was afraid that Zhang Hao would be unhappy. By the way, brother and sister-in-law, you have already received your certificate, but you haven't held a banquet yet. When are you planning to have a baby? Running assisted from the side. It's still a bit early, isn't it? Zhang Hao glanced at Lin Su. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao and then at Renning, but she didn't say anything. Brother, you're such a nerd. Renning was anxious. Shouldn't Zhang Hao have asked Lin Su this question? She answered it herself, which showed a low level of emotional intelligence. She had never noticed before how absent-minded her brother had become. Was it because his wife was so outstanding? What's wrong with me? Zhang Hao looked at Renning with puzzlement. Think for yourself. Renning looked at Zhang Hao with disgust. Zhang Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. But he didn't pursue it further. That's right. Hubby Ying Bao just said he wanted to eat the food you cook. It so happens that I'll be coming home for lunch every day from now on. So you can live here from now on. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao. Isn't there Mrs. Su here? Zhang Hao asked. She's gone back to her hometown. Lin Su said. That's sister-in-law. Renning kept blinking at Lin Su. Why didn't she greet her first? Lin Su's sudden appearance must have revealed the truth. She had never said that she wanted to eat the food that Zhang Hao cooked. It wasn't that Zhang Hao's cooking was bad, but she had eaten it for many years and had grown tired of it. It was impossible for her to want to eat her brother's cooking when Su Ma was there. Cough. Fine, I'll cook for you every day from now on. Zhang Hao touched the tip of his nose. If my wife wants to eat something, she can eat it herself. Why does she have to drag in my sister? He was a little arrogant without knowing it. Sister-in-law, come here. Running saw Zhang Hao's smug expression and knew what he was thinking. She dragged Lin Su over to the side and laughed. Sister-in-law, didn't you complain to me last night about my brother wanting to start a business? Yes, and you have a solution? Lin Su asked. Yes, you just train him to be a domestic cook. You take care of the outside world and he can take care of the inside. The two of you would make a perfect match. My brother is actually a warm person too. Running said with a smile. Really? Do you think your brother will agree? Lin Su asked uncertainly. I know my brother's personality. If you try to argue with him about something, he won't listen. If you use a roundabout way of talking, he'll immediately come around. Take what just happened as an example. You asked my brother not to start a business. He can be stubborn sometimes and won't listen to you. If you ask him to cook for you, he'll agree, right? As long as he doesn't have the time, how can he start a business? He'll be trapped for no reason. Ran-ing giggled. That's right. I'll ask him to do the laundry and cook tomorrow. When he doesn't have the time to start a business, he naturally won't think about it. Ing Bao, you're really smart. Lin Su gave Ran-ing a thumbs up. The millions weren't spent in vain. Her younger sister had joined her on the same side. Why do I feel like that girl Ing Bao is trying to trick me? Zhang Hao felt a bit unsure when he saw Ran-ing and Lin Su chatting away and occasionally looking at him. If Ran-ing wanted to trick him, she would be right on target. That girl really knows him well. Ahem. While Mrs. Su, your wife, is away, could you help me take care of the house? Lin Su walked over to Zhang Hao and said with a smile. How long will Mrs. Su be gone? Zhang Hao asked. I don't know. She just said she had some business at home and went back. I have to go to work every day, and there is no other nanny at home, so I can't let Ing Bao do the cleaning and stuff, can I? This is also your home, so you will have to take care of it for the time being. Lin Su laughed. Okay. I have time for the time being. Zhang Hao nodded. He never thought that Lin Su had tricked him. Lin Su is quite busy every day, and Suma has gone back to her family, so he really has to take care of things at home. As Lin Su said, this was his home too. I'll go upstairs and take a shower and go to bed first, that brother-in-law of mine. Running suddenly jumped up and ran upstairs. No. Zhang Hao looked at Ran-ing a little confused. Didn't that girl say before that it wasn't fun to be at home alone, and that it was lively with 3 people? He had just arrived and that girl was already getting ready for bed? Could it be that he had been tricked by that girl again? Hubby, I'm going to take a shower too. Lin Su glanced at Zhang Hao and followed him upstairs. Hey, this house is not small. Zhang Hao's gaze swept the living room and his brow suddenly furrowed. He had agreed to this very easily before, but now looking at this large living room, he suddenly realized that even a casual clean of this house's size would not be a simple task. After wandering around upstairs and downstairs, he familiarized himself with the environment and then went to Lin Su's room. Seeing that Lin Su seemed to have finished bathing and was lying in bed, he asked with a smile, Wife, do you sleep so early? I just laid down on the bed when there was nothing to do. Lin Su laughed. Oh. Zhang Hao scratched his head, opened the closet and took out the last set of bedding. Then he skillfully spread it on the floor. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with a bit of depression in his eyes, but didn't say anything. Zhang Hao was indeed as Ran-ing had said, like an elm tree stump, and his mind was a bit slow when facing some things. Honey, I'm going to take a shower. After making the bed, Zhang Hao rummaged through the closet and found a set of pajamas. Honey, remember to wash my clothes tomorrow. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao. I know. Zhang Hao nodded and walked into the bathroom. He noticed that in addition to a set of professional clothes, there was also a set of white underwear in the basket. He froze for a moment, stuck his head out and asked, Honey, why didn't you wash your underwear? You wash them for me. Even if they aren't yours, I still have to wash them for you? You're my husband, if I don't let you wash them, who else am I going to let wash them? Lin Su blinked. Wife, you. Zhang Hao felt a little embarrassed. Scratching his head, he didn't say anything else and turned back into the bathroom. After taking a shower, he got dressed and came out, only to find Lin Su's foot sticking out of the covers, still wearing black stockings. What does it mean for my wife to wear stockings when she sleeps? Chapter 55, I've been tricked by my wife. What's wrong with me, honey? Lin Su asked with a smile. Nothing. Zhang Hao shook his head and looked at the little foot wrapped in black silk, his heart racing. Damn it. My wife looks so seductive in these stockings. He really wanted to go up and touch her. But what if she was just testing him on purpose? He really couldn't read Lin Su's character right now. So he's lying down? Lin Su was actually waiting for Zhang Hao to sneak up on her. She had already learned from her conversation with Renning that Zhang Hao was a blockhead, which was why she had wanted to give him a hint. She felt that she had made it obvious enough. Under normal circumstances, who would sleep in stockings? However, fantasy is beautiful, reality is cruel. Zhang Hao didn't respond. Damn it, this is so uncomfortable. Zhang Hao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It might be better at home. I don't have any thoughts anyway. When he got here, Lin Su just lay there in bed, wearing her stockings. He would be lying if he said he didn't have any thoughts. The problem was that he couldn't figure out Lin Su's exact psychology. He dared not move. What a deadwood. Lin Su waited a while longer, but Zhang Hao still didn't move. She kept cursing Zhang Hao in her heart. After complaining like this for a while, she fell asleep without knowing it. Hey! Suddenly, a sigh sounded in the darkness. It's going to be hard again tonight. Zhang Hao was quite puzzled as to why his wife had insisted on calling him over. Wasn't this a disguised form of torture? Is that guy still asleep? Lin Su woke up just before 7 o'clock the next morning. She first sat up and took a sneaky peek at Zhang Hao, then slowly slipped off her nightdress. Shit! Zhang Hao had already woken up a long time ago, he just hadn't gotten up. He peeked up and opened his eyes a crack. When he saw Lin Su take off her nightdress and only wear her underwear, his eyes immediately widened. Even 2 red streams of liquid couldn't help but escape from his nose. His wife's figure is just too good, isn't it? The black underwear covers the key parts, which complement the fair and flawless skin, intensifying the visual effect. Ah! Lin Su suddenly grabbed the quilt and covered herself. She looked at Zhang Hao and asked, "When did you wake up?" I just woke up. Zhang Hao quickly retracted his head and wiped the bloody nose under his nose. Did you see that just now? Lin Su quickly got dressed and walked over to Zhao Hao, condescendingly asking. I didn't see anything. Zhang Hao shook his head. Humph. You even got a nosebleed. Lin Su glared at Zhang Hao and stepped out of the room. The moment she closed the door, a smile suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. It seems that she is still somewhat attractive. Her idiot husband actually had a nosebleed. It looked so cute. Embarrassing. Zhang Hao slowly shrunk into the quilt. Honey. Suddenly the door was pushed open and Lin Su's little head poked in. Ah. What? Zhang Hao asked, poking his head out of the quilt. I want to eat your breakfast. Lin Su blinked. Oh. I'll get up in a minute, just wait a second. Zhang Hao sprang up. After washing up and changing, he went downstairs and opened the refrigerator. He frowned and said, Honey, there doesn't seem to be much food in the house. No way? But Mrs. Su used to buy fresh food every day, so. Why don't you fry me 2 eggs? Lin Su asked with a smile. Okay, you'll just have to make do for today. I'll go out early in the morning. Zhang Hao nodded and took out a few eggs. He had originally wanted to make his wife some soup or something, but there really weren't any other ingredients, so he just gave up. He used the simplest method to fry 2 heart-shaped poached eggs for Lin Su. Hubby, you fried the eggs really nicely. Lin Su smiled and winked when she saw the 2 poached eggs. I just fried them casually. Zhang Hao laughed and scratched his head. It smells good. Lin Su slowly chewed and finished the 2 eggs. Then she quickly ran to Zhang Hao and kissed him on the lips before going out. Zhang Hao suddenly froze in place. The soft touch just now made him a little nostalgic. It wasn't until Lin Su left the door that he came to his senses and smiled foolishly. Brother! What are you smiling at? Running asked curiously as she staggered downstairs. I'm not smiling at anything. You can solve your own breakfast. There are no ingredients in the house. Zhang Hao said. There are bowls and chopsticks on the table. Do you think I'm blind? Running said discontentedly. That's for your sister-in-law. There are only 2 fried eggs. If you want some, I can fry some for you. Zhang Hao looked at Running. In that case, I'd better go out and eat. Running pouted, feeling that the eggs were a bit shabby. With her brother, her sister-in-law was not at all picky. What's so good about fried eggs? Then you figure it out yourself. I'm going out to buy some groceries. Zhang Hao took off his apron and was about to go out. Brother! Has your sister-in-law left? I was thinking of going to the office with her again today. Renning glanced around and didn't see Lin Su's figure. She was a little annoyed and scratched her hair. She had specially got up early today in order to go to the company with her sister-in-law. But she was still late. What do you mean? You went to your sister-in-law's company? Zhang Hao froze. Yes. I went yesterday. Brother, you have a rival. That guy even confessed to your sister-in-law yesterday. But it seems that your sister-in-law doesn't like that guy. Running laughed. I know that guy. Zhang Hao frowned and looked at Renning and asked, which company does your sister-in-law work for? It seems to be the Asia Pacific Group. What? She's at the Asia Pacific Group? Yes. Renning looked at Zhang Hao in confusion and asked, brother, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Damn it! Is my wife setting me up? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. No wonder he signed the project with the Asia Pacific Group so easily. It turns out that the company belongs to his wife. He had talked to his wife about the Asia Pacific Group before, but why is this so awkward? How did your brother-in-law trick you? Running asked curiously. It's nothing. Zhang Hao's mouth twitched before he took a step and walked out of the villa. He felt that he needed to go to the Hanya Group today. He had never asked his wife about work before. Well, he would give his wife lunch later in the afternoon. That seemed like a pretty good reason. He would see what his wife had to say then. Chapter 56 Husband, let's go find him. Damn it. But a worthless piece of shit like him actually dared to disobey the young master's wishes. I think he's tired of living. On a small road, a Maybach. Xia Weihong's face turned pale. He had already greeted Zhang Hao before. But it seems that the kid didn't take his words to heart. Last night, he even went to Lin Su's villa. How could he bear this? Wei Xiao, that kid came out driving in Aston Martin. Suddenly a middle-aged man in the car pointed ahead and said, "Stop him for me." Xia Weihong said, "Okay." The middle-aged man immediately slammed on the gas and the car came to a stop in the middle of the road. Shit. How do you drive? Aston Zhang Hao was shocked and quickly slammed on the brakes. At first he thought the Maybach in front was backing up. After noticing that the other car had stopped and hadn't moved for more than 10 seconds, he couldn't help but frown. After another 10 seconds or so, he got out of the car and asked, "Buddy, what do you mean?" "Kid, you're the one I've been waiting for." The middle-aged man pushed open the car door and leapt out, grabbing Zhang Hao. He then punched Zhang Hao several times in the stomach. Damn it! Zhang Hao was in pain and wanted to fight back. After struggling a few times, he sadly realized that he was no match for the middle-aged man. "Loser, we meet again." Xia Weihong smiled coldly as he poked his head out. "It's you?" Zhang Hao's face changed slightly. "Hey, it's me. I already said hello to you before, but you just wouldn't listen. So I had no choice but to come find you." Xia Weihong looked at Zhang Hao with a sneer on his face. "Damn it!" Zhang Hao cursed under his breath and didn't say anything. "Today, I'll give you a reminder. You'd better wise up in the future. I don't want to make a big deal out of this in Hangzhou. If you insist on being stubborn, I'm sorry, but I really don't mind spending some effort to make you disappear from the face of the earth." Xia Weihong patted Zhang Hao on the face. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and still didn't say anything. "Teach him a lesson." Xia Weihong left a sentence and turned around and got back into the Maybach. Bang! The middle-aged man suddenly moved. He smashed Zhang Hao's face with a few punches in a row. The last punch was a bit heavy and directly knocked Zhang Hao unconscious. Ah! Brother, it wasn't long before Renning got out of the car. Seeing someone lying on the side of the road who looked like Zhang Hao, she quickly got out of the car. After checking Zhang Hao's condition and finding that she was already unconscious, she anxiously took out her phone and dialed Lin Su's number. "What kind of nightgown should I buy? I don't know what style the guy likes." In the president's office of the Hanyang Group, Lin Su was leaning back in her chair, surfing the internet for nightgowns. She felt that the nightgowns in her house were all a bit too conservative. Zhang Hao, that guy, has never made a move. This is why she decided to step up her game a bit, and she was sure that Zhang Hao would not be able to resist climbing into her bed. Ding dong ding. Suddenly, her phone rang. Ing Bao? Lin Su froze for a moment before answering. What's wrong? My brother has been beaten up, sister-in-law. Who? Lin Su suddenly jumped up, her face darkening in an instant. I don't know. We're on our way to the hospital. How is he? I don't know yet. He's still unconscious. Which hospital? Tell me, I'll be right there. Lin Su hung up the phone and rushed out of the office. She now treated Zhang Hao like a precious treasure, and yet someone still dared to beat him up? No matter who it is, this matter will not pass. Damn, my head hurts. It was around 11 o'clock in the morning in a hospital room. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, rubbed his head, and couldn't help but swear. He had been beaten up for no reason. Honey, you're awake. Lin Su's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly came up to Zhang Hao. Honey? Am I in the hospital? Zhang Hao looked around. Brother, you're awake at last. How do you feel? I took a taxi to come see you earlier. You were lying on the side of the road and I couldn't wake you up. I was so scared. Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with teary eyes. Silly girl, I'm fine. Zhang Hao smiled. Honey, who hit you? Lin Su asked. I don't know. It seems to be your suitor. Last time he found me and asked me to stop contacting you. I ignored him. I didn't think it would be a big deal, but I never expected him to beat me up on the way here today. Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. Xia Weihong? Lin Su's eyebrows tightened. After about 2 seconds, she seemed to have made a big decision and said, Honey, let's go. I'll take you to find him. Why do we need to find him? That guy seems to have some background. Let's not mess with him. I don't think it's a big deal. Zhang Hao said. You idiot. If there's a first time for something like this, there will be many times, and it will get more and more severe. Are you really not going to contact me? You are my husband now. Lin Su gave Zhang Hao a cold stare. But. There is no but. If anything happens, I will take the blame. I am not afraid of Xia Weihong. Okay. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment and sat up. Lin Su was right. They are husband and wife, they can't not get in touch. As long as he gets in touch with Lin Su, Xia Weihong will definitely find him. It is better to solve it once and for all. Let's go. Lin Su took Zhang Hao out of the hospital room. She first called Ada. Then she got into the Bentley and, with the accelerator down, drove at breakneck speed to a hotel. Lin, what brings you here? The hotel manager hurried to greet Lin Su when he saw her. Where is a guest named Xia Weihong staying? Lin Su asked. We can't casually disclose the privacy of our customers. The manager said, at a loss. Lin Su didn't say anything and just looked at the manager. If it's not Lin, I really can't. A fine layer of sweat appeared on the manager's forehead. Lin Su's aura was too powerful. He couldn't hold back anymore. Pop. Ada suddenly slapped the manager in the face. Lin Su didn't want to repeat the same words for the second time. I know. Xia Weihong is in the 999 presidential suite. The manager didn't dare to hesitate anymore. The woman in front of him was so powerful that not only him, but even their boss behind them couldn't afford to offend her. Honey, let's go. Lin Su took Zhang Hao's hand and started walking. Zhang Hao followed Lin Su behind him, and it was incredibly embarrassing. Something was not right about this situation. He felt like a little baby following Lin Su around. My sister-in-law is just too domineering and handsome, isn't she? Renning, on the other hand, was full of excitement. For some reason, she felt a little giddy. Chapter 57, Isn't it nice to spend time with your wife? After I taught that kid a lesson today, he shouldn't dare to approach Lin Su again, right? It's just that bitch Lin Su is so stubborn, it's a bit of a headache. Damn, she's got no sense. In the luxurious presidential suite, Xia Weihong was sitting on the sofa, smoking. He was pondering how to get the bitch Lin Su. As the young master of the Xia family, he had seen countless women, but he had never tasted the ultimate like Lin Su. He dreamed about Lin Su at night. Who are you people? Bang. Ah. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside. It seemed like someone was fighting. Who doesn't know better than to act recklessly outside my room? Xia Weihong frowned. He stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. He saw Lin Su standing outside with a middle-aged man and the kid he had taught a lesson to before. He was a little confused. After glancing at the bodyguard who was already lying on the ground, he frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Did your husband hit you?" Lin Su pointed at Xia Weihong. "That's right." Zhang Hao nodded. "Fight back," Lin Su said. "Eh? Really fight?" Zhang Hao's heart was a little scared. The other party was a big shot. Although he still didn't know what Xia Weihong's real identity was, he definitely wasn't someone he could mess with casually. "Su, you let that kid hit me? Does he dare?" Xia Weihong's face looked a little ugly. "Just fight." Lin Su looked at Zhang Hao with a powerful confidence in her eyes. Pop. Zhang Hao suddenly walked up and slapped Xia Weihong in the face. His wife had said it, so of course he could hit him. This matter must also be resolved. "Son of a bitch. How dare you fucking hit me?" Xia Weihong was dumbfounded. He had never been slapped in his life, let alone by a loser. "My husband isn't enough. Do to him what he did to you. If you don't hit back, it's considered disrespectful." Lin Su laughed. "Good." Zhang Hao snickered and rushed up. He couldn't beat the previous bodyguard, but it was no problem for him to beat up a rich second generation like Xia Weihong. He quickly stepped forward, kicked Xia Weihong over with one kick, and then started to beat him up. "Fuck. You're fucking dead, kid." Xia Weihong had never been so humiliated before, and he was furious. "You dare to jump?" Zhang Hao's actions became even more severe. He didn't stop until Xia Weihong was covered in bruises. "Damn it." Xia Weihong lay on the ground, his eyes full of hatred. If looks could kill, Zhang Hao would have been killed 1,000 times over by now. "Xia Weihong, let me give you a warning. Zhang Hao is my husband. I know you're not convinced right now, but I advise you not to touch him." Lin Su looked down on Xia Weihong condescendingly. "Do you think that's possible?" Xia Weihong sneered. "Nothing is impossible. If you dare to touch him, your Xia family will have to prepare to bear the wrath of our Lin family. You should know that I absolutely have that kind of influence." Lin Su said coldly. "Fuck. You're willing to bet the entire Lin family?" Xia Weihong was dumbfounded. "If you dare to touch him, I dare to bet the entire Lin family. Unless you, Xia Weihong, think that your Xia family now has the capital to fight head-on with our Lin family. Honey, let's go." Lin Su said this and dragged Zhang Hao out of the room. "Damn it." Xia Weihong was almost outraged into spitting blood. Although the Xia family was quite strong, there was still a certain gap compared to the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Su was willing to bet the entire Lin family, and he really didn't dare to be cocky. However, he definitely couldn't swallow this humiliation. "Honey, will we be okay if we do this?" Zhang Hao asked worriedly after they left the hotel. "Don't be silly, we'll be fine. Xia Weihong is not someone who dares to fight with me. If he dares to play any tricks on you in the future, just give me a call, I won't let him off the hook." Lin Su laughed. "Okay." Zhang Hao scratched his head. He had wanted to take this opportunity to ask Lin Su about her family background. He had a feeling that Lin Su's family should be extraordinary. Considering his own state of mind, he didn't dare to ask. He would take things one step at a time. "What do you want to eat for lunch? Since we're out today, let's eat out." Lin Su asked, taking Zhang Hao's arm. "What do you want to eat, Yingbao?" Zhang Hao asked. "Hot pot." Renning blinked her big eyes. "Let's go. Then we'll go have hot pot." Lin Su nodded. They drove quickly to a nearby hot pot restaurant. The food here is quite good. Even in the summer, there are still a lot of people coming every day. That wife. I heard Yingbao say that you work at Hanyang Group? That company is owned by you? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su. Yes. Lin Su nodded with a smile. In other words, the project I had before was actually a gift from you? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su with a touch of resentment in his eyes. It can't be said to be a gift. The medicine you gave me did work. In other words, if I don't say hello to you, you may not be able to get in touch with the project leader. Lin Su said. Hey! Zhang Hao suddenly sighed. So it turns out that Lin Su has been secretly helping him all along. Thinking of something else, he asked, Shin Man should be your best friend, right? Why? Lin Su asked with a smile. I feel that she is a bit abnormal. To be honest, we have only met a few times, but she was very generous when she gave me money. Combined with the project, I think she must know you. Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. Shin Man is my best friend, but I really don't know what she did with you. The investment in the restaurant you mentioned didn't go through me. Lin Su said. It didn't go through you because of your face. Otherwise, my restaurant couldn't have opened. I regret it now. Zhang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. What do you mean by regret? Your restaurant hasn't even opened yet, has it? I don't think there's much point in opening a restaurant. You're right. Lin Su laughed after a moment of silence. In fact, it seems to me that there's really no need for you to start a business or anything. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't start a business in the future. If you don't want to do that restaurant, just give it to Zhao Dong. I feel that he's still quite a nice person. I signed a contract with Shin Man. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Su in disbelief and said, besides, are you really willing to give away a few million yuan? I'm willing to if he's your brother. As for Shin Man, I'll make up the money to her. In the future, just stay by my side and make me happy. Isn't that better than your business? You'll only be good when your wife is good. Lin Su winked. That's right. Zhang Hao seemed to suddenly understand. His wife's money is endless, so why bother with a business? Sometimes you should let go of your pride. Isn't it nice to stay with your wife every day? Chapter 58, My wife wants to discuss something with you. Lin Su still had to go to work. After finishing the hot pot, she drove to the office. For reasons unknown, Running followed her to the office. In her words, she wanted to learn from her sister-in-law how to run a business and work for her company after graduation. Zhang Hao did not go to join the fun. He first went to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. After dropping them off at home, he got back in the car and called Zhao Dong. What's up, Mouse? Before long, Zhao Dong arrived in a BMW. After getting out of the car, he sat opposite Zhang Hao, grabbed a sip of milk tea and his face looked a little unnatural. Did you run into trouble again? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Isn't it? I was despised by Li Lei's mother. Zhao Dong sighed. If that's the case, I think you need to consider whether you want to continue being with Li Lei. It's not that I want to break you up, but getting married is not a matter for just the two of you. Li Lei's mother is difficult to get along with, and you will suffer after that. Zhang Hao reminded him. Hey! The main thing is that Li Lei is very nice. She never mentioned money to me and always encouraged me. She also said she would do the work of convincing her mother. It's rare to meet such a nice girl, so how could I bear to let her go? Zhao Dong said with a bitter smile. If Li Lei doesn't care whether you have money or not, it's worth trying. It's mainly up to her. In fact, this is not a big deal. Don't forget there's still me. Zhang Hao laughed. I'll be honest with you, I'm just thinking about having you as my backing. You know my family situation, I can't afford much. In the future, if I really marry Li Lei, I'll have to borrow the bride price from you. I estimate that it will be at least 200,000 yuan. Zhao Dong said. Let me give you a gift. Didn't I tell you before that I was going to open a restaurant? Now I'm not going to do it. Zhang Hao laughed. Ah. Why? Are you so willful now? I remember you said before that you invested 3 million in that restaurant. Zhao Dong's eyes widened. The restaurant is still there, I just don't want to do it anymore. But you can. What do you mean? My wife said that the restaurant is yours. Zhang Hao laughed. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? Zhao Dong jumped 3 feet high. That's 3 million yuan. Even if Lin Su is rich, he wouldn't be so generous. Not to mention friends, even relatives don't give like this, not to mention relatives who are rich but stingy. Do I look like I'm joking to you? You've accepted the restaurant, so do a good job. With Chef Guo's skills, as long as you don't screw up, that restaurant will definitely make money. Zhang Hao laughed. It's not you, rat. Zhao Dong didn't know what to say for a moment. His eyes misted over. Damn it! Why are you crying? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. He definitely wouldn't have given it to anyone else. But Zhao Dong was different. He was really like an iron brother to him. Not to mention the last time he needed money, Zhao Dong didn't hesitate and gave him his wife's savings. This is a brother worth keeping. I think I got something in my eye. Zhao Dong wiped his eyes and said, Mouse, if you really want to give it to me, I won't be sentimental about it. Thank your wife for me for working hard tonight. What the hell do you mean? Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. I don't mean anything. Just work hard tonight. Zhao Dong laughed. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words for a moment. He wasn't even on Lin Su's bed, so what was there to work hard for? Besides, with Lin Su's looks and figure, he would work hard even if Zhao Dong didn't tell him to. The prerequisite was that he could climb up there. Do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Bring your wife along. Zhao Dong laughed. Some other time. I want to cook for my wife tonight. Zhang Hao refused. He couldn't just start cooking at home today, as he had promised yesterday, and then not eat at home at all for the rest of the day. Ha! So you're a domesticated husband now? Zhao Dong laughed. What, you look down on me? Damn it! That's a bit insulting. How dare I look down on you? That's a dream I've always longed for but never been able to achieve. Ha! Zhang Hao laughed. Hearing Zhao Dong say that, he could imagine his happy days in the future. He wondered if he should flirt with Lin Su. Screw machismo. Comfort is king. A man can be spoiled too, as long as his wife is strong enough. Mouse, you want the whole PlayStation? Zhao Dong winked. This seems like a possibility. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Ahem. Go back tonight and try to persuade your wife to buy you one. When I get my hands on it, I'll come over to your place. Zhao Dong laughed. Wait. Until I get back and I'll resolutely hug my wife's thighs. If she doesn't buy it, I'll throw a tantrum. Zhang Hao said. I just realized that you are such a bastard. Zhao Dong rolled his eyes. You just envy me. Zhang Hao tilted his head and looked arrogant. Zhao Dong was speechless. Isn't it a kind of happiness to fight and roll around? The problem is that when he grows up and his parents are old, who will he fight and roll around with? He doesn't have a good wife like Zhang Hao. I'm smiling with pride. In the evening, in the kitchen of a villa, Zhang Hao was busy. Now that the knot has been untied, all that's left is a life of happiness, even if he is just a stay-at-home dad. Honey, we're home. A moment later, Lin Su and Ren Ying walked into the villa. I'll be there in a minute, honey. Zhang Hao stuck his head out and smiled at Lin Su. Do you need any help? Lin Su walked quickly into the kitchen. No. Zhang Hao shook his head. After stir-frying all the dishes, he served them one after the other. It tastes great. Lin Su sat down, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Her eyes widened into a pair of crescent moons. The taste of the food was only one aspect. The main thing was the happy atmosphere the family had when they sat together. She wondered if she would find an opportunity to ask Zhang Hao for a child. Ying Bao, you wash the dishes. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, Zhang Hao looked at Ren Ying. Ah, brother, why are you making me wash the dishes? I'm a guest. Ren Ying was unhappy. You're not a guest here. You can't just eat for free. From now on, I'll leave the cooking and washing up to you. Zhang Hao said. Humph. I'll tell my auntie. Ren Ying pouted and walked into the kitchen discontentedly. I'll do it. Lin Su smiled and stood up. Honey, you can't keep spoiling Ying Bao. Zhang Hao grabbed Lin Su's hand. After Ren Ying had tidied up the dishes and gone into the kitchen, he threw himself into Lin Su's bosom and said, Honey, let's discuss something.